Alright, you guys, welcome back to Runtpack Goes Planewalking, episode 7. Let's get into it. So, last time, first off, we fought the Nonaton that was come to fight Dulam. However, Dulam had prepared well for this battle. We had an ambush planned and around a cliff with a tripwire set up. The ambush didn't go, exactly right, but we came out of the battle with minimum deaths. I think both Malagus and Orpheus fell unconscious, and also fell into the ocean, but pulled him out. Nothing major lost. After defeating the Nonaton, Dulam threw its old tracker in the ocean after the Nonaton, so hopefully it'll be harder for the next thing to come find it. We swam home as flooding had been rapidly occurring, but a man with a huge mustache dragged us into his pontoon and saved us. We returned to the smoldering corpse to find Father Luces was now loose in the rooms and had set up a sort of dirt altar for himself. But he was actually very cooperative and sort of talked through a lot of his issues with Dulam, and now has agreed to join the party as a person trying to get back to their home plane. Additionally, we found Saffron waiting in the bar with Jackknife. Hire prayed to his god Aether and learned that she had something to inform him, specifically that she has sent him an associate from his plane, but she left who she sent as a mystery and said that this was a sort of test run where perhaps after more missions, Aether would be more perfect. I as a lowly Sir Orpheus, don't understand that, but I'm sure it means something to Hire. Vinny and Bagatha are acting like fucking tourists while we break our backs trying to get them home.
Fucking tourists.
Deimos had a nice chat with Jackknife. They reminisced as they've known each other for a while, and Jackknife especially knows Samir very well, and they're good friends, and Jackknife made Deimos a new poncho out of a tablecloth. Bagatha gave Vinny a gift for him to give to Dulam, and Vinny then gave that gift to Jaya, who gave it to Dulam. It was very needlessly complicated, and no one opened the present in the end, so who fucking knows what it was.
That didn't happen.
Nope.
And when we awoke, there was a gaunt, ghostly woman talking to Jackknife. We were not introduced to her, though, because Jackknife is mad at us for not being paying customers, even though Malagus pays for us. Jackknife gave us some quests. The one we signed up for first was to help rig a drinking contest. Our strategy to address that was to go to Samir and ask him to put a tube in Dulam, so that Dulam could put infinite alcohol in himself. However, Samir also gave him a sensor that would make him feel the experience of drunkenness, because apparently Samir is also entering this fucking contest, and he's gonna win, because he's a dwarf construct, so it's fucking over for the rest of us. So we need to cheat. Samir was very proud of Deimos for killing the Nonaton. What else? Samir again refused to answer Oro's questions about Iceland.
I just want you guys to know that Maisie has been planning horrific ways to sink Samir if he joins this competition all week.
I have a lot of psychological warfare, but the problem is that's all stuff Finn would do. I don't know if it's stuff Orpheus would do, so now it's up to me to try to manufacture a situation where Orpheus would do it, because I want to do it because it sounds fun. We'll see how it goes. I've got my step one. Samir also mentioned a colleague he had who could see to Dulam's further issues, named Dr. Him. Additionally, Samir hired us for a quest in 5 days where a large war machine will be transported through Circad, and we just need to make an eye on it, make sure no one steals it, because he doesn't want war machines other than the nuclear bomb he built in Circad. He's fucking loose morals.
It's fair, yeah.
And lastly, Samir told me I should seek out Iceland's hometown, and didn't tell me where it is. He says it's on the material plane and it's pastoral, which is probably fucking 90% of the landmass in the material plane. So, and lastly, we walked out to find Malagus hassling a scholar who was walking on the road near him.
He was hassling a scholar, huh?
Yeah.
I like it. Alright, so you guys then, we left off with all of you outside of Samir's shop, the broken compass. I hope no one turns around and tries to fucking kill him, because that's the energy I get from Maisie. If you recall, a soft pitter-patter of weak rain has begun over the city of Surkad as the early afternoon sort of wanes in, and you all find yourselves sort of at the crest of the day. So, you all are chilling. The rain is coming down. Malagus is pretending to make conversation with strangers. What would you all like to do?
Mally, are you harassing people?
No, not harassing. Making friends. Nothing you fucks have been doing. I've been making all your friends for you, just so you know.
I actually made a list of all my friends, and I have 14 of them right now, and I just want to say that I think I made most of them, so thank you though, Malagus.
See, it's odd, because if I could count how many friends you had, I would probably say one. Probably, yeah.
Well, I don't know. That's weird, because you were on the list. I can edit that. But actually, Ether took spot number 3 on my list, so that should at least be 1. So I got all the rest covered.
Oh, Ether, that is your god, right?
Yeah, we're best friends.
Yes, yeah. It's interesting because I'm not sure if it goes both ways. It's just a thought I'm
having. Where I come from, it goes both ways. Thanks though.
You're right.
Malagus, how many friends do you have? Just name a few. Name a few who aren't here right now.
I mean, why would I need to name a few? I feel like I owe you nothing.
That's what I thought.
You know, there are a great many women that I pay to be my friends. Does that count?
Oh.
I don't. Moving on from that, are we still going to Zavrix? We can go tell him.
That's a fine idea.
If we found his cat, we're ready to go to Waterdeep in 6 days once we've had some time to prepare for the journey.
Seems fine enough to me.
Lead the way, Malagus.
Why do I have to lead the way? I'm not the only one who knows where anything is. Fine.
You're literally the only one who knows where anything is.
All right. And he makes his way out.
I guess Deimos does, actually, as well. Deimos, would you like to lead the way?
Yes, let's let Deimos lead the way. I'll take up the rear. That's where I go.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to lead the way.
Deimos, how familiar are you with our sort of greater quest? Have we told you what we're trying to do yet?
Yes, I believe a few of you have told me that a couple of you are lost, and I believe the others aren't. Something along those lines. That's
your understanding of it is about as good as mine, but basically some of us want to go home. We're trying to get to Waterdeep right now because there's more, scholarly wizards there who Malagus hasn't harassed yet. That might be able to get us further.
Fuck you, I'm friends with wizards.
What wizards are your friends
with? And their names are...
They go to other schools.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Thank you.
Of course. Alright, so Deimos, you take up the head of the group, leading your way through the soft pitter-patter of rain. You notice a lot of the other population of Surkad has begun putting on raincoats. You notice even a couple sort of wooden umbrellas come out now as the population sort of gets used to this. Crossing a few bridges then and making your way up some ladders, you guys arrive at Zavrix's shop. You notice that the front door is wide open and a draft is kicking in.
Dang, this guy really likes people entering his house.
Yeah, he's not too worried about security, is he?
Maybe it's one of those things where he's big on like self-defense, and it's like, oh, if we step foot in his house, he's just gonna start shooting, sort of thing.
Is Surkad a stand your ground state?
I don't know. We'd have to ask the woman of Hurt.
Are you scared to say her name?
I am scared to say her name. Yeah.
She who shall not be named. Hello.
I mean, you can just only look at a burning corpse for so long.
got a lot of corpse to look at, you know?
Lots of
Yeah.
corpse to go around.
Not a corpse. So, do you guys want to enter the shop?
Hell yeah.
Cool. The group makes its way in. Deimos, you've probably been in here a couple times. This is sort of the like crazy wizard that a lot of people don't like dealing with a whole lot. So, when he can, your buddy Samir tries to go here instead of you, just because he doesn't want you to have to put up with that. But you've been by a few times and are familiar with this guy. However, as you walk in, you don't see anyone inside. You are instead met with the familiar, completely overdone, maximalist, cluttered mess of Zavrix's store and home. There are items littering every table, surface, cabinet. There are art pieces laying haphazardly on the floor and on the walls, and you see, yet again, his giant broken mirror up against one wall, this being the source of his magic. It sort of swirls and spins, and some of the panes of broken glass shift and come out of the mirror a bit, shaking slightly with a magical arcane energy before slowly sinking back into their niche in the mirror.
Can one of us do an Arcana check on the mirror? Or
Sure.
by that, I will.
Go for it.
Can
You
I
sort
make
of
one
approach
as
it.
well, Mason? Am I at disadvantage for it, or?
No, you can roll it straight. Oh yeah, so I forgot to mention this last time, but as part of Orpheus's level up, you do remember a few more spells. I realized I've only given you like a couple. So we're just gonna run through a couple here that
Oh yeah, baby.
Orpheus can get back. So Orpheus, as you level up, the following spells make themselves known to you. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Feather Fall,
Oh,
Okay.
Fairy Fire,
Okay.
Identify.
Oh!
You fool.
The game's broken. It's fucking over for you.
The Snare spell and Thunder Wave.
Oh my god. Between Snare and Thunderwave, it's fucking combo.
Well, big
Can
9
I,
on Arcana. Yeah, go ahead.
can I look around this room and see if anyone's in it? And if not, maybe the Identify spell is sort of coming back to me and I would cast Identify on this portal?
Okay, cool. You look around. There is nobody in this store. Basically, there's a few signs of what you would almost guess is life, but on closer inspection, there just appear to be a few magical items lying around here, just haphazardly. It sort of throws you off, considering that the front door was wide open and there are some items here that glow strongly or sort of float about on their own accord. It looks expensive, and you're sort of thrown off that someone would leave such valuable things basically at the behest of the public who could come in and out.
Mhm.
But nevertheless, yeah, you think maybe you could sit down for a second and do some Arcana.
Okay, I'll do that while Hire does his initial Arcana check.
Hire, you got a
Identify.
9?
Big 9, yeah.
Big 9. All right, you take a look at it. There are a few things that become apparent to you. First off, this is definitely beyond your magical abilities. Just taking a look at this mirror, you think it's probably just some arcane artifact that lets people travel through planes, but it was broken at some point, and the breaking of this item you think had some sort of change to the way that the planar magic works through it, and you have no idea how.
Okay.
You sort of
Interesting.
glean. It probably, you saw Zavrix do this too. You activate it by grabbing pieces of broken mirror, just like chunks of glass that are sharp, but you're not quite sure how to do it yourself.
Can I
Does it
also...
involve like hurting yourself or?
You recall Zavrix, when casting a spell to put you all into the Feywild, did cut himself a couple times, but you're not sure if it was on purpose. It could just be because you're handling broken glass.
Okay.
Deimos, would you like to give me an Arcana check?
Yes.
Okay.
I got a 22.
Oh my god.
Ole.
Oh.
You're
You
correct.
sort of pull aside this little kobold, and you're like, yeah, let me take a look at this.
Hey.
And your understanding of this is much more apparent. This is definitely it was a mirror that would likely have allowed someone to travel to any plane they wanted to. It was probably once a very powerful artifact, but since being broken, it is much more dangerous, because now each of the tiny pieces of glass in the mirror all reflect a different dimension. Because of this, you sort of get the feeling that depending on where someone wants to go, you have to grab the right piece of glass and make sure you grab it at the right time. and a couple of them look a little obscured or perhaps almost dizzyingly opaque, and you think that those are probably more dangerous because you likely assume that the mirror, the glass itself, is fogged up in such a way that traveling through it might damage you or cause some sort of unseen mutation. Nevertheless, you sort of get an understanding of this artifact. You're pretty sure that it itself is sort of conscious in a way. You see the way the glass pieces move around and sort of reform and break in half and then meld together once again. And looking at that, you kind of understand that it's to control this item, you sort of need to be attuned to it very strongly. So you're not sure if you could use it right now, but you could certainly try. But you're not sure if you would end up where you'd want to go, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So I turn to higher then. I'm like, I wouldn't touch this if I were you, my little friend.
Okay.
All right, so you guys. Oh, go ahead.
Do you guys think he has some sort of magic to where he can magically survey this room, something like that? Because I don't know why he would just leave all this stuff here otherwise. It seems almost like a trap. The door is open, he's not here, and all this magic is here. I feel like there's something about this place.
He said someone wandered in here before by accident.
Did he
Went through the portal, right? He said a student of his.
And did he say what happened to them?
I think he said they got teleported to Waterdeep or something. No, there was. I don't remember.
If it's just a random portal, it sounds pretty similar to what spewed a lot of you guys out.
It does. Mason, from Identify, did I learn anything?
So as you're sitting down casting Identify, the rest of you bumble about
Also,
a bit here.
As of 5.5e, it only takes 1 minute.
It's not 10 minutes anymore?
Oh
my god, I'm
fucking
mad.
no
You're
limits.
kidding. You just, oh my god, you figure it out like that. Oh my god.
What can I say?
God.
Alright, so only a minute. Yeah, I guess the rest of you are sort of exploring for about a minute here. Because you've been here before, you understand that it doesn't really look like the kind of place where you're supposed to shop around. It almost just looks like somebody's cluttered study. You've been told that Zavrix has a shop, but you're not exactly sure where it is. It doesn't look like it's here. This really just looks like somebody's home almost. That's just really dirty. Or dirty is the wrong word. It's not unclean. It's just busy.
Messy.
As usual, Dulam, you sort of get a chill run up your spine when you see this place.
I hate that here.
Okay, 1 minute goes by. This is a mirror of... effectively, you learn a lot of what Deimos learns from this mirror. This is a mirror of plane hopping. Sure enough, it is no longer functioning as a magic item as it should have been once. You glean from this that it was broken, either by accident or on purpose, some 300, maybe 400 years ago, and since then it has been used in this broken state. When it was once whole, it was very simple to use. You would merely name a location, any dimension, or any place where you would want to go, and the mirror would shine through to that location. You could step through at no harm to yourself, and it would work perfectly fine. Since then, though, it is broken in many ways, and you know that this has made it very dangerous to travel through.
Hence the mutations.
You understand, yes, that traveling through this likely causes some sort of mutation to the traveler. On top of that, you glean from this that every travel brings with it a little bit of danger. You're not exactly sure how this happens, but from Identify, you can sort of glean that there are times where traveling through this portal, you don't end up in your destination, but you don't stay where you are. Instead, you are merely left in some sort of in-between space, which could be somewhere that instantly kills you. For example, like a vacuum.
Or a rift between planes, like Circad.
You're not dead here.
Cool.
So that's what you see here. It's like a magic mirror, basically.
Sick.
I guess I can tell you more about it, but it's mostly just stuff you've already heard. Each shard displays a different dimension. You know that there is involved in this a bit of sort of blood sacrifice, it's impossible to travel anywhere without handling the glass in such a way that you are cut.
Cool.
It's giving evil.
So, as you finish the spell, you all hear a slamming door open to the side of you. The secret door that you basically all know about at this point, sort of flush to one of the walls, is flung open as a smiling, yellow-skinned wizard comes out.
Wow.
Zavrix emerges wearing his big hat and the sort of familiar poncho that he had earlier. He still bears with him 2 rapiers on either side of his body, and his arms are already outstretched as if he knew you were already inside. Hey! Hey, alright! I see you made it back. How did it go?
It was good.
It's good to see you all. Oh, Deimos, how have you been? He runs over to you, Deimos. You see him sort of trot at a quick pace to get over to you. You're not sure why he's running inside like this, but nevertheless, he runs up to you and sort of gives you an awkward hug.
Oh, yeah, it's nice to see you too.
Feels weird. I don't think you've ever done this with him before. It's so good to see you. Oh, goodness. It's such a blast. Right then. So, the lot of you finished the quest, yes? You've fetched Nibbles?
Yes, we did.
That is such great news! Oh my goodness, thank goodness. Well, listen, I can't wait to see her. Here's the thing, though. I've got to run. I really need to go to a meeting that I have just upstairs. So, I'm going to leave you all here, but how about I can do dinner with you all tonight? I'll have a little feast prepared. Does that sound right?
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Excellent. You bring the cat and your associates, and we'll have some business to discuss. That sounds good, yes? If you'd like anything, you can go in the back here. In fact, there's something I'd love for you to do back there if you wouldn't mind. Just a little something while I'm away. I just need someone to do it, all right? Red Hands isn't here. I just need someone to look after it. Okay, I've got to go now. Goodbye.
What is it you want? What is it you need us to do?
I left a note. Bye.
Okay.
And just as quickly as you see him, he starts dashing out the door. This guy's a runner. He sort of sprints out the open door, waving at you with this big smile as he leaves. Deimos, you recall this from other times you've seen Zavrix, but he is a Eladrin that has a way too big of a smile. His grin curls around the edge of his face much further than it should.
Oh, good.
Zavrix sprints out the door now, running off, flashing his strange shark-like grin as he turns the corner, leaving you all yet again alone in his shop. You notice the door that he came out of, the sort of secret flush door up against the wall, is slightly ajar now, and you hear some sort of sound from inside. It sounds rhythmic.
Alright, I guess we go see what it says on the note, though I don't really know why we're doing him another favor.
Malagus sort of throws his hands up and goes, you see what you're fucking doing here? You're just doing him another favor, and then it'll be another, and then another.
Well, I don't think we have to do it, but we can at least go look at what it is.
Maybe it's something we were already going to do, and this way we can get paid for it.
Don't think he offered payment, but...
I think we're just doing him a favor.
Well, it's a good thing to do favors for people you want to do business with.
Well, yes, but do we really want to do business with him? I don't really like him.
I think we have to get out of here.
There's not really anyone else who could get us home.
Yeah.
I suppose so.
Malagus, you want to stay here, right? You don't want to return to the material plane.
I suppose, yes. I mean, I don't really have any reason to go back to the material plane. It's sort of gross there, and like I told you, I was being followed.
What about your friends?
Like I told you, I can pay for them.
All right. Okay. I see. Let's go see what Zavrix's quest for us is. Could be something easy.
How could it be easy? It's gonna be something stupid again, and it's definitely gonna involve us going somewhere else, and that's gonna suck.
Well, he said something about keeping an eye on something, so what if it's just like, his dog is back there and we need to watch it for a few hours?
Oh god, I hope he doesn't have another dog familiar.
I thought you liked Saffron.
No, I do, but just like another person we have to take to another plane.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that should be a fucking hassle. Maybe
Yeah,
they're
we should
happy
go-
living as a dog.
Well, what if this is where we put our foot
Real.
down, huh? We don't want to help him, and we just walk out.
I admit I am a bit curious to at least see what it is.
Yeah, I just kind of want to know, what's the quest that even Red Hands wouldn't take on?
Fine, but if we find anything cool in there, can I keep it?
Apparently not.
No promises yet, but we'll keep an eye out.
Fine, alright. But I'm going in first, alright?
Ah!
Yes, please do.
You don't. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Hire is going to actively be keeping an eye on Malagus the whole time we're in here to see if he takes something.
Okay, so you guys make your way to the back room. You creak open this door. It is a heavy door. The door inlaid into the wall here looks to be about a foot thick. You're not exactly sure what it's made out of. Some hard plaster, perhaps some sort of concrete maybe. And it's on heavy hinges that you drag. You almost hear it dragging against the ground as you push it open. Entering into this back room now, the sort of whimsical vibe that you all faced in the main room of Zavrix's house is replaced with a much more quaint, much more sturdy-looking actual building. This has wooden floors, high wooden beamed walls, and a sturdy ceiling made of what looks to be curved brickwork that form a sort of archway. Inside here, this looks much more practical for a wizard. You notice there are still wooden shelves and cabinets, but now things are much more organized in here. You see tools and scribing devices. There are empty spell scrolls, as well as all sorts of arcane devices that you probably assume are for studying. This is much more where you imagine a wizard actually spends a lot of their time. In here, it looks mostly to be some sort of workstation. You see all manner of tools here. There's a huge central work table in the middle that has on it a giant shield. The shield is maybe the size of Hire and looks to be enchanted. It glows visibly with arcane energy. And you notice a few hammers lying around it that spark every few seconds. The most strange thing in this room that stands out to you is where that sound came from, the sort of rhythmic sound. You see in the corner of this room, sort of just inconspicuously tied to a post in the wall, is a brown spotted cow.
Aw,
Oh
damn.
no.
This cow looks completely normal with no tentacles attached. It is a fully grown cow that looks to perhaps be maybe for milk or some other reason. Nevertheless, it's on a short lead that ties its harness into a rod that comes out of the wall. It's just mooing sort of rhythmically, which sort of throws you off, but the cow looks to you all as you walk in and then gaze down. You notice it has a small patch of grass in the very small corner that it's in. This sort of looks to you all as those airport-like doggy rooms look, where it's like way too small of an enclosure for an animal this big. But nevertheless, the cow looks content, and it sort of leans down, stretching out its lead just long enough to chew at some of the grass growing in its tiny little corner enclosure. Its entire space is about 5 by 5 feet in a corner.
I think we might be lucky that Jaya stayed home this time. Depending how this goes.
And looking around, there doesn't seem to be any other entrance or exit in this room, save for, in sort of the far side of this square room, you see up on pedestals, there are 4 sort of standalone, simple brown oak doors. All 4 look almost identical to one another, save for a couple scratches and dings on them. One of them has a brass handle, another has an all-wood knob. The 4 doors are all standalone, so you can see both behind them and in front of them. But of course, they each sort of radiate a slightly arcane energy that makes you a little uneasy around them. You notice one of the doors, the door on the far left, has a huge note stuck to the front of it, sort of nailed to the door itself, that is in the same font and type as the note that you all found out in the forest. Otherwise, the doors sort of sit there ominously. They're all in a line, as in, like, one after another, each facing you. And the cow is sort of off to one corner, mooing at you.
I would like to read the explosive ruins note.
Higher, you make your way up to the note, and you begin reading it. It reads, "To my dearest brave companions, the stars have aligned in such a way that I find myself in need of a small favor. I assure you it's hardly worth a thought. All you need is a few simple tools, a cow, preferably the calm one in a corner. You need a blade that is, shall we say, earthy in tone. Brown does nicely. I have one stored away in a box here. And some water. This is what I like to imagine is a holy water. I've placed a vial for you on the countertop behind you. You sort of look around here, and sure enough, there is a vial of liquid on the counter behind you. So too, if you guys want to spend a minute or two digging through some boxes, you find there is a wickedly curved brown blade that looks to be some sort of sacrificial dagger. The note continues. Here's what you have to do. It's quite simple. Finish my ritual for the day. I like to do these once a day, but I couldn't get to it today, and I would really love if you did it for me. All you need to do is go through this brown door. Yes, the one I've marked in front of you with this lovely shade, which is a sort of gateway that goes to a particular plane. A plane that happens to be ideal for this sort of entirely benign ritual. And the rest of this note seems to be a ritual in step-by-step instructions. They're numbered. You can read them now if you'd like.
I would love to.
Yeah.
You continue reading. A sentence reads, "Alright, now make your way through the door onto the alternate plane. Once you're there, you may continue onto the ritual below." You read through. It reads, "Once you arrive, welcome. Doesn't it smell nice here? Enjoy the beautiful architecture. Step 1. Lead the cow to the center of the pillar ring. Step 2. Draw a circle of water around both yourself and the cow. Just be sure it's a closed circle. No spills. With the brown blade, gently score a line in the salt around the circle and say these words precisely." And the next line, as you read it, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Holy.
Go good. Saving throws. Oh my god, +6? Please.
Wow.
You're
8?
goated! You're oh.
Oh.
Alright, 8. You read the words, and as you do so, your mouth opens for you, and you read them out loud instead of in your head.
Oh.
It reads, and Higher says this out loud as you guys all hear it. 7 seals, 7 suns, 7 signs of the 7th one. Step 4. At this point, just back up slightly. The rest should take care of itself, though if you see anything unusual, simply smile politely and proceed calmly back toward the brown door. There's another sort of break in the text, and it says, "Much obliged, truly it's a task anyone could do. I usually ask Red Hands to do this for me most days, but only the rare few ought to try it. I appreciate you most kindly, and as a reward, you shall be given by my own hand a beautiful home-cooked dinner this very evening. I'll be indebted to you. A rare gift from the Wizard of Boundless Plains, I promise. With deepest gratitude, I shall see you all come 9 p.m. Zavrix the Boundless."
Alright, so if we even want to consider doing this, I think we need to talk to Red Hands first.
There's no fucking way in hell you'll be seeing me through that fucking door to do this shit.
No way in hell. Or to Valhalla.
I mean, I don't like it, but, you know, I feel like every chance we get to go to another plane, that's like something new we can learn about planar travel and different spaces, and maybe there's something else advantageous in whatever plane we're going to, because we don't even know what plane it is.
I went to one of the, not so good afterlives, and it was not really good until Reducey started making it better. If we go through that door, we're going to the worst afterlives, and they're gonna suck forever, and maybe not even Reducey can help us there.
So what are the odds this fucking thing even works, huh? The odds that we get killed in this, I'd say, are pretty high. What if we just open one of these other doors, huh? This could take us where we want to go.
Well, that would also be like a random chance. And
Well, yes, but certainly anything is better than fucking cult shit.
Well, what if one of the others is a worse cult?
Why would you have a worse cult?
I mean, either way, it's Zavrix's business, which does give cult vibes. So I don't even necessarily think one is safer than the other.
Listen, I hate anyone in a cult, alright? It's grimy, it's gross, it's disgusting to be a part of some sort of group that thinks it's cool to kill things.
Yeah, I mean, that is
Weren't you
true.
in some sort of cult type thing, Malagus?
Yes, I was, proudly at the time, but I've since learned better.
Yeah, it sounds like a good lesson that you learned.
Yeah, I'm with Malagus on this one, you guys. I'll sit it out. I mean, I'm not your boss, so if you want to do it, you can, but I don't want my soul to get damned, so I never see Rudicy again.
Well, if he really does do this every day, how bad can it be? I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth. I just don't want this shithead to go back on his promise to get us home.
No, I certainly don't feel good about going in, but we could at least learn more about it if we were able to find red hands.
Oh.
Wow. Oh god, thank god Jaya isn't with us.
Can I see if I've ever heard of any kind of ritual like this before?
That might be a religion check from you, my friend.
Holy.
Can I also make a religion check?
Yeah.
I got a 10, but
I got an 18.
Okay. 10, Deimos, you don't recognize this. You sort of piece together that it is probably sort of cult-like. You don't know of any, like, well-renowned religions to have weird shit like this happen. But, maybe you need to read up more on it. Higher, you are definitely sure you've never heard of this before. This is likely sort of cultish in nature. You imagine, from your history with other, researching other religions, that sacrifice is often common in sort of more archaic evil entities. And that makes you think that this might be evil, but you've never heard of this specific ritual. Though you think if you knew a little bit more about it, i.e. like what they put in their holy water, or what about the cow, like is it a sacrifice, or is it like a blessing that you give the cow, like if it's a sacred animal, or if it's supposed to be killed? That kind of stuff might illustrate more to you.
Yeah, so I'm thinking we don't do this then.
We could just tell him we didn't see the note. Or maybe, and this would be a good lie, alright, we could say we don't speak the language he wrote the note in.
Isn't the note in common?
It is.
Shit.
I feel like the note's pretty obviously there. We would have just had to like not go in this room. And again, to be honest, I do think he might have a way of watching us. So
well, what if we
don't
go
want to
in
do
there?
it,
What if we go inside, sit for a second, not do any of the shit to that the ritual says, and then come back out? He certainly can't watch us inside of there, right?
probably not unless he's scrying on us.
But he said he was
that
busy.
means we will be getting mutations for going in, at least temporarily.
Seems like going into the, demon, hell, sacrificing dimension is one of the most dangerous parts of the whole mission.
Well, but it's just a doorway. Can't we just leave it open? We can even do sort of like a rope chain gang thing where I tie a rope around me and then we tie it around Orpheus here and have Orpheus walk in and I can pull him out if anything goes wrong.
I just want to walk
I like
in.
that plan.
My immortal soul is the only thing I have. I won't let it be corrupted.
What if it corrupts your body and not your soul, huh?
Well, then I'm screwing over Iceland, and, I've got to be the bigger person and not screw her over, even though she screws me over, so.
Iceland
Fair.
seems to not care about this body.
I don't know
Yeah,
about that.
well, she's got to go back somewhere when she's done with mine, so. Or, with my place.
If I think it could help the party, I wouldn't mind taking a peek.
And your god would be okay with that?
I mean, if I'm not actively sacrificing another creature in an evil manner, I don't think just stepping foot in there would be perceived badly, especially if it was to help advance our goals.
It's a great idea, Hire. You want me to throw the door open and you look through?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, just go ahead and throw the door open.
Do you want a rope to hold on to?
Yeah, I would love a rope to hold on to.
Okay,
I'll take out a rope, but I
yeah.
do want to stand at the end of it to like imply that more people should hold the rope in between me and the door.
Malaga sort of grabs on and gestures over to Deimos.
I'll help out.
Robot, you seem small. Maybe you sit this one out.
This
I
unit
think
is
he's-
actually stronger than all of you.
Yeah, this little guy packs a punch.
I'll walk to like the frontmost of the rope.
Okay, you grab onto it. Hire, you have a back line now.
Okay. Malagus, did you say you were gonna open the door?
All right, you ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1. And he goes for the door, twisting the knob, and as he twists it, a almost suctioning effect occurs, where the door is a push door, and he twists it open, and the door flies open. He gets sort of dragged in after it a little bit, taking a couple steps into the other room. And
Is
you
he
yourself
holding onto
also
the
feel
rope?
he is not.
Okay, I'll go in after him and try to close the door behind me.
Okay, so both of you sort of fly in here as wind sort of pushes you in. It's almost like the room that you're walking into was a vacuumed, and all the air from this room gets pulled into it, pushing you sort of along with it. As you see a wide open expanse. This is sort of a Monsters Inc. door as you make your way through it. Walking through the door now, Hire, you sort of catch up with Malagus. He catches his balance after a couple seconds of staggering forward, catching himself against the wind, and goes, "Oh shit, okay," and he backs up and backs his way out through the door and grabs onto the rope at the very back.
Oh, dang it. I thought he was gonna stay in here with me.
Hire, you make your way through. As you cross the threshold of this doorway, you do not suffer any mutations.
Hmm.
This seems to be some sort of stable gate.
Yeah, I guess he uses it daily.
Yeah, this door likely only goes to this place and can't be changed, so because of that, it's a little more stable.
Okay.
So as you walk in, the area directly accessible through the door, the area directly accessible past the door, it looks to be a salt pan, about a mile wide. Above you and around you, you see merely red mist, like a red cloud all around you. It's a deep red, almost a scarlet. And looking up and around, there's sort of a vague light source that seems to come from around, though you don't see a sun or any sort of light source. Instead, there's just this hazy red glow that bathes the entire salt pan in this deep red. You look down at yourself and you notice the blue that you would normally see is completely washed out to gray now.
Jesus Christ, okay.
Your scales are all in sort of a monotone gray. And you look around and see the salt pan seems to end on different edges, and looking behind you now, you see the rope trails back through the doorway, and you get that sort of strange parallax effect where you're looking into a room that, as you look behind the door, you don't see it anymore. And you see the rest of your crew. Malagus sort of gives a thumbs up. And looking back now, there, in the center of this salt pan, there is a circle of 7 pillars. Each pillar is positioned in sort of a 10, 20 or so yard diameter circle directly in front of the door. Each pillar is a perfect black obelisk. It looks to be some sort of obsidian that's carved as if by some sort of laser cut on every side. Each one about 7 or 8 yards tall. They look to be constructed almost perfectly. You notice engravings along the edges of each of these obelisks, but from this distance, it's hard to see what they say.
Are the obelisks inside, like, the Miles Salt Ring, or are they on the outsides?
They kind of come out of the ground in the salt pan itself, in the center of it. Each one is pretty close to one another. They're only about 10 or so yards apart, each one. And you notice that seems to be about the center of the salt pan. Looking out on toward the edges of the salt pan, it looks like it just sort of drops off into nothingness, and you just see that red mist behind it, like a red smoke. There's also an art style that you can see in each obelisk. It looks to be almost like hieroglyphic, where there's stories being told through carvings, but again, from this distance, it's hard to see what's going on. The only other thing that stands out is that there seems to be in the center of all of these 7 obelisks, dead center of the entire salt pan, is a very neat, tidy obsidian ring. You look at it closer, and it just looks to be a flat on the ground, almost like a pedestal that one might stand on, obsidian ring, with nothing on top of it that you can tell, but it looks about wide enough to fit 6 or 7 people on it at once, or perhaps one large cow. It's quiet here, almost peacefully quiet. You sort of hear a whooshing of wind in the distance as the sort of red clouds move around you in an wind. And there's this whiff, some sort of spice you smell in the air. It's strong. You get, of course, that salty smell from the salt pan beneath you. As you step on it, you notice it's very solid. You have no risk of sort of slipping through it. It's a hard, caked salt. But there's something else in the air. It's almost like a perfume of some sort.
I guess, can I try to do a perception check on the smell?
You can. Give me a perception check. As you do that, the rest of you guys watch Hire sort of walk into this space. It looks fairly mundane besides this, and you're not seeing anything jump out at you as like immediately dangerous.
I can wait till I get outside of the portal, but do I appear blue or gray to them?
They all see you as gray as well, because of the red light that basks you.
Okay. I got a 16.
Okay. You smell at it, whiffing it in. It does smell familiar. It smells like a spice or an herb used in foods.
Okay. Interesting.
It's coming to you now. The exact spice you don't quite get, but you know what dishes you might cook this in. It's used in a lot of curries. You might put this on like some chicken if you wanted to spice it up a little bit. It's very peppery and piney, almost with like floral menthol notes and a hint of citrus. Very pungent.
Kind of yummy. Getting hungry in here. I'd like to cast a detect magic and see if that works.
Okay, you cast detect magic. The spell is cast. And nothing in the radius is magic.
Oh, okay.
It goes through. The salt beneath you is fine. The red mist around you is not magic. The sort of black obelisks are still too far away now to be inside of your range. If you want to walk closer to them, you might.
Yeah, I'm gonna give my group a tentative thumbs up and try to go near the read one of the black obelisks.
Okay, you slowly make your way in. The rope gets extended out for you. You still smell that smell. Some perhaps close adjacents to it are coming to you. It's almost like allspice or maybe nutmeg, but that's not quite right. Eventually, you make your way toward one of the obelisks itself, and you take a look at it. It does have these very intricate bas-reliefs into it. The art style and the engravings of it, and the what it looks to be maybe language written to the side of this, don't look familiar to you. But if you want to roll a history check, I can tell you more.
Now, Mr. DM, I would love to do that.
Aye. Also, in your detect magic, you do get faint traces of magic from these pillars. Though, the odd part about it, the pillar itself doesn't seem to be magic, but something underneath it does.
That is crazy. I'm thinking one of the 7 suns is under every obelisk. Sorry, what am I? I forgot. What am I?
Give me a history check to recognize the carvings.
Please. That is so sad. 4.
The engravings do not correspond to anything that you know.
Can I try to copy down my very best, like, tracing of the markings in, like, a notebook?
Yeah. Give me like a sleight of hand check for that while you sort of write them all down, or write down a chunk of them. Each obelisk looks to have a different set of carvings and languages in it, but just like the first one you come across, give me a sleight of hand check. As
16.
you're looking at that, okay, perfect, yeah. As you're writing that, Dulam, with your perfect memory, you recognize these obelisks.
Oh god.
Huge.
You saw one of them before in the graveyard
Oh,
of Runtpack. They looked identical.
the eighth
Same,
son.
the exact same strange, piercing shape, the same sort of tilted off pyramidal shape at the top. Though you recognize that the pillar in Brightbank did not have any carvings in it. It was smooth.
Interesting.
With
Okay.
a 16 sleight of hand, you do notate all of them down pretty reliably.
Okay. Now I would like to see. So the seventh sun is the important one. I'm trying to see if any of the seven obelisks appear like more special than the others.
Give me just a perception check for that.
Okay. God fucking damn it. 7.
Well, it's in the lore. With your 7, you sort of look around. None of them jump out to you as unique in any specific way. They all are about the same height, same build. Because of this sort of overcast red light on you, it's hard to see very clearly in color. So there could maybe be one that's a different color, but it's just sort of hard to tell.
Okay. And lastly, I would like to try to get a vibe check from Ether about this place.
Sure, give me like a quick religion check. As you're doing all this, would anyone outside of the door like to be doing anything?
Orpheus is patting himself on the back for also recognizing the pillars.
This place doesn't seem that bad. I mean, it smells really strong, like a fucking cheap whore's perfume. But, you know, all things considered, we could do the ritual if you want.
It seems like, anything that requires a cow to be killed every year in its honor is probably not, like, the most friendly entity.
Well, he said every day, and there is only one cow in this room, so what if it doesn't get sacrificed, you know? Maybe it's like the cow is a sacred thing. I'm not sure.
Here, how about this? Dulam, do you have a good grip on the rope?
Sure.
Alright, Mally, come with me. And I want to
There we
walk
go.
over to the square of grass, and I want to try to check for droppings. Is this grass, like, a cow lives here all the time and is, like, totally gross? Or is it like a cow is tied here for an hour once a day?
That's a great point. Give me a survival check for that, or nature.
23.
You pick around the grass, being very careful not to disturb the cow, you know, dexterously avoiding its hooves that might come stomp on you. And it is very well maintained. Whoever is keeping this cow is keeping the space that it maintains very clean. But sure enough, you do find very old, dried flecks of feces and like droppings, remnants of the cow. You find some like scrapes of it deep in the grass, likely where somebody who was deep cleaning it couldn't quite get. But it does look like it perhaps has been here a while, or at least there's evidence of something being here a while.
Okay, but like, does it? Because okay, here's the thing. I feel a square of grass that is used for a cow that's there, you know, comes through every day, but doesn't live there, isn't sleeping there every night, isn't there, you know, 24 hours a day. I think you could sort of tell the difference.
So looking at this thing, then you get the feeling that this cow probably doesn't spend all day here.
Okay. You guys, I'm thinking this is more a waiting area from between when the cow arrives, you know, 2 p.m. to where the cow gets sacrificed at 4 p.m. I don't think this is a 24/7 cow location. Also, in his instructions, he didn't really tell anything about bringing the cow back or tying it up or feeding it dinner afterwards, so things aren't looking good for the cow if we go through with this, is what I'm saying.
So then, to be honest, I really couldn't fucking care less about a fucking cow, so that help?
I don't, you know, cow, not particularly important to me either. But I'll say I don't know of any,
Nathan.
good deities that would want a cow sacrificed every day. Seems excessive.
Yes, this could be Chantea.
That's true. Chantea also wanted sacrifices.
It could be. We could, ask the father's advice, but also I don't know how much we trust that guy's judgment.
He likely would want us to do it.
Yeah, he seemed a bit loose in the mind.
But this all comes down to, do we do this for Zavrix or not? Because he did promise us passage through his portals, and if we don't do this, he might go back on that. But he might go back on that anyway, so I really don't.
I feel we've already done our part of the deal to get passage through the portal, so if he goes back on it, he has no honor and we can't trust him to begin with.
Well, I didn't trust him to begin with.
Well, so what do we lose by not doing this, is what I'm saying. I mean, the dinner, I guess. But,
He did offer us a dinner. That's nice, I guess. To be honest, there was a time in my life that I would have absolutely killed a shitty cow for a free dinner.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So, Hire, you finish up your religion check, your vibe check from Ether. You get back the feeling of safety. You're not exactly sure why, but Ether is comfortable with where you are right now and is promising you that you are safe.
Cool. I'd like to do 2 more things. Just trying to cover, or technically 3, real quick. How do my emotions feel here?
That's a great question. Because you sort of look down and again, you see your scales are quite gray. That sort of makes you a little anxious, just, for the standard reasons. Otherwise, though, you're not exactly muted. You still feel, you feel a little stressed out about this, that something might attack you. You feel like your friends are nearby and, you want to do them proud. They have trust in you and you feel that sort of sense of shared trust. So the emotions are still there, but you're still like, everything does feel very calm here. For whatever reason, you can't quite work yourself into a frenzy.
Mm-hmm.
And it might just be because it's very silent here and very quiet.
Okay, next I'd like to look at the ground. What is the ground made of? Especially like around the obelisk.
You look around, it is all salt. The entirety of it is salt. Except in the dead center of this salt pan, which looks to be, again, that sort of packed salt.
Like packed as in like I couldn't easily dig through it?
You think maybe with enough time and a pickaxe you could, but it's like stone hard. If you scrape at it for a while with a dagger, you can get up a bit of salt and you taste it. Yep, it definitely tastes like salt. But
Okay.
otherwise, it's not loose at all where you could dig it up easily with your hands or even a shovel.
Cool. And then just to truly cover my bases, I look up.
Right, you look straight up. It is red mist, red clouds all the way above you. It's sort of peaceful up there. Everything moves very slowly and wispy like. There's nothing alive here that you can tell. And it looks calm. Everything here feels just very serene. In an odd way, the bright red sort of gives you the vibe of danger, and of course, culty looking towers and the ritual that you're asked to do feels very frightening. But just simply being here yourself, you don't feel endangered by anything.
Okay. And I guess, does that like the same kind of thing I see if I like look over the edge?
Would you like to go look over the edge?
Yeah.
Okay, it is about a mile, or I guess half a mile walk to get to the edge, which isn't that far, but I don't think you have rope that goes that far.
That is true.
That's a great point.
You can trot
I'll go
over
ahead
there.
and hold off then,
Okay.
and I'm ready to come back.
Okay, you make your way back. As you approach the door, you see the blue in your scales comes back a little bit as the glow from the warm room inside illuminates you a little better. And you look fine. For those inside, especially Dulam and Deimos still holding this, you see Hire comes back and, looks all the same.
Cool. I'd like to catch everyone up and then immediately show them like what I tried to trace of the letters.
Okay, you turn it over. If anyone else would like to make a history check on this, you certainly can.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
You're alright, Hire? You weren't hurt in there? No mental damage? You don't have a second soul in you now?
No, honestly, it kind of felt nice in there.
Shit, how nice. Should I go in there?
No, it was more just like pleasant, I guess. I didn't
Looks
feel
fucking
as alarmed
scary.
as I should have.
Maybe it was like a false sense of security, like the anglerfish.
Yeah,
The what?
I,
You never seen an anglerfish? Come on over, face.
No.
it almost felt like home in a way, but I wouldn't call there a false sense of security since, it is secure and safe. But yeah, it was kind of nice.
Well, your home is probably also dangerous if you come from there.
Fuck.
Do you take me for some hooligan?
Yes, precisely. Are you just figuring this out?
Yeah, I guess I did burn those people's religious artifacts and the guards and
Well, the guards wasn't really our fault. We didn't mean to hurt them going into it.
You're a killer, it's what you are, that's fine.
Wow.
Fire hates that. Oh God, my emotions. Maybe just going back inside for a second.
Okay, they sort of undo the rope on you. Dulam, what'd you get on your history check?
13.
I got a 19 on mine.
Oh!
Oh.
Tell me Deimos was there.
Dulam, you get still nothing from this. You sort of check through the logs of all the categorizing you've ever had of civilizations and their language, and you don't recognize this language or any of the symbols in there. Again, it's sort of hieroglyphic where you think it's maybe supposed to represent actions in some sort of way. It's not full-on stick figures, but instead it's just like wide curves and something that sort of looks like water, but it's not really in the context of anything that you understand. Deimos, you are actually kind of confident about this, that you are like, yeah, this does not correspond to like any modern, historic, or prehistoric civilization that you've heard of.
Interesting.
Perhaps we could ask Father Lucius when we return later today.
But I fucking hate that guy. Can't we just kill the cow?
Here, let this unit help. And then I'm gonna walk up to the note that Hire wrote, and then I'll cast Comprehend Languages on myself.
Nice.
Shit, nice. Okay, you cast Comprehend Languages. You begin reading it. Hire, you got a 16 on your sleight of hand check, so I suppose it's probably good enough that you're able to read it, even though it's copied over.
Dude.
So, this is sort of hieroglyphic. So, despite there being a lot of text that Hire wrote down, not a lot of concepts are really shared in that amount. It's sort of one of those languages where it takes a lot of symbols to portray very simple sentences. So, Hire, you sort of got a chance to write down basically everything you could find on one obelisk, and from that, Dulam, you're basically only able to glean about 3 sentences worth of content. It just took a lot to write all that out.
Fair.
Let me read it to you. Actually, I'm going to send this to you privately, just so you can hold on to that for your own sake. Just seems like something you should hold on to.
Or you can share it with us, I don't know.
I'm good.
Oh, okay. Understood.
We'll send that privately.
Message received.
Okay, I sent it to you. Go ahead and take a look at that. This is sort of what you glean from these. It doesn't really mean a lot to you. It sort of sounds very archaic. But do with that what you will.
Okay. I'll transcribe it in common next to where Hire wrote down the phrase.
Okay, cool. You guys are getting me to send all my cult words. It sort of upsets.
Listener.
Oh yes,
sorry.
please go ahead.
For the listener, Orpheus sounds it out loud. He's not the best at reading. He's just getting practice now. In still air we bind, through salt and spice, by cardamom's breath and blade's heed.
That's it. There's not more.
What the fuck does that mean? Cardamom?
It comes to you now at this point, Higher. That's what you were smelling in that room.
Yeah, that's a spice. I think that within itself could be a great hint for what kind of religious ceremony this is, or perhaps it's a spell component of sorts.
Yeah, all great thoughts.
What sort of spell would you? I don't. What is cardamom used for? Like a spicy said, so cooking.
Usually cooking, yes. But
If you want to roll an Arcana check, I could tell you if you recognize that from any spell components, or a religion check to recognize that from any ritual.
Can I roll Arcana?
I'll
Yes.
roll religion.
Go for it. Duelam, as you finish comprehending this, it sort of makes you mad. You do feel sort of anger bubbling up because it's just so damn inefficient the way this language is written. It really bothers you how it took somewhere in the realm of like 200 characters just to get this across.
You think they'd make the language more efficient when their obelisk looks so clean?
It's very clean, but yeah, it sort of makes you mad.
Oh my.
So,
I got a dirty 20.
Nice. Okay. Anything from you, Orpheus?
I got a 12.
Yeah.
It's just a 12.
We'll start with 12 because it's a little easier. Orpheus, you take a look at it, and you think real hard about all the spells you know, and it's coming to you, and it's coming to you, and you think for a moment, and you go, no spells that you know of use cardamom.
Okay.
You know a couple use spices. Like
Uh-huh.
a couple come to mind where you know you have to, use mistletoe in Pass Without Trace.
Okay.
Or you have to use vinegar in Sympathy, Antipathy. A couple other things like that, but cardamom, no, not that specifically.
Okay.
Higher, moving back to you now, a dirty 20. Cardamom in your history, again, sort of knowing a couple of the religious practices of the worlds, is definitely something that is used a lot in common rituals. It is a very easy access spice. It's not at all expensive. It's usually something in households. Therefore, it is not something that you would use in any sort of important ritual. It is definitely sort of supposed to be a daily ritual. In fact, you know of some sort of minor pantheon gods where you use cardamom in sort of like daily prayers, where, say, for example, you put out a small bowl of it as part of your prayer, or you burn a little incense with cardamom infused inside to get those smells as just part of like a daily worship. It's not at all sophisticated. You've never heard of it being used in any sort of important rituals, but whatever's happening here seems very archaic and strange, and it's because you don't recognize the religion here, it could have further use here, but compared to what you know about cardamom, it's a very standard issue, used in lots of different services, and it's very simple.
Cool, that's very helpful.
That's what you glean. Malagus begins stomping his foot now. What's with all this investigating? I really couldn't care less about what goes on in there. I just want to know whether or not we're going to make the sacrifice and lie to Zavrix about it or not.
To know whether we're gonna do that or not, we need to know what goes on in there. Malleus, Jesus, think two steps ahead for once in your life.
I myself am not really any god-worshipping or god-fearing man, so what if I just go in there and you close the door, I do it all myself, and you can all wipe your fucking brows of the situation with all the sweat pooling around?
Malagus, one day you're going to die and you will go to an afterlife. You want it to be a good one.
Really, I'm not that worried about that. In fact, I died yesterday and I'm back now, so, thanks higher for that.
You should be worried about it.
And didn't you say you went to a bad place?
Exactly, so any new place could be better than that.
But what if that's...
What if it's worse instead?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be, but, really, I feel like we're at rock bottom.
How bad was it? What could possibly be rock bottom?
It certainly wasn't great. I was in line. A long line.
Someone's going to be eating your eyeballs or pecking out your liver.
What? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking dealt with the hustle and bustle of the common man in a line?
You think that's the worst it can get?
Yes, it was this queue that just made me fucking mad.
Malagus, you were bitching and moaning all week from a broken arm that you're too embarrassed to get fixed. There are things that hurt much more than a broken arm.
Oh, like a broken leg, huh? I've had one of those too before, You can
have the skin stretched off your body, piece by piece. Malagus.
Have you done this to somebody?
No!
For the listeners at home and our last campaign, Karma waited in a similar line after dying to the Maw demon who ate them at the when they got to the front of the line.
True.
Would Hire know like anything about that sort of process?
I assume Hire has not spent a lot of time doing like demonology research,
Fair.
but if you want to roll me a religion check, maybe. I don't
Oh
know.
yeah.
Give me a religion check with disadvantage, please.
Okay. 11 was the lower of the two.
11. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. You know, you've heard of really occult shit where somebody might get eaten after they die, eaten by a large deity, but you know, it's gross shit. That's beyond you.
Okay. Then I do not offer that information up. But Carter knows.
Probably Lolfie.
Malagus, I'm just saying, things can get much worse, alright? And even if you think the line was bad for a few minutes, you know, you should probably start working on making it better, because even if you don't, you know, mind it at first, after a few millennia, almost anything can start wearing on you.
Oh, you're talking about the smoldering man, huh? I really don't think he's hurting that bad.
No, I was, yeah, I mean, yeah, it applies to him too, right? You know, the first day of burning, he was probably like, I can do this forever. And
I
after
feel
the
like
first
he
week,
was
he was like, I miss
always
human touch.
like, this hurts and this is the worst. And based off how he acts, I would consider it still like that.
Yeah, so basically, Malagus, you should start getting your act together.
Well, okay, let's think about this pragmatically, huh? Let me use my superior intellect here, huh? The good old Malagus thinker, and put on our thinking fucking hats, and go about this way, right? Zavrix, a powerful wizard, theoretically does this every day. Would he be risking his afterlife? How about that fucking ogre, Red Hands? He does this every day, right? And he seems smart enough and sensible enough not to sacrifice his own life into some sort of demon cult, so perhaps it's not that bad. Perhaps your afterlife isn't sacrificed. Maybe it really is just some sort of thing they do every day.
Well, Red Hands has to work for Zavrix or he'll lose his intelligence, so maybe he's thinking this is his only chance to ever truly be alive in now or the afterlife. And I think Zavrix might as well be immortal, given that his mirror is like hundreds of years old, so... And you know, what's more, people think they can cheat death all the time and they're wrong, even if they're, you know, very smart in other ways. So I would just say, better to be careful.
You people are too worried about afterlife, alright? What if you all leave, I pretend to take care of this? I'm talking about you, Orpheus, alright?
Yeah, I know, I'm very concerned about my afterlife. I'm gonna be back there within the week.
The week, yeah. Malagus, if you truly want to do this, you can, but...
No, I don't. I'm just doing this for the group, alright? Because I'm pretty sure, knowing that Zavrix is sort of a bitch head, that if we don't do this for him... You like my middle school insults?
Yeah, that was a good one.
When you called him a bitch head, that was, yeah.
I don't really see him being that all kind of a man, especially if he invited us to dinner tonight. Are we supposed to just ditch his dinner, or are we supposed to show up and say, oh, by the way, we didn't do that task that you asked us today?
I feel we never agreed to do it in the first place, so it's sort of on him, personally, is what
And we do seem to have like a note-to-note communication style, so we could always just leave a note saying, hey, we didn't want to do that. But,
yeah.
So then do we meet him tonight or not?
Well,
I
then
think
we just say in the
so.
night, we don't feel deserving of your dinner, though thank you for the offer, sort of thing.
Well, we should definitely show up, because that would be the best time to sit him down for once and actually get him to agree to get us home, right? Or at least open us to Waterdeep.
We could always bring him food in addition to whatever he has prepared, so that, you know, we're not freeloading.
That would be kind. Perhaps we can even bother Jackknife for a beverage or two. You know, bring him a bottle of wine. That's a gift that people like, right?
Oh yeah, speaking of Malagus, I think you shouldn't drink until the drinking contest, so you'll be functioning at maximum capacity for it.
Say that again.
You know, just start sobering up now so you're all unsoaked by the time we need you to start drinking a lot more again.
Listen here, honey, Orpheus. First night of Trainer right?
Yes?
Let me teach you something those afterlife ghosts never taught you.
Alright.
This shit will kill me if I stop. I'm going to kindly ignore your request and pretend you never said it because it was personally very offending. Sound good?
Alright. But you better be, fresh and ready for the drinking contest.
I'll do my best.
Alright.
Or as best as I'm feeling that day. Do we know what day that is?
I think Jackknife said it's this weekend, but I don't know what day it is
It's
now.
a weekend.
So yeah, I'm not sure.
There's a working week here in Circat. They have a work week.
I guess they have a work week here.
That's odd. They do a 5 to 2 day schedule like usual, right?
I mean, it could be not that, but
What if the weekend is 2 days here? What if it's 1 day? What if it's no days?
That would be so messed up.
that would be sick.
Back
What
in Ether, we have 3-day weekends every
Wow.
weekend.
That's
That's
pretty
really
good.
nice.
That's actually quite nice, yes.
Well, can I ask? Does Dulam have a soul?
It's sort of a touchy subject. I'd say yes, because if you're alive, you can die, and if you can die, you have a soul. So
Well, I do believe a soul is a sort of physical, maybe not a physical thing, but I do still believe it has components that can be like interacted with. Therefore, it is a real object. Dulam, do you know if you have a soul?
I was not born with a soul.
Do you have an afterlife?
Not that I know of.
Okay, well, sounds like it might be something of a risk, but also something to keep in mind.
I will say most people don't know about their afterlife until they're there. So
This unit was not born, so it was not made with a soul.
well, that's
Well-
not necessarily true, right?
And I will say, there are ways that people can get souls, such as how Iceland's body now occupies 2 souls. So it is possible to have acquired one, even if you didn't start with one. Either way,
Very
I
true.
think this would be a risk for anyone to go in there and perform that ritual. But, we could always try to find Red Hands, ask just him to do it instead.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of curious, honestly.
You want to do the ritual?
I kind of want to.
Wow.
It seems so peaceful in there.
Deimos, you've got to be careful, alright? I feel like Samir will be angry at us if we don't take good care of you.
Oh, it's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Alright.
Are you sure, Deimos? This seems dangerous. You're a brave man, braver than I.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. I want to do the ritual.
Alright.
Whoa.
Deimos, are you okay? Malaga sort of looks at you real concerned now, Deimos, as you're doing this. What if I do it with you, alright? We can share the load?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright. That's fair. And, he starts, digging through the boxes.
Orpheus is pacing.
Just out of curiosity, what led you to choose this, there, friend?
Gosh, I don't know. I think something I've never really had, too much experience with religion, and this seems interesting to me. And
True, I just don't want us starting off on the wrong foot, you know?
I'm sure it'll be fine.
If you say so. I trust you, but, I was sort of saying it earlier to mostly get at Orpheus for being wimpy about it, but, sort of scared myself, to be honest with you.
You don't understand eternity until you've been there.
Deimos, are you sure you want to go in alone?
I think as long as the rope is around me, I think we have a pretty good chances.
You're a brave fucking man.
Ooh.
Alright, so Deimos, do you want to do it?
Yeah. I grab the cow and the knife and the water, and I head in.
Alright, you make your
I
way
cast
in.
Arcanus Magic Aura on you before you go in.
Okay, you feel a deafening aura fall over you for a moment, Deimos, as Higher casts a spell, and after a moment the feeling subsides, but Higher, you feel it's working, and Deimos is shrouded.
Epic.
Nice. All right. I make my way to the center.
Okay, you make your way in. Do the rest of you want to keep the door open for this?
No, that's an interesting question. Let me refer to our steps.
Does
You
it
wrote
say
them down.
close the door?
Doesn't say it.
It
I
does
say
not
that's
mention
okay.
the door.
I think it's important for all of us to see, especially if something does go bad and one of us does need to rush in to help.
I agree
Or
with that.
multiple of us.
Amos, are you sure you want to do this?
It goes back.
I am so sure. I am
Last chance for us to
100%
swap out.
sure.
All right.
Can I cast protection from evil and good on Deimos?
You can, yes.
Huge.
I'm so ready.
All right. Step 1, lead the cow to the center. Deimos, you get all the same sort of feelings that Hire did as you make your way in here. Your sort of whole body goes kind of monochrome red in this dull red light. The feelings of sort of calmness wash over you a bit as everything's very quiet here, very still. You feel like nothing could really happen to you here, and you could spend a long time here, and it's like no one would notice, you know?
Mm,
There's no expectations here.
that's nice.
You see the edge of the salt flat sort of curve out in every direction, as Hire did. You see there is sort of an end to it, and it sort of drops off into this red smoke, as if you're on either a very tall platform or something floating. You lead the cow to the center, and you just want to follow the steps as written.
Yeah. Go step by
Alright.
step.
All right, you draw a circle with the quote-unquote holy water around both yourself and the cow. At this point now, you've created like a couple of concentric circles, one within another, of either cardamom water, which is sort of what you smell out of it. That's what's the spice inside of their holy water, and with the brown blade that you found in the boxes, you gently score a line in the salt ground. The ground of the salt along the circle, forming yet another concentric circle now, up to 3 in a row. Next step, you say the words. Same as when Hire did it, if you're carrying the piece of paper with you, you sort of feel your mouth compelled to open as you read them aloud. And it's just you and the cow here. No one else seems to be here. No one else is listening in. It all seems fine. You say the words, and the last step says, step back slightly.
All right. I step back slightly.
You step back slightly. Those of you who are all crowded around the door, and it is sort of crowding, each of you wanting to sort of poke your head in to see what's happening inside.
Orifice is standing back, but like can't resist but to try to jump up and look over everyone's heads every once in a while.
You're sort of jumping up. Duelam, you're sort of on the bottom, poking your head in.
As always.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Doodlem stray.
Hello. I don't think that was targeted to Doolum.
Oh, okay, my bad. Justified then.
Okay, so you finish the spell, the ritual itself, back up slightly, and you feel sort of a very faint rumbling beneath Deimos. The ground shivers slightly, and then almost as if moving, feel the salt beneath you slowly rise up, fall, as if taking an enormous breath. The lights above you, the red glow, shimmer slightly as if glittery. There's almost like odd lights that sort of dance around you for a moment, and you sort of hear the sound of someone talking, very low voice, calm, simple, and it doesn't say any words, it just hums.
Hmm.
And these sort of strange hallucinations start to fade for a moment as you look back, and the cow in front of you looks the exact same. Nothing about it has really changed. It sort of looks at you, its eyes, those pitch black voids, sort of mirroring the vast expanse of redness in here. You again get this induced sensation of a deep calm, as though looking into the cow's eyes is glimpsing through infinity. And it is over. You did all the steps and everything looks normal. The cow sort of looks at you.
Can I make a perception check to see if anything's changed at all, or?
Yeah, give me a perception check. Yeah, we'll go ahead and reroll the character now.
Oh god. Holy big 4.
Big 4. You glance around now, a little nervous that something might be happening, and no, you feel fairly safe in this entire thing. Again, nothing changed. The sort of hallucinations that you felt just a moment ago have all subsided. You're not quite sure what that was about, but the cow remains, all the obelisks remain tall, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. The group looks at you from the doorway. Is everything alright in there? You still alive? You still you, or possessed?
I think I'm still me.
Say something stupid like Deimos would say.
No. Well, that's wow. Thanks, Malagas. Okay. I'm gonna start like God. I don't know. I think like just in case, because I remember, if I remember correctly, the instructions said at the end, like if something does go wrong, you give like a polite smile, right? And then you sort of just like.
Yeah, I think that's true. If you see anything, you smile politely.
Okay, I'm just gonna do that anyways. Smile politely, and then sort of head back to the door.
Okay. As you smile politely, you head back. Do you want to bring the cow with you?
I mean,
It's still there. It looks alive.
It wasn't like stated right in the instructions to what to do with it, right?
Yeah.
It's true. It didn't mention anything. I'll sort of leave that up to you on this one.
Oh god. Okay. I'll ask the group. Do you guys think I should leave this cow here, or should we bring it back?
Well, he called it to sacrifice, so I'm guessing the cow's not meant to make it out of this one all right.
Yeah, I admit, as much as if it is meant to be taken out, I believe the cow will be fine between now and when Zavrix would come for the cow. So I believe it'd be an unnecessary risk to take to try to take the cow out.
I agree with the group. Come back, Deimos. Return.
Okay. I just head back to the door.
Okay.
You should say stuff like that more often, Malagas.
He sort of shoots you a look. Deimos, you sort of step back to make your way back toward the door, and this is when you begin to perceive something that is definitely different.
Okay.
On your first step back toward the door, you are smashed with a sense of overwhelming vertigo as the ground beneath you feels incredibly thin and hollow.
Oh.
You all hear this. It sounds like an echoing step. As before, what wasn't echoing at all, the salt flat beneath you, Deimos, echoes out slightly, and you are struck with this sense of unbalance and worry, almost as if you're standing on sand, and what was beneath the sand suddenly fell out and you're falling through it. You look down at your feet, and they look solid on the ground, but all of a sudden, you feel like there is an emptiness beneath your just inches away.
Oh, dang. I think then you kind of see Demos kind of like trip a little bit. You know, he's sort of faltering on his way back to the door.
Deimos, everything all right? You take a few more uneasy steps. It feels the same way. Every step you feel like you're about to plunge through this salt.
Deimos tries to muster out like, I don't feel so well, you guys.
Shit, where's the rope? Someone pull him back.
Pull! I start heaving.
Okay, Deimos, you feel your body wrenched out from under you. You're sort of starting to be dragged now. Each step in front of you lands solidly, but it's like every step you're taking, you feel like it's going to fall through. You're like stepping on the top of a cardboard box, and you feel the cardboard giving, and you're about to fall right through it.
Oh, God.
Hurry. Take another 10, 20, 30 steps. You feel uneasy, you sort of feel nauseous, and all of a sudden the doorway's right in front of you, and you get thrown through.
Wow. Deimos, are you alright? What happened?
All the feelings go away, and you feel yourself like solid ground. What happened, buddy? Are you alright?
I will not be doing that again. Dang. Yeah, as soon as I started heading for the door, I I just felt this strange sense of unbalance and uneasiness. I feel like I couldn't step right. Like everything was just falling beneath me. I don't know. Honestly, if you guys weren't there, I'm not sure I would have made it out.
Jesus Christ. Was the floor hollow? And Malagus sort of takes an uneasy step through the door and pats the ground, and he's like, I don't feel it.
Malagus, stay out of there!
Alright.
Gosh, I mean, it felt hollow, but interesting.
Sounds like maybe it's just hollow for Deimos. Definitely not a good vibe from that.
The ritual is done, though, Deimos. You're pretty sure you did it right? It felt right.
Nice. When we look through the door, is the cow still there, just hanging out?
You look through, yeah, it's just standing there. It's mooing now. It's that rhythmic It's very consistent. It's a little unnerving now. It sort of looks back at you all as your way through, and even from here, Deimos, you still sort of see its void-filled eyes. All right, let's just close the door. Call it a day.
Yeah, close the door.
Yeah.
Okay, close it. And everything feels normal, and you look down at yourself, and you're lit up in normal light, and the sort of oak wood door in front of you stands ominously. Did we do it? Are we done?
I think so.
Aye. Good job, team. That was good.
Good work, Deimos.
Nice. I need a bath after this. That just did not feel right.
Oh,
Yeah,
you don't need a bath.
No!
We know you
Several of
are
us might need a bath.
remarkably anti-bath, but
Nobody needs a bath.
Deimos might not be. No. You especially need a bath.
I don't need it. You need a bath, huh? How about that, huh?
Malagus, how about all the others bathe? We can take your coat to a laundry service, find a river, scrub it out.
I do not want to put my coat in a river.
Then we could find a bucket, maybe.
Well, I don't want to put it in a bucket either.
Why? It's waxy, Malagus. Mally, look at me. It's waxy.
What's wrong with waxy?
So much.
Alright, fine, but can I take this shield? And he points to the shield in the middle of the room.
No.
Absolutely not. We will be hunted down and killed.
But I feel like we deserved it, We did better than he expected, right?
I don't know if we did better than he expected. I think we did just about exactly the way he expected us to do. I mean, not to belittle Deimos' job, because, great job, but, I don't think he wanted us to steal from him.
Oh, shit. Alright, well, does that mean we go to dinner now, or what?
I would think we would have some time until dinner.
I sort of agree with that.
I think we have time to go clean up beforehand, at least. It's a nice dinner. We should get the wax out.
I'm not waxy.
You're waxy! It's disgusting!
Just feel like it's such an odd term to use for me.
I know, and I wouldn't say it unless it was true.
Don't understand. Fine. Alright, let's go. And,
Alright.
You guys start to make your way out of this back room. You leave the other three, now ominous doors, all closed as you make your way out. And, do you want to take this piece of notebook paper with you, by the way? The one that you got from Zavrix, the instructions?
I would have thought probably not, but I don't feel strongly either way.
Okay, it's suspicious to Carter that you asked that question, but I feel like yes, because it could, why would it be bad? Plus, it could help us, if we were to present the piece of paper to someone else who was familiar with what the spell was, like Father Lucius, it would be easier if we had the piece of paper.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we should hang on to it.
Sounds good.
Alright, you guys hold onto it and slowly make your way out of Zavrix's home. It's still an odd sensation of being inside of a store and home without anyone in it, especially for you, Deimos, as as a local shopkeep. It's just weird not having anyone tend to the store. You really imagine that it's, it's just, it would make you uncomfortable to leave a shop open without anyone inside.
Oh yeah. Very strange.
But you all make your way out now, back out into the city. Looking out, it doesn't look like much time has passed since you've been in here. it's still about mid-afternoon now, and Demos, you still feel a little nauseous. Not like the same nausea that you felt inside the room, but sort of like out the fallout of nausea. Like as if you just had a bad stomach ache and you got over it.
Yeah. Dang.
But feeling a little better now, and for the rest of you guys, you got through it. What would you guys like to do?
I was sort of thinking we could take just, an afternoon off to clean up and stuff before the dinner. Unless you guys have goals in mind.
I certainly think there are things we could be doing, but I believe getting the bath for Malagus is probably our top priority. And speaking to Father Lucius as well could be helpful, so I believe we could at least start with that.
Yeah, back to the inn.
I believe the father also needs a bath.
Alright, we can bathe them together.
Yeah, were you planning on bathing him?
Probably. His clothes are also waxy.
Oh.
And he has been playing with dirt.
That's true. While it's on our minds, can I take a look at myself and where am I at the waxiness scale? I know you said my clothes were dirty, but are they Malagus dirty?
Not Malagus dirty. You sort of look down at yourself. It's sort of like the dirtiness of average adventuring, The bottoms are muddy, and because it's been raining all day, your sort of shoulder pads are a little wet. You do have shoulder pads, by the way. It should be noted for Iceland's fashion.
Oh, nice.
In the dress?
It's sort of like an overcoat.
Yeah,
that you put on.
Alright.
On top of that, the color of your garment is also just sort of faded. So it's not dirty, it's just it's used, It's seen a lot of usage.
That's fine. It's not waxy.
You really attached to that word, huh?
Yeah, you said it once and it was fucking horrifying, so I'll never forget it.
Pretty good term. I like it too. Alright, so you guys make your way back out into the city proper. It feels odd being back in the city after sort of going through this very haunting procedure that you just did. But nevertheless, things sort of pick back up here as you re-enter civilization. So, you guys go about your daily business, heading back to the tavern. The rain is still pitter-pattering outside. The average person of Surkat, again, a majority of these people traveling seem to be merchants or business people on their way from meeting to meeting. There doesn't seem to be a lot of sort of touristy travel here. As you all sort of learned, a lot of people who come here sort of by accident and can never really leave. So people mostly make the most of it here, business-wise. There's not a lot of wasting time in terms of the average man. You sort of look down, you notice that the basin of the town, that sort of first floor that often gets flooded, is a little wet now. It's puddled, but nevertheless there are still shopkeepers out there selling their wares on the first floor. The grease pits, as you were told, they were called the ground level. And there are lots of lanterns lit up. Despite it only being a little rainy, you notice people have sort of gone into a nighttime mode of the lighting, and you see lots of paper lanterns lit up and bright, colorful signs lit with different torchlight that have been surrounded by sort of paper gels that give the lights different colors. You see purples and oranges and blues. And you make your way back to the tavern. You see the smoldering corpse is lit up as the sign outside is glowing brightly. You recall this the first night you guys got here, as the outside of the smoldering corpse tavern has a sort of glowing red sign reminiscent of a smoldering ash, like a coal inside of a fire. And you guys make your way back inside to see a somewhat populated bar.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. That's crazy.
You see inside, there look to be 5 or 6 different guests here. You notice sitting at the front bar with a big smile on her face, Jackknife is conversing with 2 patrons. You recognize both of them immediately. One being Grimwalk, the baker. She sits there with an arm sort of leaned over the table and another arm pulled up against her leg, and she's laughing at something Jackknife is saying. Across from them, you see the Father Luces, also enjoying conversation with the 2 of them. He looks cleaned up. In fact, he looks way better than you saw him yesterday. It seems, Duelim, your wishes almost came true, as he has bathed himself and almost cleaned his clothes somehow. You're not sure how, other than maybe perhaps just dumping them in the bathtub you guys have. But they look clean. He looks renewed, almost like they were press ironed. He looks all the makings of a high religious leader. Also in the bar, you notice the same sort of gaunt woman sitting at the same table you saw earlier. And in one dark corner of the cavern, you see two female guards sitting alone with one another, both leaning over mugs of ale. Without those imposing iron masks, the two's faces are revealed, which just look to be strong and muscular, with high cheekbones, and sort of the rough exterior of someone who has worked in the line of duty all their life. Both of them are talking quietly with each other, and you see they've sort of put up those giant iron masks that you see the guards wear, almost as like a badge up against the table so that anyone walking in can see it. Neither of them look at you as you make your way in, but Jackknife sort of looks at you all and gives a bright smile and waves you over. Hey, Rain, right? Good for business, haha!
That makes sense. Hey, Jackknife, how are you doing?
I believe you've all met Grimwalk, our local baker just in this tower, a few stories down, and Father Luces has decided to join us. It is a pleasure to see you all. Look, I have escaped the room, as it were.
See, Grimwalk, we told you he wasn't a prisoner.
No, not a prisoner. I have, well, perhaps a prisoner to my mind, but I have freed myself. And Grimwalk sort of gives a smile. Yeah, the father has been a real conversationalist, telling me all about the material plane. You know, it's just been so long since I've been there. It's nice hearing about how the trees and the grass is doing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, it's been especially nice to hear all the cultural delights. You know, there's a lot of culinary inventions that have been coming out of the material plane. Isn't that right, Father? Yes, quite. In fact, recently we have discovered a sort of raspberry sorbet that the local farms folk have been all raving about, that I've been just discussing with our friends here. And the father gives you all a smile, a very friendly smile, one that is sort of uncomfortable to all of you, besides maybe Duelam, you've been talking with him for a bit at least, but for the rest of you, you saw him ranting and raving about wanting to kill himself just a few days ago, and now he looks normal.
Okay. This raspberry sorbet, that sounds like it would have tasted very good.
Yes, Jackknife here was just telling me about the drinking contest that she has set up for, what is it, just 2 nights from now.
2 nights from now, alright.
And I myself, as a worshipper of Chonte, I am not a drinking man, but I would love to visit and cheer you all on. In fact, I'd love to travel with you. You know, where are you headed today? Let me follow you. I could perhaps get a lay of the land. I haven't explored the town yet.
Holy.
Jackknife!
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Do you have a laundry room?
Sorry, this isn't that nice of a tavern.
Oh, it is. Do you have a
I've got a
washing
wash. I do. I got a washboard in the back.
Alright, great minds think alike. Do you
yeah,
have a
I
basin back there, or should we use our bathtub?
Sorry, bathtub's best I got, but I've got a bar of soap back here too. Let me loan that to you. And she makes her way to the back of the tavern.
While she's gone, I want to pull out the copper honk from my bag.
Okay, you pull it out. It is just a mold of copper. It almost like has little offshoots of copper, like it was melting in different directions.
I have no idea
you
what
hold
this
it up.
is. Yeah, okay. I'm just waiting for her to come back.
And Jackknife comes back. You know, with now a decent amount of people in this bar. Of course, not a decent amount, I should say. Rather, it was a non-zero amount of people in the bar. The sort of dull chatter of tavern talk does sort of drown out the constant screaming of the smoldering man in the center. And, you know, you all having spent now 3 nights here, you've gotten a little bit used to it now where you just know to raise your volume enough to be heard. And Jackknife seems to be used to it. Fuck! It hurts so bad! Jesus! Alright, I've got it for you here. So what else can I get you guys?
Jackknife, you know what? And I thunk the copper thing down on her bar to her.
Oh yes, you were offering me this the other night. Is this payment for all your drinks?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, before I didn't want to give it to you because I was like, oh, you know, Iceland might be upset if I give away something that isn't mine. But I've realized now she doesn't care so much about that type of thing, so I think you should have it. You clearly value this more than she did, so there you go.
Well, yeah, I could definitely melt it down in the back and get some coin from it. Thank you. You know, can I get you a round of drinks then? This will definitely pay for something.
Oh, not for now. For now, just the washing board and the soap is good. Thank you, though.
Oh, alright, I see you all are preparing for the drinking competition, huh? A lot of the people here have come asking about it, actually, and she gestures around the room. Supposedly word got out a lot, and, ooh, it'll be a busy night.
Sounds busy. What? Keep an eye out for the ringers so we know who to target.
Yes, like I mentioned before, I'm really worried about the dwarves from the bar down the road. Remember the tipsy miner?
Yeah.
How could one forget?
And if you'd like, perhaps you could finish two birds with one bottle of beer. You could go take a look at that new pub that opened just a few stories away, and see if they have any ringers there. Remember the one I asked you to spy on?
Oh yeah, we'll probably get to that in the next few days. We have plans tonight, but yeah.
Oh wow! You taking someone out or something?
Oh, we're invited for dinner.
Oh goodness, who invited you out, Oro?
Not me specifically. All of us. Zavrix is, hosting us for dinner because we did some work for him.
Ah, well, that's too bad. Good luck.
Why is it too bad?
It's too bad you did some work for him.
Yeah. She's not a big fan.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We did it before we actually met you, Jackknife. It wasn't like, it's just sort of our only option as far as we were aware and are still aware as to how to get out of this town, so. Hey, why aren't you a fan of him? Can I ask?
He just doesn't deal in certainties, He's the kind of guy who will buy 6 drinks and say, all right, I'll pay tomorrow, and then doesn't show up tomorrow, and then I don't see him for 2 months, and then he claims he hasn't drunk anything after those 2 months, and I'm sorry, I just don't trust him.
Yeah, no, I'm starting to get that vibe from him as well.
He's just not honest, and that's hard for me, especially as somebody who works with a lot of coin and wants to trust all the people who come through the door. He's banned here. I won't let him in.
Whoa.
Good.
He was hassling our man in the middle there, and she points to the smoldering corpse.
Hassling him how?
Well, trying to talk with him, dumping alcohol on him, which of course makes the fire only worse, making him scream more. And all around just sort of being a dick to him.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, good on you for banning him.
That's right, so don't worry about him for the drinking competition.
Okay, that's good.
I was wondering, do you know the person who will be keeping track of the rules for the competition? You said there was going to be an outside referee, and I was wondering if I could learn, maybe the rules.
Oh, well, I mean, sure, that's what a lot of the people here have been looking for. Listen, can I get you a drink or anything? I mean, you've practically paid for it, as she sort of takes the copper hunk off the table. Sorry, forgive me for imposing so much. It's sort of odd for me to have a conversation with a customer if we're not enjoying something. And she gestures to both Grimwalk and Father Luches. You notice both of them have beverages in front of them?
Didn't he just say he doesn't drink?
I'll go ahead and, down a glass and being trying to build up a tolerance for the competition.
Well, the rules are simple. You essentially... It's all involving my new brew. You see, that's sort of the point of this competition, is to advertise the, I run my own little, what you might call a microbrewery in the back there, and I just came out with this new concoction that I'm quite proud of, and so the idea is all night we'll only be drinking this one drink. And I won't share with you the name yet, because I sort of want it to be a surprise where I reveal it the night of. But it'll be quite simple,
I mean, can you tell us what's in it?
Alcohol.
Do you think that'd provide us any sort of advantage to know it's nothing special other than flavor?
She looks at the rest of the bar and then at Grimwalk and said, "Why would I want to give you an advantage? Everyone should be even in this."
'Cause you like us so much.
Yeah, I just thought we were close. My apologies.
Oh, no, sorry. This needs to be as above board as possible because there's a lot of money on it. And she sort of speaks up when she says that.
Great.
So it needs to be very even. Besides, I'm not judging it. Anyway, as I was saying, the gist of it is quite simple, As the night wears on, you will have to take more and more drinks, and the idea is that each individual will get a referee following them about counting how many full beverages they finish. And either you tap out, or you fall out, unconsciously, of course. Either of these will lead you to be removed from the competition, and effectively the last one standing wins.
I see.
Now, I should warn you and the rest of you, this is completely above board, but in years past, there's oftentimes been a lot of side betting that occurs on winners, and some practices that I myself don't quite approve of. For example, a lot of the people, when they arrive here and get a bit too drunk, they'll start gambling, or I've often known some people to get into fights, and of course, we try to break those up as soon as possible, but I have had people in years past try to punch the chest of the champion as hard as they can.
Just punch him?
Well, you
Good.
see, that is also grounds for being removed from the competition, is if you are to procure any of the liquid back out through your mouth. You are therefore considered done. Right?
Even if you are to be punched in the chest?
It's part of the rule. We're not sure if it was the punch or perhaps it was already coming up.
Mm.
I see. Thank you. That's
The one doing the punching
something
it should
to
also
watch
be
out for.
removed. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
We don't condone fighting here, but it does sometimes happen if the going gets rough.
And does the Lady of Pain typically, intercede on cases like that?
Oh, no. In fact, I sort of no, it's an unspoken rule that there's not going to be any guards here, or if there are guards here, they're going to be off duty. So we'll be all right.
All right.
Would
But
that
I will say, the Lady of Pain is supplying the referees.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
so sort of some guards.
No, not guards.
Referees.
Yes, referees.
So
So
if
Pete-
someone were to cheat, would they
I
get
don't-
pained?
Like the only punishment would be them going out of the competition.
Correct. That would ideally be it. Unless, of course, your cheating is in any chance sort of exposed to harm another contestant by any means, because that does grant grounds for the Lady of Pain interjecting herself.
I see.
But that would be, blatant violence among the simple punch or kick.
But
Perhaps
we would
using a
count,
blade.
say, financial harm as harm.
Well, whoever wins is gonna be financially harming me. Ha ha ha.
Ah. Understood.
But we could do a practice round right now if you'd like.
With the
It's
special
probably
brew?
not for the best.
I
That's
can just
not
offer you
for me.
I can offer you my well off simple beverage, whatever I have on hand. I'm sure Grimwalk would like to join you. Yeah, sure, I guess. I'm not baking today. It's rainy, the bread doesn't rise well.
Grimhawk, are you entering?
Yeah, I am. I don't expect to win. I'd like to meet the crowd, It's gonna be cool to see you guys there. I've been missing you in the bakery lately.
That's so exciting. I can't wait to see you.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you higher.
Oroface grins widely. Grimlock, you're not mad at me anymore.
When was I ever mad at you?
I don't want to talk about it, but I'm glad you're not.
No, not at all. You're a friend of the pastry shop.
I want to shake her hand and thump her arm.
You shake her hand and thump her arm. She sort of scratches her arm as you do so. You see yet again the huge burn scar she has along her right arm.
You made the best raisin bread I ever ate.
You don't mean that. That's much too kind.
Yeah, no, for real. Best thing I
Well,
ever ate.
thank you. She has sort of this deep chuckling laugh, like, oh, ho, 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 ho.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Yes.
That's quite kind of you. I'd be happy to offer you some more if you're willing to stop by sometime. In fact, I even think I have some extra from yesterday. It's a bit stale, but perhaps on the house for you, a close friend.
Oh, that sounds so delicious.
Sounds
Yes,
dreamy.
And forgive me for interposing here, but Dulam, it looks like you've got yourself a mouth.
I'll unhinge it.
Can you taste now? Would you like to try any food?
Sure.
I think I've got and you see Grimlock sort of turn around and sort of dig in her apron a bit and pull out a sort of half-eaten cinnamon roll.
Oh,
How about
yeah.
this?
Thank you.
And you take it. You want to try to eat
Unhinge
this thing?
that jaw,
Oh, yeah.
baby girl.
Okay, you do it. So I guess when you had Samir install a mouth, did you want him to install taste as well? Or just efficiency only?
I don't know. I don't think I would have requested it, but also like he could have taken some liberties. Well, he already did.
You already
Yeah.
did.
Take some. So I don't think he would take any more liberties. So as you
Okay.
eat the cinnamon roll, it is tasteless, of course. You just feel your metal parts moving up against each other. As it sort of floats down into your stomach, you feel full, kind of. It's an odd feeling that you've never felt before. And now you've just got munches of cinnamon roll inside of you. Did you like it? Was it good?
Delicious.
Oh.
Oh, that's too kind, Dulam. You're a real nice friend. You know that?
Thank you.
Of course. Now, as for the rest of you, is there, I guess, if you're going to be drinking here a while, you want to, like, chat for a bit, or you got things to do?
I'm off to do some laundry, but I hope the rest of you have fun. And I just want to pull Mally away.
Malaga sort of scoffs at you and goes, "What? I wanted to stay."
No, you're gonna get clean.
Fuck, and he comes along with you, half begrudgingly. Father Luces looks at the rest of you and goes, "Well, I would be happy if you joined me. I'd like to chat. I suppose I was in a bad headspace when I was discussing with you all earlier, so I find that maybe now is a good time to get to know you all."
I would love to stay.
Yes, let's pull up a chair. And he sort of hops off the bar and waves to Jackknife and wanders over to a table to sit down more quietly with all of you guys. So where do you all
Sounds
come
good.
from?
I come from the great region of Ether. It's the tiny other plane, mainly ruled by my god, goddess. It is it's a nice region.
Oh, well, that is fantastic. Listen, I'm glad that you had a small deity to grow up with. I feel like that's very important for all young, growing religious souls. Now that you find yourself in more of the greater reaches of the world, might I offer you can never go wrong with Chantea herself as well if Aether does not reach this far, but don't let me deign to interrupt you in your god's proceedings.
I've never thought about Ether's reach. I feel like she is still with me, but that is an interesting thought. I was actually wondering if you knew anything about this god. We just recently we had to perform a ritual as a favor, and I was wondering if you knew anything about it. And then I want to show him the paper and the language.
He grabs it from you carefully and slowly starts poring over it. It takes him a while to read it. You notice he's sort of a slow reader. A few moments go by, the screaming continues. He sort of glances up at each of you in turn. Dulam, you notice he spends extra long sort of staring at you for a moment. Continues down. You're not sure what expression he just shot you. He sort of cleans off his robe and hands this back to you and goes, "My friend, I'm sorry, I want nothing to do with this. Even explaining it to you would be sacrilege against Chantea herself."
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you at least telling us that. We kind of were almost forced to cast the or to do the ritual, and I'm not really sure we knew what we were getting ourselves into, and still don't. But
Which one of you did it?
Me.
You, my friend, you are a new face to me. I don't think we have met, tall one.
Yes, I don't think we've met either. My name is Deimos. What is your name?
Amos, and where do you come from?
I come from a plane outside of here.
A plane outside of here. Very nice.
Yes. How about you?
Well, I come from a plane that is close to here, the material one. I was the father of Brightbank. You can call me Father Luces.
Oh, nice to meet you, Father Lucius.
So, if you were the one to perform it, then, here, let me give you my blessings. And he reaches over to you and puts a hand on your shoulder and casts Bless on you.
oh yeah.
Whoa. Well, thank you.
So you just get a advantage, or sorry, you get a D4 added to any roll that you make.
Nice.
For the next
Do I physically feel any better?
It makes you, you sort of feel blessed for a moment, and the feeling sort of subsides a bit. You feel like a little a little better. Almost as small as can possibly be better.
Well, that's nice.
So, as you sort of feel this wash over you, the father gives you a very slim grin as his face wrinkles in all the right spots to smile, and he turns back toward the rest of you and goes, "I'm sorry I cannot help you more with this procedure here. It is black magic, dark, evil stuff that I cannot deign to rid anything of myself for, or even less sacrifice my beautiful relationship with Jontea the Greatest."
Yes, I understand. Is it just like speaking it aloud that is like the issue?
Your friend Deimos here is, well, he's a lucky creature to have gotten away with it on so little. It is a very dangerous thing to have happen to a person.
Well, we will certainly be having a word with Zavrix about that then.
I wish you the same. And you should discuss this with him. Or in fact, you said you had dinner with him tonight?
Yes, we do.
Then it is done. I shall come with you.
Oh, that's wonderful. We would be looking forward to it.
Yes, of course, it is my pleasure.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of an excuse to walk away.
Oh my god.
Great. I look forward to spending time with you tonight. That sounds wonderful. I perhaps, we do have a long night ahead. I perhaps might need another drink before going there.
Yes, of course, my friend. It is, as always, a pleasure to see you.
Hire's gonna go to the bar. He is gonna actually order a drink, and then he's going to. Is there a way he can subtly cast message?
Yeah, I like it. Give me a stealth check to do that.
Okay. Let's see how my stealth is. Surely so good. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use the meta magic ability to subtle spell it.
All right, you got some sorcery in you. That's great.
I cast message and say to Deimos, completely your choice and up to you, but if you do want to know what has happened to you, it appears as if the father knows exactly what occurred. You could try subtly casting Detect Thoughts on him, perhaps from a distance, as we engage the topic, so as to bring the thoughts to the surface of his mind.
I think Deimos thinks to himself, that's a very good idea. I will have to look for a good opening to cast that.
And could always cast it later tonight as well and bring the topic up, but just
true.
Or actually, sorry, I don't respond to that. I can't message you again.
Nice.
Woo!
All right. So you received the message. So Hire, you sort of awkwardly make your exit now, and that leaves Dulam and Demos next to the Father Luches, who is just sort of grinning at you guys. Because he's an older human, you see his grin sort of accentuates throughout his whole face as he smiles, like smiling with his eyes and his cheeks as well.
I was planning on coming back to the table afterwards.
Okay, just to cast message.
Yup.
All right, bucket. Yeah, I like it. So you return back now. Let's pan now to upstairs where Orpheus has taken Malagus. You sort of drag him grumbling along into the rooms. You notice Vinny and Bagatha are absent at this point. Jaya is there looking after his cow, and he sort of gives you a nod and a hat tilt as you make your way in.
I salute. Sir, at ease.
Everything went all right out there?
Yeah, it's all good. We're just gonna try to scrub the wax out of this one. You know what,
I'll get
Malagus, you
thrown.
don't actually have to be... Well, actually, no, you do have to help me with this, because I'm not gonna wash your jacket for you. I'll start running water into the bath, and take off your jacket. Pass it over.
I really don't want to.
Ah, ba, 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 ba.
He groans again and is like, "Can I at least do this in private? I don't want this shit in front of you. All right, this is weird."
Okay, but you'll wash it.
No.
Okay,
Sorry,
then
I
that's
meant
why
yes.
you can't.
I meant yes.
No, take it off. Take it off. Come on. You're wearing a
Come
fucking
on,
shirt. Just
please.
be weird. It's just your jacket.
I don't
It's
even know you.
disgusting. You kind of do. We've been traveling together for like 4 days. And, you know, besides, this isn't an intimate act. We're washing your jacket, okay? It's just a matter of public sanitation.
Mally, baby, take it off.
Oh, what?
My God. All right, Malik
No,
gets slowly. He slips off his overcoat, revealing his sort of like simple white tunic beneath it. Not at all armor in any sense. He's just genuinely wearing like civilian clothes.
He's roguish.
Tell me more.
He sort of slips his giant green overcoat into the bathtub, and just the oddest thing happens as you see it like repels water.
Oh,
Like the water slides right off of it as if it's some sort of like plastic.
Do you see this, Malagus? Clothing isn't supposed to do that.
I don't want to wash it. It is gonna make my hands greasy.
Yeah, it's good to make my hands greasy too, but I'll roll up my sleeves. We're going to have to do it eventually. I want to just leave the water running because I'm going to assume so much grease is going to come off it that like well, maybe we just need to fill... Alright, so Malagus, is it better for us to just fill the basin and scrub it in there until that water's so dirty and then we just do that like 5 times? Or should we just have the water consistently running?
I don't even want to do this. I don't want my jacket cleaned. Can I just wait?
No. Malagus, you're going to help me clean this.
I don't want to.
Why not?
Boy fit.
It has character.
No, it's disgusting. Believe
It has
me,
character.
Malagus, your appearance has enough character without this waxy fucking jacket.
What does that mean?
You've already got the sort of, you know, disastrous hair going on. And to the point of the ears.
Disastrous?
You know, well, it's a bit greasy as well. Not as bad as the jacket.
I feel personally offended by this.
I'm trying to help you.
Fine, alright? I'm here for your help. How can I be of assistance for you, huh?
Just help me clean the jacket.
Fine.
Alright, good.
He groans and begins going at it with the washboard and the soap, and it takes probably the better part of half an hour to
I'll hold the
really
soap if he
clean it.
holds the washboard.
Alright, do you want to clean anything?
Oh, I'm helping clean the jacket. No, none of my clothes are coming off.
Okay.
Aren't
you also dirty?
Not that dirty. So, how did it get waxy like this in the first place? Like, what did you do in it?
Just lived in it.
Waxy? I guess I don't know, but I didn't think that was something that could happen.
It's not that bad.
Does it have to do with your pointy ears?
My ears aren't that pointy.
Does wax come out of them?
No. Why are you so on my shit?
I don't know.
Us.
I just want to know, Malagus. None of the rest of us are really keeping secrets.
Now that's not true for a second.
What secret? I am completely on the level.
You're completely on the level.
I'm completely on the level.
Do you believe that?
Yes. Do you not?
I consider you, to me, a sort of oversight. Does that make sense, huh?
Oversight? No, it actually doesn't. What do you mean by that?
Well, you sort of have this complacent attitude about you where everything seems so wonderful, but then all of a sudden you pull some shit that gets us all in trouble.
What does that mean? What have I gotten us all in trouble?
You were being all touchy-feely about the fucking cult practice earlier and didn't want anyone to do some easy ritual because you're spouting on about the afterlife.
You
That doesn't make
didn't
anyone feel
either
better.
at first. You're the one who switched sides halfway through, Mally. I was backing you up. You were all scared about it being a cult because you just escaped your last cult. And I was like, yeah, you know, I don't think it's a good idea either. And then you fucking switched up on me.
You know what, you're right. We're doing this in silence now, and he does not speak.
God damn, Malagus. You make it so hard to be your friend.
Scrub, 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 scrub.
Okay, I scrub in silence.
Alright, you guys scrub in silence. It is awkwardly silent until it's done. And you pull away the green cloak, and it looks clean. much cleaner than it
Yay!
did before. Malagus puts it on with a gruff. You notice it's much more stiff now as he puts it on.
Somehow it's
And-
less waxy but more stiff, but I think it's an improvement.
He puts it on and he goes, "Is this really what you wanted to do with your day, huh? You wanted to waste time with me cleaning something that I didn't want to be cleaned. This was a waste of my time and I hated this."
I don't think it's just a waste of my time.
Well, what did you gain out of this, huh? What did you glean?
Well, I helped out a friend of mine, so there's that.
I just don't understand you.
That's okay.
He sighs and begins making his way back downstairs. Back on the bottom, you guys continue your conversation with Father Luchase, I suppose?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll open my gift from back at the...
Oh my god, the gift is getting opened? They said it would never get done.
I would only do it when there's downtime, and apparently we have a lot of it.
Well, yeah, you guys have a bit of a late afternoon to sort of rest and relax. You open this up, it is a little twine-wound box. You sort of gingerly take it apart. You guys and the father sort of discuss for a bit. He asks you somewhat personal questions about where you're from and, like, what brings you here exactly and where you plan on going. Do you guys want to answer honestly?
Yeah.
No.
That's what I thought.
I thought we were all on the level.
Thank you, Deimos. That's really choice. Duelim, you open up this box. Inside, you see what looks to be a small... It's very delicate. It barely fits in your hand, and you sort of get the feeling that this is meant to be very, like, novelty.
Holy.
But it just seems to be a spinning top.
Oh.
It's like it's got a gear pattern on the outside engraved with sort of binary symbols with from Mechanus. And you sort of see it, and as you sort of pick it up and hold it, you spin it. It's like the weight of it is nearly perfect, and you feel it spin you can sort of feel it spin like almost forever in your hand as you spin it around, and it gives you this sort of sense of wonder and like inspiration as you hold it in your hand.
Man.
It's very nice.
Wow. I'll be playing with that while we're talking to the father.
All right, you're playing with it.
Baggy, you jump to the top of the NPC tier list.
Let's go.
Just that easy, boys. It's just that easy. So,
Can I do a visual pat down?
Ocular pat down.
Ocular pat down.
the ocular pat down. Who are you
Weird.
patting down? Just everyone who walks in.
Yeah.
You sort of ocular pat down people as they walk in. There is a sort of slimy looking guy walking in who has a big hefty overcoat, like a trench coat, and a big flat brim hat, and he's got like a greasy look about him, and he smiles and sort of snarls as he looks at you guys. He sits down at a table by himself. He looks sort of sketch, but doesn't really get in your way at all. You also see walking in is a pair of, and you've seen groups of these people sort of walking around, you're not quite sure from where, but a group of scholars sort of dressed in traditional sort of collegiate robes to what look to be younger elves or perhaps half elves with pointy ears coming in, and they both get a drink, looking to sort of stave off the boredom of academia for the day. The last group that you see walk in is in fact a group of dwarves. Three dwarves walk in, all three of them equally boisterously loud as they come in, all excited to try out the drinks here, and they sort of give you guys a wave as they walk in, almost familiarly. You don't recognize them, but you imagine that they're just trying to be friendly.
Okay. What's the guy by himself doing?
You sort of take a look at him. He looks to be just sort of sitting in a booth by himself. You notice he doesn't actually buy anything here. He just sort of sits off on his own, and as you watch him, you notice one of the scholars approach him, and they look to make some sort of deal. Money is exchanged, you see gold exchange hands, and something comes out of the slimy man's giant cloak, handed to the scholar very stealthily. You don't quite see what was passed between the hands, but the scholar returns to his friend at the bar, and the two of them continue discussing something. The gentleman in the trench coat sort of smiles as the dealing is done and sort of just sits back into the booth.
But he's gonna stay there though.
Yes, he looks like he's just staying there.
Okay.
Alright.
I'll make a mental note of that, but I won't do
Cool.
anything about it for now.
Would anyone else like to do anything in the bar?
I just want to chat with Jackknife.
You chat with Jackknife. She's happy to talk with you. She tells you more about the party that's coming up. Yes, I'm quite excited for the what I like to imagine is the most successful night in this bar's history. A part of me is almost, looking forward to the fact that I might actually gain a profit, depending on how much of this new brew that I sell.
Yeah, I suppose as long as everything works out the way you want it to, you'll make a profit.
Yes, that's what I was thinking as well. I was worried, that it would be hard to sort of make a profit off of this, considering how much is on the line. But I'm feeling quite well about it. And look at all these people here, business is sort of booming.
Yeah. Hey, Jackknife, check out this, and I want to just spend the rest of our free time showing off Lettermore.
Oh wow, that's a fine machine there. Did you get that from Samir?
No, I think it was just in Iceland's bag, but I figured out how to wake it up.
Well, that's fantastic. Does it help you in say a scrap?
It can sort of deliver spells, so not that I use spells unless I really have to, because hand to hand. But it's useful sometimes. Yeah.
Oh yes, I agree with that. And she sort of flexes her metallic arm. I wouldn't deign cast a spell in a fight. What am I?
Oh, Jackknife, would that I could get some arms like yours, I'd do the same.
Well, you can. It's quite easy, actually. You just need some coin to buy them.
Oh, but, it probably wouldn't be cool to do to Iceland.
Well, fuck her, you right? You've got her body for who knows how long. You might as well live in it.
Really? You feel that way? Because last time we talked, you were sort of mad at me for being in here.
Well, I was. I thought you were possessing her, see?
Well, sure, but, I sort of am, albeit not intentionally.
Well, that's the point. You informed me that your goal was to get out of her body, and that brought me right back in. I have all thumbs up from here.
Well, but I shouldn't change her body. That would be, not cool.
Well, maybe don't slice off an arm, but I feel like it's fair to cut your hair a bit. Maybe, I don't know. If you're really feeling crazy, get a piercing.
Okay, if I'm really feeling crazy, I'll keep that in mind.
I mean, you don't have to go out there, but yeah, I get the feeling that, at least the way you've explained it to me, is that you don't want to be in that body as much as she doesn't want to be wherever she is. So I like to think that, she'd understand if you had to cut some corners to make your life a bit more enjoyable.
I suppose. I mean, it's, yeah. I don't know. I think she is where she wants to be in the end, it turns out.
Well, how do you mean?
I mean, she did this on purpose, apparently.
Oh, well, fuck that. Get the piercing. Chop off the arm. Let's go all in. It's your body now.
You're nice, Jackknife, but I don't want to make her even more upset when I take my life back. My afterlife back.
Well, fuck that. Who knows? Maybe she's getting a tattoo on your ass right now that says bitch.
I don't have an ass.
Well, you might once you're back.
Oh, God.
Oh.
You see what I mean?
I see what you mean, but I feel like...
You don't owe her shit.
I appreciate that, Jackknife. I very much appreciate that.
How about this? You've had a drink since you've been in this body, yes?
No,
you've put alcohol.
I haven't.
What? Wait, but
You're
I thought you were
going to.
competing. I need you to compete.
Yeah, I'm going to. I do think I'm going to compete. Though I will say Samir told me that Iceland is really bad at drinking, so...
What do you mean think you're going to compete? It's not about the body, it's about the mind. Really, it's a mental game.
No, I'm going to compete. I'm going to
Okay.
compete. I'm going to compete. And I'm also hoping maybe I can help get some of the competition out by distracting them, getting them involved in other contests so that they forget this one.
Oh yeah, that's fine. In fact, if you want to be my heel, there's a really great opportunity you could have as the sort of punch man who I try to kick out of the bar.
Well, I wouldn't start a fight with someone for no, I wouldn't start a fight with someone unprovoked. But if someone fights, I'll end it. How's that?
Well, what if the reason is you really, really need to win my money?
Jackknife, that's not really my... I'm not a hired fighter, but I'm gonna help get your money in peaceful ways.
Well, you just said you were going to distract them. What's the difference between distracting and fighting?
A lot,
Actually, here's one sort of. And this one took a lot of debating among us knights, but we've determined that there is a tangible difference between friendly competition and violent attack. So, maybe I'll arm wrestle them or challenge them to a foot race. It helps keep them from drinking more.
That's perfect. You don't get the blood flowing. It makes them drunker faster, right? That's a great idea.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, then, all right. Sounds like we've come to an accord. You can be my heel.
Yeah. Yeah, in that way, yeah, I totally can.
Good. Well, keep an eye on Samir. He told me he wasn't going to show, but if he does show, that could be a real problem.
Oh, he's showing up. I think. Well, how big a problem is he compared to the dwarves?
Well, I don't know. He's something about that lifestyle, I guess, of being alone all day with machines. I don't know. I mean, Deimos, did you ever drink like a fish working with him?
Not that I recall.
Well, that's something about his constitution, then. I don't know.
I mean, he's just a human, so wouldn't he be shit at it like Iceland?
I don't know. I mean, he's might be having some machine parts in him. Maybe he's got a metal stomach,
Huh.
I doubt it.
It's something I thought about a lot. Why is it the guy who runs the machine shop doesn't have a single cyborg part, Really makes a guy think.
Well, maybe he didn't lose any of his original parts.
No offense intended, but it seems like it would hurt to get one if you still had all your arms.
Well, yes, but that's why my new theory is that he has got something on the inside, Perhaps a metal heart or a metal stomach.
All right, metal stomach, okay.
It's just
Yeah,
a
I really
theory,
doubt it. That just sounds unlikely.
a game theory.
Jackpot!
Anyway, all I can say is I've never had a competition with him before, but I've seen him drink in this bar the few times he's come in, and he has eaten me and dranken me out of house and home.
Oh, I see. Okay, so he's the main problem then? Because he told me, I don't remember if I've already said this, but he told me he was like for sure showing up.
Yes, can you perhaps get him sick tonight?
I don't think I could do
Nothing
that.
too bad. I really like him. We're best buds.
Mm-hmm. Except you want to make him sick.
Something simple, like a minor stomach bug.
I
You
don't
give him
think
the
that's in my
chills.
wheelhouse. No, I don't think the chills are something I can do.
Just how about the scarlet? That's the fever.
Well, also, I'm traveling with his son over there, and I'll point at Deimos. So I don't think Deimos would really enjoy if we did that.
Hey, Deimos, sorry if I'm harassing your dad with threats of violence.
It happens.
In the last campaign, people were killed for much less.
Oh my god.
So I don't think I'm going to make him sick, but I'll distract him on the day of. How's that, Jackknife?
Good luck. Do your best. By the way, I melted down that copper blob you got me. Thank you for that.
I handed it to you like 20 minutes ago. You already melted it down?
No, you handed it to me like an hour ago.
Oh. Time passes.
Oh yeah, I forgot how long it took to wash Malagus's coat.
Anyway, thanks for that. Maybe I'll put it on some of my labels.
Sure. Better use than I had for it.
Exactly what I said. So, if you, I was thinking about it, right? And I really like you guys, and, I've sort of been charging Malagus night by night for your stay here, but I was thinking, if you can help me out with this little, drinking competition I've set up, and seeing as you might be here a minute, I am willing to put you up for room and board in my tavern for half off. Thank you.
Wow, thank you,
Wow,
Jackknife.
now that's a big deal.
I know. A heart of gold, I guess. Not a heart of
gosh.
metal.
And because we are such close friends, I did want to warn you. That man sitting by himself, he has an order to drink, and I saw him exchange a good with one of the scholars.
Jackknife's eyes sort of widen as you say this. She says, "Shit, really? Which one? Point him out. Don't be obvious."
Let's see, how would I be? Yeah, Hire probably gives like way too much, but of like a head jerk, like in
Okay.
like the direction.
Sort of like throw your neck out a little in his direction. Ah, fuck. I've seen that shithead around here before. Normally he only hangs out in the shitty bars, but I like to imagine this place is a little better than that. I'll get him out of here. All right, don't worry about him. Yeah, he's sort of like a dealer around here.
Dealer?
A dealer of what?
He just sells shit.
Wait,
don't-
and that's not allowed?
Well, not exclusively. So you see, what he sells, the Lady of Pain doesn't want him selling.
Is it the stuff Malagus smokes?
No, it's not. It's not drugs. He sells.
Oh.
He sells map. He sells maps.
Maps?
Routes. Yes, routes out of here.
What the fuck?
Oh, before you go over there, it's a scam.
Huh?
It's not real. He's a con artist. He sells fake maps. He's just trying to get on the slight hope that people have around here to get back to their home dimensions.
Is it okay if then maybe we do talk to him? Maybe we can get him out for you.
All right, fine. But if you don't scare him off, I'm gonna scare him off later.
Understood.
She
Cool.
gestures for you guys to go off, and you see Grimwalk sort of makes her way out of the bar now. She gives you guys a wave as she leaves. We'll see you guys back in the bakery, all right?
Goodbye,
Bye.
Grimwalk.
Hey, can't wait to see you in a couple nights, by the way. I'm gonna win.
Yeah, maybe.
So you guys make your way over to the guy sitting in the corner. Higher, you approach him, and he sort of gives you a nod and gives you a smile and goes, "You're new here. What can I get you?"
I guess just between you and me, I'm looking for a way out. Of this
Oh, that's what they
shithole.
all want. He sort of
I
gives you a
hear-
smile and he goes, "Right then, sit down. We got a lot to talk about. Your friends trying to make their way out too."
Yeah, you know we are.
Yeah, okay.
Right then, I'd like you all to sit down at my table here. If you wouldn't mind, I'll charge an upfront fee.
Oh, well, I don't know if I quite have the coin for that.
I didn't even give you the price yet, friend. It's just 2 gold. 2 gold per person. Or per body. And he gestures to Duelam. That's right, little fella, you count too.
Orpheus feels oddly reassured by this comment.
I look to my party members. Yeah, guys? We
Oh.
doing it?
I don't have any gold. And, perhaps you'll still be around in a few days when we have a lot of gold, which right now we have a little gold, and I don't know if it's worth wasting money on someone who is this way. I don't like the idea that he's asking for gold before he's given anything to us. It feels dishonest somehow.
Oh, listen, ma'am. I'm giving you an escape.
Yeah. Truth be told, now that I think about it, I don't. The barkeep was looking at you earlier. I'm not sure if we're supposed to be doing business in here like that.
Well, listen, friends. You look like you're eager to leave this dreary demi-plane, aren't you? You're in luck. I'm very familiar with the ins and outs of this place. In fact, the way out is exactly what I specialize in.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my proof. One moment, please. And you see him digging in his coat and pull out what looks to be today's issue of the Waterdeep Times.
Holy.
Right here on the front, and he taps it a couple times. It looks to be a fairly mundane issue. The front page article reads, Waterdeep local celebrated for win in fishing competition. 30-foot tuna caught.
Holy.
Big tuna.
I was
That's
able to
crazy.
make my way there just today. Look, printed on real paper. You know, they got that thing that they invented there, the printing press. Those Waterdeepians. What will they come up with next?
Who invented the printing press?
I don't know. I guess you have to go find him. I heard he's actually like a scholar. Very important.
Does he know anything about planes, do you think?
Maybe. I really think he just knows how to write a mean letter.
Hey, Mason, since I was supposedly watching this guy, how many times did the scholar exchange money with him?
You remember for sure that the scholar only exchanged money with him once.
Do
You're
I have any
confident in
idea
that.
how much?
It was definitely a handful, like more than 10. You're not sure how much exactly,
Okay. Okay, so more than 2.
Yes, for sure. Right then. If you're willing to put down the 2 gold admittance fee into my little parlor here, I'm willing to offer you a look at my goods and services.
I mean, honestly, none of these fools have money except for me, so scram.
You kick. All right. Do you want to sit down with him higher?
Because I don't want to pay more money when I can just buy anything they want for them.
All right, but if I see you sharing it with them, I'm gonna come over for payment. And you see him unfurl his cloak a bit, and he reveals he does in fact have what looks to be a loaded hand crossbow under his cloak.
Jeez.
Nothing funny, all right?
Yes, I understand business.
Right. Scram, you lot.
I scram. Manly.
I gotta get out of here.
You scram. The rest of you guys, I guess, return to the table with Father Luces. He sort of like gives you like a not at all what I would call a fine member of society, don't you think?
No, but you know, kind of need to take what we can get.
Well, let's just say it is exactly that gentleman who would volunteer for sacrifice for Chantea in the city of Runtpack.
What? What does that mean? He would
It is neither here nor there.
He's pious?
No, that is the type of person that would be sacrificed.
Oh,
Keeps the
Oh,
city
right.
healthy. It's quite alright. Do forgive me, I'm speaking out of turn. We are not here. Or there. I'm happy to see you all. He flashes you a grin.
okay.
Hire, you are now alone with this guy. Do you want to give him 2 gold?
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll see how
you
it
hand him
goes.
2 gold. He winks at you, sort of taps the side of his nose, then reaches under his coat and reveals a series of aged parchments and scrolls. He holds one up and begins his pitch. Alright, I'll start low to high for you. Does that sound alright?
Yeah, sure.
This one's simple. This I call the Hidden Gate Map. I'm charging merely 30 gold pieces for it. It's sort of faded, and I know it's got some crude drawings on it, but these are hidden gates, portals scattered throughout the plane. They open and close at different times of day, and, as long as you're there at the right time and right place, one should open up. But this map's a sort of secret among the locals. It's not for the tourists. Only a handful know of the gates. And I'm practically giving it away for 30 gold pieces.
I see.
Next up here, I've got
Where does the gate
chef.
go to?
Wherever you want, of course. At least the hell away from here. Mostly back to the material plane, though I know a couple go to Shadowfell.
I see. Okay.
Next up, he pulls out another. This is the surefire way out. 50 gold pieces. This beauty here, been tested and verified by me and me ancestors. Got the markings to prove it. Just follow this road here. You gotta ignore the trees if they start spinning, you know? Turn left at this bridge and voila, it's freedom. It's a surefire way out every time of this demi-plane. You don't gotta wait for time, and it works quite well. You notice the map is sort of this elaborate loop that looks to almost direct users right back to the starting point. It has impressive landmarks on it and obscure symbols that sort of dot the path and sort of shows a series of steps you have to take along it. If you do this, you cut right through the plane of existence to get out. Now, last but not least, I offer the guided tour. That's right. For a mere 200 gold pieces, I myself will guide you right out the surefire path, taking the same steps as on this map right here. And you know, I might give you some stories along the way. I've got a lot of notes on the planes, you know. I have many knowledgeable spells that I could tell you about, rituals that reveal the hidden truths of the world. And you know, I know of the demi-plane's weak points. I know this place, you know. I know I might need a bit of work, but if anyone can get you along that path, it's me right here, and that is 200 gold pieces. And he sort of spreads them all out on the table and goes, so what'll it be? Each one's a piece of art, unique, and I dare say essential for a traveler like you to get home.
Well, I admit there is some business I need to do in town, but can I find you again if I would like to buy from you in the future? Which of course I will to escape.
Of course, and I've got a few other things of higher price values if you'd like that aren't map related if you're interested.
I'd love to hear, I guess.
Oh yes, well right here I've got the backdoor compass. You see, it's this old compass with it always points to the plane's weak spot. That's right, any plane you're on, it'll point to the weakest point where if you're standing there, the rifts between planes is at its weakest. And right there, using the right incantations, you can make your way easily from plane to plane. It's quite powerful. Next up, I've got myself a old tome here. He pulls out a book. For the scholar, the wizardly type, it's sort of a codex. It's got rituals in it, ancient and mighty spells for plane traveling, that sort of work. You know, it's potent.
I see. When he takes the compass out, is it vaguely pointing in a direction?
Yes, it is actually. He sort of, you notice he carefully shakes it a bit as he holds it up to you, so the needle of the compass wavers back and forth where it points, so it's kind of hard to get an exact measurement on where it's headed, but if you want to give me a perception check, I could tell you more.
My money, it's on the portal we came through in. Oh, I got a 21.
All right. That's actually pretty good. You, take a look at it for a second. He sort of shakes and he goes, only for paying customers, and puts it away, but you actually do sort of get a sense of the line it points to, and it definitely does point out into the forest. You think kind of about the direction you came from.
Okay.
It could just genuinely be pointing at the portal you came through.
Yeah, there's a portal back there, isn't there? The one I came through to come to this plane?
Nothing I know about, sir. Nothing I know about. Your business is your own. So, what'll it be?
Again, I think I'd like to stay here a few days before I want to escape, but thank you for your services. Again, where could I find you if I wanted to, when I want to buy this item from you? Or an item?
Listen, you can just call me, the name's Whispers. Trent Whispers. You can always find me in the grease pits. I'm always on the first floor selling me wares out of one of those tents down there. Make your way down, I'll be sure to shout you out on the road. Be like, "Oi, come over here, mister."
Higher.
Higher. Fantastic. I'll keep an eye out for you, my friend. Listen, I welcome you to Circad. The people who end up here usually stay here a long time, so you'll be seeing a lot more of me unless you're willing to buy my wares and make your way out of this damned dimension.
Oh, God, I see.
Right, I suppose I need a scram now. The bar keeps giving me a dirty look, so I'm gonna make my way out. But keep an eye out for old Trent Whispers, will ya?
We'll do, Whispers.
Aye, I'll catch you on the flip. And he stands up and makes his way out.
He's so cool.
Just like that, I got him out of here. Thank God. I was actively trying to the whole time. Did not have any other objectives.
All right, so you see Mr. Whispers, Trent Whispers, make his way outside.
Trent Whispers is a great name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn good.
It sounds like an I think you should leave bit.
Really?
Trent Whispers? Somehow it does.
Optimal.
All right, so you guys are now left to yourselves in the bar. Father Lutrace is sort of watching with you guys as Hire finishes this deal and goes, "Disgraceful. I really do think of those citizens as less than human."
Wow.
Stop talking!
Unprompted.
What is the matter?
Father Lichis, no, you know what? Yeah.
No.
Is there a problem? You're
We
being
should
a bit
go.
harsh.
We should go to dinner soon. That's all I was going to say.
Yes, I'm ready, but you seem to be upset with me. Did I do something wrong?
No, I'm just hungry.
I see. Well, listen, I need to make a quick call to my goddess, a prayer, if you will. Would you give me just a moment?
Yes.
He sort of excuses himself and makes his way up to the bedrooms that you guys keep. Would you guys like to do anything down here?
Can I go get that bath real quick?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We will sort of time travel through Deimos getting a nice bath. You have a bathtub that almost fits you. It's maybe like a foot shorter than it needs to be, but you know, you're able to fit in there pretty well.
Nice.
Get your bath. You wash you and your clothes.
Noise and my clothes. I will say I think Demos would be very cautious as to make sure no one else was in the room or near the door.
Fair. You do get like a sturdy latch on the door that you can close pretty easily. And you are able to sort of bathe in private as long as no one else is barging in.
Now that Dulam learned body shame last episode,
I know someone's in the room invisible. I know it.
No.
All right, so you also take your bath. You guys are just chilling on the bottom of the Smoldering Corpse Tavern. Dulam, you get your top to play with a little more. The more you play with it, the more you're like, wow, this thing just won't stop spinning. It's awesome. It's just really well balanced. So you finish up with your bath, Demos. You make your way downstairs. At the same time, Father Luce sort of runs into you in the hallway and gives you a smile and sort of bows his head to you and says, Chantea bless you.
Thanks. I just put past him. Not a fan.
Fuck him up. Oh my god. Alright, you shove him back. Alright, cool. In the stead here, actually, I realized that I did not yet send you guys a picture of my my boy Trent Whispers, so I want to do that.
Oh, we get the Trent pick?
Yeah, I realized I was just looking at his pic the whole time, and I realized you guys did not have it.
What the fuck?
I know, it's a pretty sad day for Trent fans everywhere.
I'm
So-
a Trent fan.
Every human on Earth.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh woo?
Whoa!
Very
Trent
good.
Whispers is kind of. Ooh.
Real skungy looking guy.
Oh, I love his gimp mask.
He and Malagus kiss.
Disgusting. Do they kiss?
Yeah.
They kiss on the mouth.
Yeah.
No one kisses Malagus, realistically.
Damn.
Well, he pays them.
Well,
Yeah, I
So-
hear
I
he has
hear a
many.
lot of people kiss him.
I hear they line up with their checks that they receive from him. I hear he's very generous in bed financially. All right, so you fucking push past Father Luchase after he tries to give you prayer shit, and he kind of gives you a look as you do so. If you'd ever like to talk to me about the goddess, let me know.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, well, all right. I'm here to look out for you and your mortal soul.
I just do not respond to that. Like, you go.
You make your way back downstairs to your friends. You notice everyone's there. I assume by this point, Hire, you've repeated everything that the con artist told you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys all hear this from Hire.
And be honest, what if we could also pay the scholar who just got something from him, and we just say, hey, can I copy it? And I'll and we just get a lower rate than the rate we would have gotten from this guy.
Hey, also, Dulam, don't you have like a perfect memory?
Yes.
So we could pay 2 gold for Dulam to get in, and he could memorize every map.
That is very true. I guess. Sorry, I was trying to save his gold. Sorry about pushing you all away.
No,
like-
you made sense at the time. We didn't know that he was going to just show us all his stuff. So
Malaga speaks up. Wait, do you have a perfect memory, Dulam? Does that mean you remember everything I've ever said to you?
Yes. New Malagus.
That's shit, brother. I want you to remember this one, all right? You're a great guy.
Thank you.
All right, you hear that, guys? I've got one in.
Oh,
One in.
and you can just rely on that one memory. I
Yes,
see.
I'd like you to rely on that memory for me. Go ahead and make that a core memory for old Malagus.
Every memory is equal.
Well, we could have you look at the maps, although, speaking of these, if they really are fakes, as Jack and I was saying, do we really fucking care if we even have it? Why bother spending another 2 gold? Also, wasn't that a scam?
I
I
mean,
sort of agree.
it very well seems like a scam. I just, if things don't work out with Zavrix, it might be one of our only options left.
I think it's worth, keeping it in mind, but we shouldn't move forward with it for now.
Yes.
Fair enough. I just don't want us to to suffer at all from any of this shit.
So on to Zavrix's house.
Aye.
Right, so, evening time wears on as you guys sort of prepare yourselves for a dinner that you had all signed up for, which is just crazy.
Well, it's really prophecy.
Count your fingers higher.
Oh no.
I will try to like straighten up my clothes and beat some of the dust out of them. And at one point, you mentioned I am wearing 3 layers of clothing, right?
Yes, you still are.
Do I get any sort of vibe for what is underneath the dress?
Do you want to feel around?
No, I'm just straightening my clothes and
around.
beating the dust out of, but maybe coincidentally I would sort of get a vibe for it.
So wait, you're beating out the dress just to
Just
like
beating
sort
the
of feel
shit
what's
out of it.
underneath it?
To get the dust out from underneath it, but, also curious what
You want to roll
clothing
me
I'm
a
wearing.
perception check or like an insight? No, you know what? An investigation.
Okay, here's the thing. Orpheus is investigating, but he is not admitting to himself that he's investigating.
Okay, does Maisie want to roll me an investigation?
Yes,
check,
yes.
please?
Maisie is really fucking curious how you wear 3 layers of clothing with a dress on the top. It's a dog shit investigation. 16.
God shit.
For art.
God shit.
All right, you reach sort of under a bit, not on purpose, just sort of cleaning yourself, dusting yourself off,
Just
feeling
very
around.
surface level beating up the don't
Okay,
say fooling around.
under the dress. Yep, that is definitely undergarments for sure. Yeah, I got that down. Reaching under that.
Wait, I'm wearing underwear and then more underneath it?
Yes, you are wearing more underneath it.
Who's got
Okay.
the key?
Lock them up.
What the fuck is underneath it?
Underneath that, you have it's very sort of skin tight and stiff,
Oh
and
god.
you're just sort of brushing your arm around it. And yeah, that's like it's armor. You're wearing armor.
Oh. Underneath my underwear?
It sort of feels like a bulletproof vest might, where it's still very like fabricy. This is sort of like a thick leather, and it's very like subtle.
Okay, this is confusing enough that I will break my morality a little, and I'm just gonna go for like the bra strap on top of the shoulder, but I want to try to feel it and feel that it is over the leather armor.
Yeah, it's over.
What the fuck? Okay, I have no one to share this with, but I am quietly baffled.
All right, you've got it in there. Figure that out. That's great.
So about
Or-
my armor class.
It's 13, right? Big 13.
Okay. Big 13.
I also laughed at 13, Karma.
Embarrassing. Oh.
Anyone who has 13 should be embarrassed.
Hello?
I
Oh,
like
I
that
didn't-
you're still calling Carter Karma, even though
Fuck.
Maisie, you call me Karma the most out
I
in
know.
the game in real life.
But somehow no one has called me out for it yet, so I had to get ahead of the allegation.
Then Hire's got the plate mail on. All he needs is a shield, and then he's at AC 20, just like the
Yeah.
big
Jesus
boys.
Christ.
Honestly.
I have a shield. I don't know how to equip it, I guess.
Oh, you do have a shield? Damn. Well, you should figure that out.
Or maybe I don't
Like-
have it like physically as an item. I guess if that makes sense, but I attempted to give it to myself.
Okay, that does confuse me because the picture we have for Hire, you're wearing like an Aladdin vest.
That is
when
very
you-
true.
Maybe he's just
Hire
wearing
would
leather
be like-
armor underneath his skin.
Hire needs to be armed to the fucking teeth in plate mail.
No, don't make me update the lore pics. No.
I feel like we can assume he just puts his plate mail on whenever we're about to go somewhere.
That's true.
Like-
For lore, by the way, I should tell you guys, it takes like half an hour to put on and take off
Oh, yeah.
plate mail. Just next time you want to take it off quickly, it takes a long time.
Cool. I'll start like saying when I actively have it on or off.
I'll trust you on that. I just, it's one of those things. I don't. Here's the thing. All right, guys. As a kind DM, if you guys ever get attacked in the middle of the night, I'm gonna assume that you can get your plate mail armor on, because I don't want you to have a low AC just because of that, because that seems unfair. You're being punished for that. But if you're drowning and you have plate mail on, You can't just take it off immediately.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Can
that's
we-
the difference.
The angle DM or the devil DM?
Or my devil DM.
I'll sort of give you a heads up as situations arise where it ever comes up. It won't come up often though. You know, like it's one of those things where if you're in the middle of a fight with a lightning dragon and the dragon starts doing a lightning shit and you're like, I take off my fucking metal armor right now, then it probably won't happen immediately.
Bzz.
Anyway, not a big deal. 18 armor class, it's worth it. Someone has a 10 armor class right
Yeah,
now.
I
won't
wasn't
say who.
gonna say it. I was not gonna say it.
Wizard.
No, 2 of
It's
us
just
don't
a-
have armor on.
It's just a 50-50 shot.
God,
Sucker.
3 of us.
No,
You
you've
don't have
got
leather on?
you have
No,
leather
I
on.
actually do think I have leather equipped, but I
Yeah.
didn't realize the fucked up, sick and twisted way I was wearing it.
It's underneath. It's under the knee.
That has to feel so comfortable on skin.
I just can't even imagine. Like, I don't know if you guys understand how uncomfortable bras already are, but the idea of having grating like leather underneath the bra, horrible.
You're probably just numb.
Just no.
Probably just numb. Alright, so you guys make your way out of the bar and out into the street, back up to Zavrix. The rain has started to pick up now. It's heavier now. A drizzle has turned a little more into a storm, and the tides are slowly beginning to rise now. You still see the ground beneath you as a puddle, but all of the vendors on the first floor have escaped into their nooks and crannies where they hide for the night as the puddle slowly rises in height as the night tides come in. More of those lights have come on at night now as the rain sort of scatters clouds ahead, and you can't really see those beautiful galaxies above you anymore, sort of making this feel much more material plane-y. You know, the ground beneath you can't really see the color of the grass nor the color of the trees, so for some of you it feels like you might be back home. I say that, of course, knowing that none of you are from the material plane, so... Nevertheless, though, you guys, see all the grass covered with the water now as you make your way back up to Zavrix's place. You twist and turn amongst all the pathways as the paths themselves are a little more abandoned than normal just because it's so wet out here now. Most people have sort of taken to inside, usually to bars and taverns, to find refuge for the evening. And you make your way to Zavrix. As you approach, you notice that the front door of Zavrix's place is yet again wide open. Some rain has gotten in. It really makes you all pretty uncomfortable, especially the most orderly of you all, to just see this door is open and the sort of sleet rain has come in a bit and flooded the front way of Zavrix's home. All the nice carpeting is wet and soggy. You notice some of the woodwork on the wall has already looked to be filled with water, completely soaked through and waterlogged. It's just a wet entryway. It doesn't have a mat or anything. It's a sad day. So you guys make your way in, and instead of his normal sort of weird hiding place, Zavrix is working at a table in the main room, as a shopkeep might actually be doing. He sort of turns to you all and gives you a wave, taking off a thick pair of heavy goggles on his head. Oh, hey guys, you made it! Hey! Alright, you ready for a fine evening?
Yes. Woo, yes.
As long as there's food.
Fantastic, alright! You'll be following me, alright? We're going to a location.
Oh.
By the way,
Good.
Red Hands told me that you did the procedure as requested. Thanks to you all. Goodness, it is so nice to have a new group that can help me out with that. Oh, it's so hard to do it every single day, day in and day out. I will say, you forgot one thing. You left poor old Betsy inside there.
Oh, our
No big deal.
apologies.
I didn't leave it in the notes, so that's on me. But, next time you can just take her out. I have a little grove that she likes to live in. I'm sure you saw some of the grass.
Yes, we saw that. Sorry for leaving her. We weren't sure how long she was meant to stay there.
No, not at all. You did fantastic. My compliments. And I'm not quite sure which one of you did it yourselves, but... And he sort of looks in between you all, that big grin growing ever further along his face. I am so thankful. You have my gratitude.
Oh,
It was Deimos.
Deimos,
God.
goodness, Deimos, my thanks. And he bounds over to you, running quickly, grabs your hand and shakes it up and down. Thank you so much. Oh, that is so kind of you. And let me guess, were there any against it in this group here?
I'm sorry.
It's quite all right. I would like to discuss it. Can I have a moment of your time?
Oh my god.
Suppose you can.
Thank you. He snaps his
Absolutely.
fingers. Now then, let's go to dinner.
Oh!
Wow.
Got your ass. Got your ass.
I'm sorry. What? What just
You-
did you just?
He runs out in front of you guys. You sort of have to jog to keep up. Malaga speaks up. What just fucking happened?
I think he stole a moment of my time.
Which moment?
I hope it wasn't an important one. I don't like that.
All right. Do you guys want to leave or?
I feel like we need to see this through.
Yeah.
All
Alright,
right.
so
but
you guys sort of
that's
jog. to
certainly
keep up with
strike
him.
one.
I agree.
Alright, so you guys make your way through the town now, following him. He seems to sort of careen through the towers now, making his way across. He goes to a part of town that none of you guys have been before. This is more like a residential area, save for a few high-class establishments. And he begins darting up some stairs, a grand staircase in a central room. This sort of looks to be a junction of sorts, as several different entryways and bridges connect to this beautifully sort of opulent end of one tower. And he darts up a few staircases. You guys, again, have to sort of run to keep up, and it's sort of exhausting. For those of you, as we were just making jokes about higher, you are really tired out from all this running, moving a little slower than everyone else in heavy armor. Sort of like, Jesus.
You alright, Tyre?
Just trying to keep up. But you guys go on without me. I'm coming.
You sort of run to keep up, and you make your way into the groups. You catch up a little bit as finally Zavrix stops outside of a fine dining restaurant. This is at the top floor of one of the towers. This is, in fact, even higher than Zavrix's shop. You notice no buildings are above this one.
Suddenly, I forgive him.
Are there any people around?
You look around now. There's no one on the sort of street side here, on the edge overlooking. You look down now. You're at least 10 stories off the ground, not including the watery first floor. This is very high up. You, again, sort of get that vertigo feeling you felt earlier, Demos, of being really high up, and it catches you feeling a bit nauseous, but you turn away and you're fine. And yeah, there's no one else on this specific floor, but you do notice there's some sort of attendant. A finely dressed gentleman wearing the finest silks and a beautiful coat with long trousers and a sort of suit-like exterior, opens the door and gives you all a very wooden smile.
I give a polite smile.
Okay. You all sort of look down at it yourselves, and you might be a little underdressed. Now, but this looks to be a sort of noble, fine dining establishment, one of opulence. Zavrix, however, does not look much better than you guys, still wearing his tight fucking pants.
Was it only Maisie and I that said yes to "Can I have a moment of your time"?
I think so.
Great.
I mean, Dulam almost refuses to talk to this horrible, horrible creature.
For good reason.
It's like the worst creature I could ever imagine to meet.
And yet you're letting him take you out to dinner?
Well, also one of my favorite creatures said that I go to this dinner and dodge perfectly at the right moment, so I'm ready for that.
Tufto is one of your favorite creatures.
He's perfect.
Nice. All right, so you guys all make your way into this restaurant. It reads very simply on the top of the building in a plain font, unlit by any sort of lighting. The following words: the Turn and Tortoise Tea Room. All right, so you guys make your way in. So you guys make your way inside of the the Tart and Tortoise Tea Room. The attendant at the front sort of bows at you all and goes, "Welcome to the Tart and Tortoise Tea Board. Nice to have you in. Could I take your coat?"
Are you the tart or the tortoise?
What a strange thing to say.
My name's just Berta. I just keep the front door here and keep it closed when it's raining, and I'll take your coats. If you had a carriage, I would take that too, but there haven't been any carriage here in Sir Cad. but back where I used to work, there were carriages.
Where did you used to work?
Well, I had this nice gig outside of Baldur's Gate.
Hey.
You ever heard of the German dishwasher? That's where I worked, yeah. Real fine dining. Of course, I was still the front man. Anyway, sorry. What can I do for you?
I look to Zavrix.
Zavrix sort of gives you a smile and says, "It might get hot in there. I don't know. I assume we'll have liquor flowing." I got this on the table. Dinner's on me, all right? I'm paying for everything, so I expect you all to go all out, including you, Doolam. Come in. And he sort of walks in front of all of you guys. You see the host and so I guess the host at the front who would normally check everyone in sort of gives Zavrix a sour grin as he walks in, then turns it into a standard customer service look and says, "Good evening, friends. What can I do for you?" And Zavrix says, "Yeah, I spoke with the manager. I'm all in, yeah. Give my regards to him, all right? I've been missing him. We got a room in the back, you know?" And the host
What?
gives a really, crooked smile that shows a lot of pain and says, "Great! I can't wait to guide you back there." And he picks up a couple of pieces of parchment off the desk that he sits at and slowly guides the way. Zavrix sort of tries to walk in front of him quickly, and it's an awkward little race.
That's really funny.
Malagus refuses to part with his coat. If any of you guys want to drop anything off.
I do not.
We ask that everyone leave any big weapons. If you got a sword or a battle axe right here too.
Don't have either of those.
I could leave my mace, I suppose.
Yeah. Is that a big hammer?
I put it in my purse.
They crash as it hits the bottom of the fucking purse.
Zip
I
up
mean,
the
it's-
tiny fanny pack.
It's no biggie. I just, it's sort of fine dining here. We don't like to have people out with weapons.
Understood. Yes, of course.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for that. And he takes your mace if you offer it.
Yeah, I will.
Right. Yeah. Listen. Just between us next time. The manager doesn't like it when people come in dressed like the homeless people outside. So maybe next time dress up a little bit. I might have a nice coat in the back for you to borrow. Malagus says, "No, not for
His
me."
coat's perfectly clean. What's wrong with his coat?
Oh, well, it's fine, but it's actually your big friend here. I think your name is Deimos, right? You work with Samir? Yeah, he's wearing a tablecloth.
Is it really?
You know, I also thought at nice restaurants like these, we had polite wait staff. That's crazy.
1,000 apologies, sir. You were quite right. I really do hope you forgive me for that. Don't tell the manager. I will be going now.
Oh, good talking to you too. Bye, Fred. Yeah, fuck that guy. Oh my god, what was his deal?
So you guys make your way now into the inner side of the Turn and Tortoise Tea Room. To give you sort of a brief description of this place, it is definitely fine dining. Heavy velvet curtains in deep burgundy drape over tall arched windows, and you see shimmering threads of gold and silver woven into intricate patterns. The rain outside is but a whisper as you imagine the walls here are extremely thick, durable oak wood with some pine inlay. You see candlelight all over. There are beautiful chandeliers above you all and thick embroidered carpets in dark greens and rich purples. They sort of soften the footsteps of anyone entering, giving a sort of sense of quietness and, because of the candlelight, darkness to the entire establishment. Inside, you see finely carved oak tables polished to a mirror finish, each stretched out like grand feasting halls. The layout of this building is quite odd. Instead of one central room, it appears as though it is built into several dozen small, intimate rooms, as if each dinner party is allowed a private dining room of sorts. You walk down a long hallway stretched with these beautiful carpets, and notice on your left and right thin, sliding glass doors of beautiful make gaze into small dining rooms. These look to be entirely waited upon by the staff that work at this establishment, but instead of having one large room where everyone eats in the same room, you are allowed a sort of private dining area. You all are led.
Ew.
It's quite nice. You sort of get like a you're walking down almost like the side of a movie theater vibe, where you see all these little doors on the side that lead into much bigger rooms inside, and it gives a real sense of privacy to all of this. You're not exactly sure how many people are even eating here tonight, because you don't really get to see a lot in, except for save a few glances through these windows. Finally, you guys are led to a door. It looks like the door on the very end of the hall, the furthest from and likely the most private. This door is sort of, how can I describe this? It is stanced on either side by polished bronze candelabras that come out of the wall, and beautiful flickering wells of light that look to be some sort of like magical arcane glow come out of the floors that give a sort of sense of scale to the room as it lights up the ceilings above. Making your way into this room, you are met with a beautiful round table. This circular wooden table has, looks like at least enough chairs to fit all of you guys, plus another 6 or 7 people if need be. And hanging above it is a grand chandelier. It sparkles like a constellation, with each glass droplet almost like enchanted to twinkle. You notice beautiful beeswax candles atop each one, all lit at the same time, and delicate rainbows kind of dance across the room as the light hits the beautiful glass in the chandelier. In the center of each sort of place in front of the table sits a polished silver dish, and you sort of smell spices perfuming through the air. You see a couple other doors leading into this room that look to be sort of service doors, like the saloon-style swinging doors that you imagine servants come in and out. And you already noticed 2 waiters are waiting by the edge of the table, both wearing classic aprons and holding a white towel along their arm in a sort of classic style. The ambiance is very nice here. There's sort of a soft music from some sort of unseen string quartet somewhere. And all in all, it gives off this sense of beautiful medieval opulence. So you guys all sit down at the table here, and Zavrix sort of bows at the host, who sort of scowls at him again and then returns back to the front. And you guys are all sort of left somewhat alone in this private room. You get a sense of, like, this is definitely the nicest restaurant in this town, though probably the only nice restaurant in this town. Seeing as how there aren't that many people that live here, you imagine that the majority of the folks that live here who are in some way or another fanciful, you know, those who have gained a decent amount of wealth, like to spend it somewhere, and you imagine it is probably here, just considering how many things here are meant to feel fancy. Zavrix sort of watches with satisfaction as the waiters sort of give him a look. It seems like everyone here knows Zavrix. His eyes sort of twinkle as he takes them in and gives them a smile and sort of raises his eyebrows twice. He sort of offers a dramatic, sweeping gesture to the room and says, "Only the finest for my favorite travelers. Enjoy, after all, we have only eternity to dine."
What
So
do you
true.
mean by that?
Nothing. Please, have a seat. I'd love to get to know you all, and as promised, I do think I owe you all a little something.
Yes, the transportation.
All in due time, but first, what can I interest you all in? I sort of had a prepared menu that I had planned out, but if you'd like something a bit more lavish. A wine, perhaps?
Sure.
Good. All right. So, let's talk wines. Are you all enjoyers of a certain vintage or beverage?
Higher does not get the joke. Vintage, yes, of course.
Yes, of course, yes. And he sort of, like, starts standing up. You notice he hasn't yet sat down at the table. If the rest of you would also like to sit down, you certainly can. But at this point, it's sort of a quiet vibe here.
I'll stay standing until he sits.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Malaga sits down and immediately starts, like, tapping the plate and, like, biting on it to see if it's real silver.
Malagas, do you think it's real?
No, it's not real. I think it's some sort of iron.
Oh, and that's worse.
Less valuable, yes.
All right.
So
Hey, you're not gonna steal that, right?
No.
Okay.
Right, I
Keep your
don't think I'll
voice
steal
down.
these.
People don't like when you say that in their store.
I I just think I'll steal these, and he sort of grabs 2 salt and pepper shakers that are on the table that look to be some sort of beautiful gold coloring. I don't even care if it's real. I think I could take it right now.
Don't. We're just about to eat. Malagus, hands to yourself.
Bad boy.
He crosses his arms and sort of scratches at his coat a bit. You see him like grab like a clump of something out of his hair and then start rubbing it on his coat.
What?
Mason, that was awful to hear.
What the fuck? Does he grab out of his hair? Can I
Grease?
watch?
It's grease.
Ugh.
What? How does he have hair congealed grease enough to grab?
He's like squeegeeing it out.
Malagus, what the fuck are you doing?
If I'm gross, then we're all gonna be gross.
What?
What?
You're just making yourself gross.
Well, but guess what? I'm gonna get drunk tonight.
Oh.
What?
Like more than you usually are?
I'm not usually drunk.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, of course.
Yes, quite. So, if I may, Zavrix, I'm a big fan of the, let's say, 1482 CR vintage, we'll call it the Palma Vareza. Can you get that? He sort of gives you guys a look like, yeah, I know that. Zavrix sort of gives him a weird look and says, we'll see what the staff can do. In the meantime, why don't you all sit? He refuses to sit down still.
Before we do, I want to ask, what did you do to us earlier? Did you take some time from us? I'm a bit wary to do something that you won't do now after that. Magic?
What? No. You're confused. You're quite all right.
Okay, then you can explain what happened then.
Well, first, would you give me some time?
Oh.
So, no, I think you could just tell us now, really.
Well, I don't know what you need to order yet. I need to figure that out. Oh, garçon! One of the waiters politely walks over, and the two share a couple words, not whispering, but sort of quietly. You hear Zavrix sort of mention just sort of like a broad meal that all of you guys are going to eat, and it goes quiet for a moment. The waiter kind of gives him a scowl again and sort of walks off. The two waiters on the edge of the room share a couple words with each other, then they look out at all of you guys and sort of scowl in your direction, and then they make their way back to the servant's door.
Service
Yeah.
here smells pretty good.
Guys, this might be my bad. I was very mean to the guy outside, but I thought he was being mean to Deimos. I think they hate us.
I feel like you're within your rights. I don't know.
Well, at least they definitely do not like Zavrix.
Well, we haven't met a lot of people so far who do, so...
True.
He sort of starts pacing around the table now.
What are you doing, Zavrix? Do you want to just sit down and enjoy your meal?
So let's chat first. Tell me about all yourselves. Where are we headed, huh? Something about Waterdeep, is that right? You were helping me out with my cat. Where is she, by the way? Did you bring her with you?
She's not with us right now, but she's around.
Oh, that's fine. I'll find her. I've got ways.
Okay.
No, it's quite all right. Now I'm interested to get to know you all, because not a lot of people are willing to agree to do my procedure for me when I'm out for the day.
You told us very little about it, and kind of just told us to do it and then left.
But you're all smart people. I assume you took a long, hard look at it. You took a look at the cow. Yes, you look at the small area that it lived in. Thought maybe this cow's going to get killed, right? I'm sure you did. Then you took a look at my water, I'm sure. Tasted it a little bit to understand what the spice was in there, I gather.
I mean, sure, but that still doesn't tell us what the spell does or what came with the risks.
Exactly. So you did your investigation and you determined it wasn't enough risk for you to not do it. So you did it for me even though I promised you nothing. That is nice. That is a good friend to have. So it's a pleasure to welcome you to Circad.
Well, that's why we wanted to hear it from you, because we didn't figure out the full truth, so we'd like to hear it now, actually.
You know, this is the most private room of the whole Tortoise Tea Room. You know that? The Lady of Pain herself dines here sometimes with great prisoners and punishes them right here, and not a word is heard outside. These walls are so thick, and he bangs against one of the walls.
Oh my god.
Isn't that fantastic?
And that's great that you told us that, but it sounds like you just avoided the question again. And again, I'd really like to know what we did.
I agree.
done
I
nothing
agree.
wrong. You've done great things. You've helped me out.
So,
We're just one day
Zavrix,
closer.
you're avoiding the question in a way that makes me assume bad intent, as you have avoiding other questions we've been asking you that, quite frankly, has been very rude.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I suppose the rudeness is due, you see, because you've answered none of mine. Tell me, where are you from? Where are you going? Something Waterdeep, right?
I feel like we told you all this before, but hello, I'm Face. I'm from the plane of Valhalla, and I'm trying to return to it as soon as possible, and in the meantime, I'm willing to go to the Waterdeep so we can find a wizard who will get me back there quicker.
That was fast.
And he sort of squints at you for that, Orpheus, and
He
sort of
doesn't like
walks
my practice response.
over and he's like, "Listen, I think I might know something about where you're from. Can I have a word?"
Which one?
Don't say yes. Don't say yes. Don't say yes.
Nothing important, of course.
Alright, so what do you know about it?
Well, let's just say, I think I might have met someone from there.
Who?
Someone who came looking for me, away home.
Yes, who?
But we'll get there in due time. Dinner first, right? Please have a seat. He gestures at the table again.
I'll
Can you
sit.
bother to sit down? Okay.
You're
You
gonna
sit
kill
down.
him.
Malagus has started, eating the salt.
I will join him.
Crazy.
I'll stay standing, and I'm forever a watchful during this whole dinner, just getting ready to dodge at my perfect moment.
Yeah, so Zavrix still hasn't sat down.
He is not sitting down. You notice he's sort of chosen a place sitting for himself. He's removed his hat and placed it on one of the chairs, but he is yet to sit down there and is sort of just pacing around the room.
I'll also just stand at my seat.
Gamos, what are your
Or
thoughts?
I'll even turn the chair the other way.
Wow. I think Deimos will sit with the most amount of etiquette that he can muster.
Okay. You sit down looking pretty good. Your tablecloth that you're wearing is very fine. It's nice and bright white. It really brings out your eyes.
Nice.
You sit down and Zavrix gives you a smile and he sort of looks at Hire and Duelam confused and he goes, "Oh, well, robot, you don't have to be in sentinel mode. You can join at the table like real people."
Thank you.
Right, yes. It's just, I feel as though, as your host here tonight, it's the least I can do to offer you a fine meal. And as he finishes that, the servant's door is thrown open and a couple waiters come out and protrude for you all a couple of dishes. These look to be some sort of appetizer. There's a sort of fine soup served in a porcelain bowl. It's not often you guys see porcelain. It's served in front of you all. It's a thick soup, looks very hearty. It's got some carrots and some heavy ground beef in there, maybe, or some sort of general stew meat.
I
And
look at it and I.
You before it even hits your mouth, you know it's going to be disappointing. Zavrix sort of rushes over to his place sitting, picks up the bowl of soup, and then starts carrying it with him as he paces,
Oh.
eating out of it with a spoon. He continues just sort of wandering around the room. It's sort of disorienting for you guys who have sat down now who are talking with him, because he's moving somewhat fast, where as he's talking to you, it's sort of like wounding and wounding around the table kind of quickly, and sometimes he'll talk to you where you forget he's behind you and it scares you for a moment.
Great, this is such a fun meal.
So, did you open any of the other doors that were in my house?
No,
Nope.
I'm sure you saw the other three and you were curious, right?
not really our style.
Good, because one of them's a trapdoor.
Oh,
It sounds like you wanted us to be trapped, then?
No, it's for people who don't listen to what I want.
alright.
Ah, yes, of course. I hate when people don't listen to what I want.
Ask Red Hands about it. There was one time his hands were green.
Oh. Wait, but his hands are still green, right? Okay, my bad.
As he's pacing, you notice he sort of bonks one of the sconces on the wall and knocks off a couple torches. The candle wax falls to the ground in a big clump, and he's like, "Ah, shit!" And he goes down and tries to clump it up in his hands and fix it.
Yet another great diversion to answer the question. Genius.
He comes back up and goes, "Well, I really owe you all thanks for your help with my procedure. I would love to offer you some, I'd like to call it a reward, yes?"
Uh-huh.
And,
I thought the dinner was the reward.
yes, it was, but I'm such a gracious guy, and, I really love, and he sort of glances around the room now as he says this, and I really love helping strangers, so, I'd like to offer you, let's just say, a little exercise in friendship and trust.
Oh, like a friendship test.
Not quite. Really, I'm allowing you access to my own private storefront, the Zavrix store. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I see. An exclusive membership.
Sure,
Yes,
that
yes,
sounds
you have
good.
it.
All right, and what do you sell at the store?
Let's just say, between us, the store travels with me. Does that make any sense? I
Yeah,
am
You
the
have
store.
the items in a bag of holding?
Oh, bag of holding. No, I wouldn't dare touch any of that stuff. I've had too many accidents with planar travel with that. Have I ever told you my theories on planar travel?
No.
Well, it all starts with this big tree.
Oh, no.
Fuck this guy! Fuck this guy!
Horrible. He knows nothing.
You see, we're at the bottom of the tree, sort of in a crack, like a root off the side. No other theory will explain where we are right now, as well as mine. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm a teacher, you see, at the Royal High Academy of Waterdeep, so I sometimes enter my educator mode.
Haha.
My students, they love me there.
How many
That's
students
nice.
do you have?
Well, not many. I sort of teach a smaller class for graduate students who looking to expand their knowledge of planar magic. Right now, I operate a class of 7.
Oh, I see. And
Smaller
are they
class.
from Waterdeep, or do people travel to Waterdeep for this?
They all live at the academy. It's one of the sleepaway places that, you're allowed to have a dormitory there, so they all remain there, though I'm sure they're from all over.
Interesting, I see.
Of course, I'm sure many have told you about the great scholars of Waterdeep that allow planar transport. That's obviously me.
Oh, that's just you.
But just as I'm the only planar wizard here, of course.
Hey, are
Uh,
you the one who invented the
hmm.
printing press?
What? What's that?
Oh. It makes, like, newspapers.
All right. If you're just gonna make up words now.
Never mind.
All right. Well, as I was saying, where was I? My shop, or was it we talking about? Oh yes, Valhalla, the plane of ghosts. I met someone from there. No, the shop. Let's start with the shop.
Okay, shop it is.
He's continuing to pace now. You see, he's finished his soup and placed it down on the table. Would any of you guys like to eat this?
I pick at it.
Okay, you pick. It's not good. Very bland.
Yeah.
Just as expected, of course. Duelim, you continue standing. Higher, I guess you also continue standing. So, Malagus and Demos are the only other two who can, eat this. Malagus enjoys it. He doesn't say anything, though.
Yeah, what an interesting situation. I guess if I'm standing, eating kind of defeats the purpose of that.
If you want to
Yeah, I'm gonna
continue
eye it
standing,
really sadly.
Demos, he kind of pats the seat right next to him for hire. He's like, come on.
I feel as if Zavrix is not sitting. There might be a reason for it, and he even made that comment about not being people on the outside can't hear what happens here, and then banged on our room as if to demonstrate we wouldn't be heard. So I'm scared is what I'm trying to say.
when Zavrix is on the far end of the room doing his pacing and muttering about something, Malagus sort of turns back to you and goes, "Listen, I really don't think he invited us here to kill us, alright? What reason would he have to do that? We did everything he's asked, and more. I'm sure we've complained about the guy, but he can't fault us for that. Just sit down and eat your dinner, alright? You're letting this go to waste. It's actually quite good."
Dulam, what do you think?
You can eat.
Hire's gonna seem hesitant, but that will then sit and be very excited to eat his soup.
It's a great soup. It's genuinely quite good. It's much better than any tavern soup. Alright, you guys all sit down. Dulam, you are the only one standing now, and Zavrix gives you sort of a look every time he makes a turn in his pacing at you. He gestures to the table every time.
Neutral smile.
Old reliable.
Mr. DM, I would like to use my last meta magic to again detect magic as I sit.
Okay, you cast Detect Magic on yourself. Let's see, what in this room is magic? The chandelier is slightly magic, you notice. It's sort of enchanted a bit to give it a sort of slightly more rainbow hue as the light catches it. You also catch that every candle in this room is magic. It's magically enchanted wax that burns 100 times slower than normal wax, such that it can be lit for days upon days on end. You sort of get a feel around this room. Every time Zavrix makes a turn, you get this sort of pungent, almost nauseatingly strong whiff of magic coming off of him. It's almost like fallout, like radiation magic that just leaks out of him. You're not even sure where from it comes. Like one part of his body is more magic than another. It's just he's got this aura of stank. If you're curious in schools of magic, I can tell you that too.
Say it, can I?
Ow! From Zavrix, you are getting strong transformation magic.
Okay, cool.
He has like whiffs of other things as well. You get a little bit of illusion and a little bit of conjuration. All of the chandelier and all of the different torch lights in this room, the candles are all enchantment magic.
Okay, cool.
All right.
And I'll keep it on for the next hour, I believe.
Cool. I'll update you if anything changes. As you all sort of sit here for the dinner, Zavrix continues pacing and he continues to spiel. My friends, you're quite in luck. You see, there are gifts that only a true wizard of the plains might bestow. I limit each of you to twice. I can give you a benefit, a change to your body. Do you see what I'm saying? But you see, each require, let's say, a contribution to the arcane's cosmic balance. Nothing too steep, mind you.
What?
Like what?
I can offer each of you grand and powerful changes. But a contribution in return, perhaps something like a cherished dream. One of those good ones you cling to on a stormy night like tonight. Or better yet, perhaps I just take yesterday from you. All of it. A small trade to touch the unfettered, pure planar magic. That's fair, yes? If you agree, I will invite you to join me in my mirror. It's just a mirror, really. It's but powerful if you know which way to look at it. But I can have it change you, mold you. Those feelings you get, the odd ones when you travel through planes, I can make one touch you permanently. I promise the rewards are delightful in their own way, and just remember, the more valuable item you give up, the greater the gift you will receive.
Thank you for the
You get
offer.
it?
Oh,
You get it?
Yes, I get it. It's a lot to think about. I guess I was thinking what I would give up, but no, that's wow. You control this gift of the universe?
Yes, because I am a powerful wizard of planar magic.
Thank you for the offer, Zavrix, but it's not really my body to be, adjusting. Thank you, though.
Why not? There's no reason not to.
Well, Iceland probably wouldn't appreciate that, so...
Pish posh, she's not coming back.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Why do you say that?
I don't know. Forgive me.
No, explain yourself. I'm not angry, but I want to understand why you would say something like that.
You find yourself in a foreign body, yes?
Yes.
Well, let's just say this. The girl who was in it before you was smarter than you.
What does that mean?
If this is what she wants, it's not going back. I don't see you making a difference. Ha!
I thought you were going to help us.
Yes, all in due time. Quite
you
busy
figure
right
it
now,
out?
though.
Could you-
No.
No?
No! I don't know how souls work, how changing somebody's body works. That's confusing. Confounding. I prefer going from one place to another. That's simple. It's elegant.
Why do you think that she would want me here and she would want to be gone? You knew her, right? You said she's smart. You knew her.
I didn't know her. She knew me.
She knew you, but you didn't know her?
Yes, she was constantly weaseling around. She stole things from me, you know. And I want them back.
I don't... you must understand I can't help you with that. I would if I could,
Right,
but...
then I can't help you with that. Now back to the
Well-
meal. And as he screams this, the next group of waiters comes out with the main course. He smiles as this comes out and sort of calms down, and you see him start to pace again. Presented in front of you all is a beautiful cut of beef. It is a steak. It looks very rare.
Great.
Ire is freaking pumped.
I had this specially requested for you all.
Oh, okay. What is it? What's so special about it?
Well, let's just say you've met her.
Okay, yeah. I was suspecting that was the case.
I see. That's very kind, I guess.
Yes, quite. Now then, if I could be so bold. And he begins to sit down in his chair. He sort of looks around the room as he does so and looks at his chair.
Yes.
And then he gestures at the meal and says, "Dig in!" And he starts eating the steak very quickly. You notice everything he does is very rushed. It makes you all sort of feel anxious by association.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even Maisie's feeling it somehow.
Yeah, I am actually feeling it. I
Perfect.
don't know what to say to what he says.
He sits down and begins eating. Malagus sort of shrugs and goes, "Listen, can't we just enjoy a meal? I don't like this guy as much as you guys, but it really doesn't hurt to enjoy something so nice. And the steak is quite well cooked. It's got this spice in it I can't quite recognize. Really good."
Probably cardamom. I would definitely
is
eat it, even though I'm objecting to his behavior.
You begin eating it, and it is really good. You know, it's not as good as you remember steaks being, but it's definitely the best food you've had since you returned from the Feywild.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely also eating it, but
Yes, for everyone else who eats it, it is fantastically cooked. This is like one of the finer meals you've ever had. You're pretty sure that to buy this at an actual restaurant, you would probably have to pay like somewhere in the realm of 10, maybe even 20 gold pieces.
Wow.
Holy.
This is very well cooked, very well made. Whoever, the chef that created this is a master.
Demos, I think his stomach churns at the sight of this meat, and all he sees is those black, void, deep eyes as he stares at the slab.
The groaning in your stomach sort of overwhelms you as the nausea hits, and you do remember the cow well, and you're not sure if Zavrix is joking about this being your friend, but either way, it's a little bit sickening. So, do you choose not to eat it, Deimos?
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna eat this.
Okay, you don't. Duelam, you continue sitting a distance away, watching.
I'm still standing.
Okay. Would you want to give me a perception check for your general watching?
Oh, what's my plus? 15 plus 1, 16.
16. All right, you look around. Sure enough, there is what you'd imagine is a decent amount of hesitation and anxiety in Zavrix's movements. You notice he is not at all comfortable with the surroundings here. He sort of jumps around and looks desperately at things. You notice the things he's been looking at most are the torch sconces on the wall. In fact, you're pretty sure the one that he bumped into was not on accident. And he keeps glancing at the chandelier.
This is
Go ahead.
This is like a carrot on a stick for me. Yes, My last character would just like take all of the candelabras down.
Would you just pull on that shit? What does Dulam do though?
Nothing. Just look at them.
All right, you look at
Okay.
them. They all look pretty normal. There's the one that he sort of pushed his body up against that now is like slightly bent out of place. That you're sure, like, you know, a stonemason could take to and quickly recaulk, but
Stone
otherwise
what?
it's a little bent.
Is the magic still coming from the one he hit?
The sconce itself, the candles that were on it are not as magic as before. You think that by clattering to the ground and like splatting into wax that they are no longer magic.
Interesting.
As you are eating this, by the way, I should note higher that the food in front of you is slightly magical. It is
Great.
enchanted. The enchantment magic in this, you think you're not exactly sure what it is doing, but you know, it is slightly magical. It is not at all strong magic. You think it's very subtle.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll keep a mental note of that and hope it's just flavor. Since
It
I'm
could just be flavor.
already eating it.
You've probably heard from your travels that there are some very fine chefs out there who sort of mingle the arcane and culinary arts together where they do enchant their foods. This restaurant does seem nice enough that they might actually be doing that here, but it could be something else.
I think Hire is probably wearing his anxiety just from being around Zavrix and is really giving that a consideration. He's paranoid about the magic.
Oh yeah, that's fair. So Zavrix sort of chomps down his meal. It takes the better part of 10 minutes for him to eat it and is completely silent the whole time. Would any of you guys like to say anything during this time?
Our face is mad.
Fair enough. Zavrix sort of gives you guys all grins throughout his meal. Again, this smile just curves way too far around his head. In fact, when he goes to bite this steak, it's like a wolf almost biting into it. The way his mouth sort of wraps around his skull, opening like a hinge, sort of like yours, Dulam. He wolfs it down quickly, and he sort of, I assume, beats all of you guys to finishing. Again, he's sort of like on speed all the time. This guy's moving very fast. So as he finishes the meal, he jumps up again and goes, "Oh, that was nice. All right." And just as he stands up, he slumps back and down into the chair.
Are you alright?
As he does so, the torches in the room get a little dimmer.
Did he just perform a spell very sophisticated?
You did not notice you did not notice his mouth move at all as he hit the ground. It's almost like his eyes are like sort of wide open and locked at the table, and he's not moving. As he hits the ground, you notice both of the waitstaff in the room who are sort of waiting on you guys. They were the ones who sort of brought out the wine earlier that Malagus had requested, to his excitement. They're also the ones who have been like treating you guys to glasses of water and you know, napkins and such. Those two exit the room slowly and carefully out through the waitstaff door, and a moment goes by and nothing seems to happen.
I would follow them.
Through the waitstaff door.
Is he alright? He just slumped. What was in that food?
They both leave.
I'm following.
Okay, you stand up and begin making your way over. Just as you reach the sort of double-wide swinging doors, a broad-chested figure seems to be emerging from them at the same time, sort of locking you in.
Excuse me, those people, they're running off. Zavrix just slumped over. I think there's, I don't know, poison or something.
The figure pushes open the door with ease, sort of like pushing you out of the way a bit. You see this figure's frame kind of fills the doorway, and you see the lights in this grand dining room dim as if shadows themselves sort of crowd around the lights. A cool chill sort of settles over this room. As you sort of make your way into the back room, Orpheus, you sort of almost bump into somebody else who's making their way out. This is a tall, wide figure. Somebody who doesn't quite stand out to you immediately as you bump into them. Instead, just a very lean, large figure, but as you look up, you are met with a finely dressed, as you sort of get closer to this figure, it throws you off. Probably never been that close to this kind of character before, but standing before you now with a curled smile similar to Zavrix's and this sort of a bit too wide around this gentleman's face is a devil.
Ha
The figure sort of glides into the room. His presence exudes a sort of quiet, razor-sharp authority. His skin, bone white, almost spectral, with a faint shimmer like polished stone. You see they're contrasted by gleaming eyes of a dark, orangish yellow that flicker. He's dressed in an impeccably tailored suede suit of dark charcoal gray, and you notice on his breast pocket a perfectly picked pink flower, what looks to be almost a pink rose, sits delicately, almost as a decor to his dress. You notice polished silver cufflinks, a beautiful red tie. His movements are deliberate, and he smirks at you all as he all approaches. You notice he has his hand out sort of in a grasp as if he's clenching something in it. And again, for those of you who cast Arcane, you recognize this as a concentration on a spell. He hoists it in Zavrix's direction. Orpheus, you kind of fall back on yourself as this gentleman pops through, as he sort of exudes importance, and you almost feel bad for bumping into him. You sort of feel this urge to apologize.
Sorry, sir.
He smiles and nods to you, and as he speaks, you hear a rich, velvety tone. I see my esteemed rival has decided to grace my fine establishment with such a particular band of company. He straightens his collar as he speaks, and gestures out to you all, still holding his fist out towards Zavrix. You notice Zavrix continues to remain entirely silent, almost frozen mid-gesture. You all, I don't know, but surely as perceptive travelers, you must see the value in keeping certain influences from disturbing an evening as exquisite as yours in such an establishment. His voice is very gentle, but you notice there's sort of a thinly veiled menace behind each word. May I introduce myself to you all? I am Flixie, an archdevil.
It's nice to meet you, Lixie.
He continues, this gentleman right here represents all disinterests that I have, and I just want you all to know that you partake in bad company. His presence is unwelcome here, and therefore, I ask you this, why waste your time with such a buffoon?
I apologize, I didn't know he was an enemy to this establishment. We wanted to leave the portal and wanted to do business with him, but I'll say it, I fucking hate the guy. Anyone else?
I don't particularly care for him either.
Your survival instinct to get out.
He sort of leans closer then and says, good. Allow me to extend a warm welcome. My doors are open, my wine is rare, and my patience with this particular entity, he gestures now to Zavrix with a almost practiced distaste, is running rather thin. The last time he crashed my diner, I informed him I would do bodily harm to him, and perhaps today I will.
How about we just get him out of your sight? We can all take him home. He's probably had too much to drink. It's not a problem.
I apologize to you all. I hope you know, and he starts stepping away from the table now, this isn't personal. What I mean to say by this is merely a distaste for your company. If you yourselves wish to return to my establishment, I would welcome you with open arms. And as he walks backwards, he approaches one of the torch sconces, the candlesticks on the wall, and in a swift motion, he pulls it, and it clicks off the wall. Click, 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 click. You see gears rotating inside, and he smiles warmly out at you all as you hear a quiet twing.
Yeah, we should run out immediately.
Dodge the chandelier.
You all sort of look up now to see what is very obviously a latch in the top of the chandelier snaps, and the entire thing comes crashing down on the table. The Archdevil smiles with a warm grin, and you see him sort of duck now behind the servant's door as the chandelier comes crashing down. You see all this glass begin to slam into the top of the oak wood, shattering out into sparks. What would you all like to do?
I said I ducked. Can I also try to pull Malagus with me?
Alright, you sort of grab at Malagus. You pull him down as he's sort of mid-bite in something. He was sort of ignoring a lot of what was happening.
Yep.
You grab him and begin pulling him. Give me a strength check, an athletics check, actually, to yank him down.
Well, I don't know
Okay.
if I agree with that.
Okay, so this might be really pushing it, Mason. And maybe this decision is party wide. Can we if Maisie can grab Malice's body out of there, could I maybe push Zavrix's body towards it?
Oh my god.
I will remind you that Zavrix seems to be frozen in place. He is not moving. He, in fact, is not trying to dodge at all. He is going to take this thing full on.
Oh, okay, great. Never mind. We're good then.
He looks to be held in place somehow.
Oh, okay. I imagined he couldn't hear us, but I guess he might be able to still hear us.
Oh, maybe. I mean, you can try to push him more in the way if you want. Or,
I mean,
use
if
him as
he's
a
a-
human shield, which is
Let's
sort
just
of...
let bygones be bygones.
If he's already in there, we're all good.
I got
higher-
an 11.
You pull Malagus, but you don't get his whole body out of the way. This table is very fanciful, and it has one of those big, thick tablecloths on it that drags on the ground heavy in such a way that it already takes you a decent amount of effort just to push under the table to duck. So with an 11 for strength, you pull Malagus about halfway under, but his face and shoulders still sort of protrude out.
God damn it!
He sort of looks around wildly as this happens. Higher and Deimos, do you guys have anything you want to do?
Sorry, do we dodge the attack, or are we just getting hit by it?
I guess, yeah, I would like you to roll, let me think, let me start over here. So the chandelier comes crashing down, right? And for those of you who are sort of surprised by this in this moment, I'm going to need you guys to roll a dexterity saving throw. So Carter and Xavier, could I get a dexterity saving throw from you? Malagus will also roll one. Orpheus, you did pre-call that you were hiding under the table,
Yeah, I ducked.
so I'll allow that. And good
Aw.
old Dulam, standing in the corner, ever vigilant, practically taking the dodge action every turn. This thing comes crashing down, and as it does, with a sort of calculated precision, you can see all of the shards of glass slam into the table and fan out like some sort of disc of destruction that comes shooting out at every angle, spraying glass at you all. You already see it catch Zavrix head on as he is unable to dodge it at all, as shards and shards of glass are shoved into him, somewhat fitting for his task as a plane hopper. As it is shot toward you, you see chunks and chunks of glass. In fact, it almost looks as if the biggest chunk of glass of this entire chandelier seems to be ricocheting directly towards you. So, as you make a dexterity saving throw, can I have you do it with super advantage, please?
Holy.
Oh my god.
And higher and Deimos, let me know what you get. Malagus got a 9.
Higher got a 3.
Oh, okay.
Can Deimos choose to sort of try to take the brunt of the force for hire, sort of like jump in front of him and
What?
You can get in front of him, but doing so, I'm going to need you to roll the dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
Okay, cool.
Okay, awesome.
Does Malagus get any sort of help? Because I was trying to pull him down.
He is at half cover right now, so his body won't get hit.
Okay. I guess, it's not like the faces is a moneymaker, so.
All right, Deimos, you are gonna take full damage from this thing as it slams down.
Nice.
Dulam in the corner over there. What did you get?
I got 19.
Oh
plus
boy,
0.
that is sorry, +0.
Huge.
All right. As this sort of splashes out, I shall roll the damage now. It is a decent amount considering this is almost like a breath weapon of glass coming at you all. This is a enormous chandelier that has just crashed in. So I shall roll the damage.
Not only did I not want to get hit, I've been resisting pulling down those candelabras all night. But I was like, oh, there's no reason to. Mason will get mad at me, and it won't do anything anyway.
4d12, thank you.
Totally.
I'm permanently dead, Mason.
There we go. Good shit.
Mason, that's a high roll.
A better roll. Yeah, that's a better roll.
Mason, you perma killed me.
So as the
No, it really.
glass shatters into the ground, Deimos, you are shot through with 31 points of glass damage.
Holy.
As you take the brunt of the hit for you and Higher, you remain unhit by this.
Oh
Not
my
taking
God.
any, as sort of pulling you behind him dexterously, Deimos shoves you, your small form, behind his body as you see glass shove into his face and body. Deimos, what is your health looking like?
Oh, I think my max is only 26.
Okay, so as this glass is shoved into you, you sort of fall backwards onto Higher. This damage not at all being what you were expecting from the thing. You sort of fall back now, and as you do so, you see Malagus get shot up with a decent amount of damage himself. His face starts bleeding, and he coughs up some glass from his body. And in the corner there, Dulam, you see all the glass coming. You saw it coming. You smelled it coming. In fact, this was your fucking moment. You were divined to dodge the glass. You feel it in your body as you sort of dance around it, moving quickly, shaking your body in different ways. Some glass catches you on the edges of your metal, but it doesn't do any damage.
Wow.
You see
Absolutely.
Zavrix, of course, taking this full-on, no saving throw at all. He takes it like a man. And just as quickly as it began, the glittering, crashing sound stops. Nobody comes to the door to check on you all, as even though the loudness of the sound, no one comes by. And the sound subsides, the crunching of glass beneath you all sort of comes to an end, and the surface door is opened once again. You see glass shards sticking out of it. As sticking his head through, Flixie says, "Enjoy your evening, and do let me know if you need anything else." And he closes the door behind him and walks out.
Did I take damage?
You did not. You were under a table.
Okay.
So, as we come back now, Deimos, you have fallen unconscious.
Jesus.
Higher, a
fucking Christ.
body kind of starts falling on top of you.
Yeah, I scream out. Maybe that probably being the worst moment of my life personally. And I'll immediately heal him.
Okay, cure wounds, I assume?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll the healing on that. The feeling that you get from dodging this glass duelim is really, like, giving you a high. Feels awesome.
12 points of healing.
Okay, Deimos, just as quickly as you go down, you feel your mind slip into unconsciousness, and just as you begin to sort of have a dream of somewhere else, you wake up.
Are
Your
you okay, little
body
guy?
is in agony.
My body would have been minced to pieces to a point to where it would not have been recoverable by anything but a revivify. Thank you.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Yes, we should leave immediately. We very clearly aren't welcome. How's the Fearix doing?
So you bring Deimos up. Deimos, you start coughing out glass. Your lungs and chest hurt. Your face hurts a lot. You're really torn up from this.
What a shitty day.
And yeah, not great. You sort of look around. It looks like the only other of your friends that was caught by this blast is Malagus, who is bleeding out of his face pretty bad. He's sort of picking out pieces of glass from him. He doesn't look happy.
So between me seeing Malagus's very upsettingly fucked up face and me having just watched Higher cast Cure Wounds, does that jog my memory at all?
You don't feel like Malagus deserves a cure wounds.
Yes, I do!
Real.
You do. Your body doesn't want to give it to him.
Okay.
Real.
I'll just try to stay still. Quit doing that. Let me do it.
Watch,
and I'll try to
get off of me.
stay still. And I want to try to pick the glass out of him.
I think we should do any more healing at home. We should do what we will with Zavrix and get out of here.
Alright, can we carry his body? Maybe take him back to his place?
So, bring us back now. You guys are all sort of wound up by this. All of a sudden, Zavrix almost comes back to his senses and starts... Oh my god! Fuck you, Flixie, you bitch! Stupid fucking devils, I hate you! God.
Why would you bring us here, knowing he's your enemy?
He's not even worth talking to.
Sometimes he's not
We
here.
should get out.
Alright, well, I can tell when I'm not wanted, so maybe we make our leave now, but, I still have so much to talk to you all about.
You're gonna tell me about someone from Valhalla. I'll come back to your home if that's where you want to go.
Oh, no, I had this nice dinner planned out and everything, and I don't
Forget
really
that.
want to... He sort of holds his head and starts scraping off the glass from him. He looks pretty beat up by this. It obviously didn't kill him, but he's, like, hurt a lot. He continues coughing, and he turns back and he says, I knew it was one of these fucking wall sconces. You should have checked them, Dulam. I saw you looking at them.
Zavrix, this is not Jolam's fault.
No, it's not. It's stupid fucking Flixie. Fuck you, man. I'll burn down your fucking building next chance I get.
Out.
That was just
We're
a
going
joke. That
out
was a joke.
now. We're going out
That was
now.
just a joke.
I want to hold
Alright,
open the
alright.
door.
Sort of open the door, and he says, I won't pay the bill.
This is a very upsetting day.
And he sort of stands up and, like, stretches out in body. He goes, that fucking sucked. Anyway, where was I? Let me tell you more about this shop that I'm running, where I'm offering you something.
Can we
In
go to your
return.
house before we talk anymore? I don't feel safe here.
Fine. And he starts running out.
I'll run after.
You really wish to follow?
He knows someone from Valhalla here.
So do others. He's clearly a danger to us all.
He's the only one who can get us out of here. Out of Sarkad. I don't have a lot of choices here. But I wouldn't ask you to come with me, though, if you don't feel safe doing it. I don't mean to pressure you. I know it's sort of my problem.
I'll come with to support, but we hate this guy. Yes?
Obviously, fuck this guy.
This guy fucking sucks. He brought us to a place just to get hurt. Jesus.
But if he can help us achieve our goals and no one else can, I don't...
If it doesn't kill us first, maybe.
Yeah, well... Yeah.
Fucking Christ. Malagus sort of stands up and pulls glass out of him. He walks carefully now. All of you sort of have to maneuver your way around the floor now, which is just covered in glass. It is so thick on the ground. I assume all of you have shoes on. I'm pretty sure you all do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're it's not like you're damaging yourselves, but it is a mess of glass on the floor. And in that moment, higher where you still have detect magic up, it's so sad because the beautiful enchantment that was in this chandelier is gone, crashed along with it. All the beauty in it is taken from it, and you've lost the magic in it.
Oh my god, the trap was mechanical instead of magical. God damn it.
Womp womp.
Wah, wah.
Sorry, Super Champ. I like the magic idea though. Hey, you can steal some candles if you want. They're magic.
Samir probably built that.
Oh, fuck that.
Fuck.
God damn.
War criminal.
You guys starting to make your way out. As you do, Malagus sort of yells, "Higher, higher!"
He's how bad is he? Is he bleeding?
You turn to him. He looks at you and he goes, "Hi, higher! I need you to heal me."
Is he bleeding, Mason?
Yes, he is bleeding.
I'll do my healing of Deimos and Malagus now if I can.
Cool. You heal him up. Roll some for that. Malagus gives you a a smile and a sort of exasperated sigh of relief. Thank you there, friend. I really rely on you. You know that? It means a lot to have somebody like you in the party.
Of course. I hope we're prepared for the rest of the night ahead.
Of course. And before I forget, wasn't Father Luce supposed to join us tonight? I would have loved to see him covered in glass.
Oh my god, he was.
Right? He totally said he would. Where did he go?
us know.
15 to Malagus, and
But he is back up to full.
God damn it, I always roll ones. Still though, 24 to Deimos.
Nice.
Nice.
Huge.
It's sweet. I think both of you guys are up to full now, right?
No?
Yeah.
All right. So you guys now make your way out following Zavrix and Orpheus. As you guys start to leave, pulling up the rear, Duelam, you see Malagus sort of pull you aside and he's like, hey, it was really cool the way you dodged all that fucking glass. Can you teach me that shit sometime?
This unit
Needs-
can try.
Needs to get a little more roguish.
Yeah.
It was just cool, I feel like there could come a day in my time where I could actually dodge like you, and, that was... I'll see if I can replicate your shit next time falling glass gets us.
A classic.
And, the worst part is we didn't even fucking get dessert.
Exactly. Mason, before we leave, can I see if my mace is anywhere?
Yes, you collect it. Yeah, I was just gonna say, as you guys sort of make your way out, all of the waitstaff were significantly more pleasant to you all. Goodbye now, have a good day. Yeah, you guys have a good one. It was such a pleasure. I think they were all sort of in on it in a way.
Mm-hmm.
As you make your way out the front door, the service worker that you guys were harassing, or rather who harassed you first, hands you your mace on the way out and says, "Don't forget to tip."
Respectfully, a chandelier was dropped on us. A good day.
Yeah, sorry about that. It was just your friend. It wasn't you guys. You actually, nice. All right, bye.
You're
Well,
all
thank you.
enemies of ours now forever. You're equally culpable as your boss because you were complicit, etc.,
Boss
etc.
says come back anytime.
Riddicy will never forgive you.
So you guys all flee back to Zavrix's house. He sort of runs back, and you again have to run to keep up.
Why?
You return now to Zavrix's house. He opens the door wide and sort of gestures for you all to go in. You see he's wearing his hat now, and he's still sort of like bleeding a bit out of his bright yellow skin. You notice something kind of odd. He is not bleeding red.
What color is he bleeding?
Coming out of him, it's almost like a sort of shimmering, iridescent liquid. Like glitter.
He's bleeding calm.
I was thinking like ambrosia or something, but no, come
It's like glittery. It's coming out like almost like Play-Doh glitter,
What, yours is it?
It's not calm.
I think it's come.
Does it look like synthetic or does it look like organic?
Fake
Give me a nature check or insight, whatever's higher. He gestures for you all and says, "So sorry about the disappointment tonight. I really, really didn't like that guy, and I didn't think he noticed that we made it in tonight, but I suppose this was sort of a little middle finger to him that I have friends and I can go out dining whenever I want."
I'm not interested in that, Zavrix. Tell me what you know about the ghost from Valhalla.
All right. But did you like the shop that I pitched?
Not-
It's a pretty cool idea, right?
What even is the point? Are these mutations, are they helpful to us?
Yes, they can be. In fact, I have 3 myself.
And what do they do?
Help me in many instances.
Like
One of them
specifically?
makes me a little faster.
Oh, that...
You see, can you tell? I don't know, I
Yeah.
just move around a little quicker. But it makes
Well,
me get things done twice as fast.
That sounds really helpful, actually. And
Right?
the others?
And the others, well, and he sort of stops himself halfway and he goes, "Aha, I can't tell you all of them."
Oh, tell me what you know about the ghost from Valhalla.
All right, let's just, can we, I don't really have a sitting area here. I got a couple of chairs on the back, though. Would you come lend me a hand?
We don't need to sit down. We won't be here that long. Just
I
tell
don't know
me.
what, we can have a nice little thing. I have dessert.
Just, Zavrix, come on.
Hire's mad dogging him.
He sort of sighs and goes, "You people are no fun. I thought I'd get
No,
some
we're
fun
not.
out of you."
Keep going.
Right, well, I offer you mutations that can change your body in good ways. And you have to offer something to the universe. Do you understand? To me, I suppose.
Can you tell me about the ghost from Valhalla and we can come back to this?
So single-minded, all right?
Yes?
God. Well, if you must know, clearly you must, because it's all you fucking talk about.
Yes?
I had I would almost call her a tall, sort of brutish woman approach me just the other day. Muscular-looking lady. I think she was one of the guards around here. I don't know. They're all the same. Telling me that, I want to get home. I'm not from here. I come from some plane where it's all ghosts and we all fight.
Yes?
Yes, and she informed me that his name was Bisk, and he was some shithead's squire boy, and needed to find him and bring him home and blah blah blah. I really didn't listen to the other part.
He was sent to find someone.
Yes. And this character Bisk, well, he had really just bothered me so much that I just had to send him somewhere. And so I told him I'd send him home, and of course I didn't.
Where did you send him?
I opened a plane with the mirror, and he gestures to the mirror behind him.
What plane?
Well, I wasn't quite sure at the time. I sort of closed one eye and just grabbed randomly.
Remember.
He looks nervous all of a sudden as you are starting to threaten him, I suppose, with your words. Well, what's in it for me, huh? What do I get out of this? You know, I didn't want him. I don't want him back.
I want him back.
Ah! Listen, if we're going off of my theory of the tree, I put him about halfway up this route.
Zavrix, don't keep
Yes?
talking. I want you to close your mouth and remember right now where you sent him.
He sort of taps his foot and sort of paces about a bit more as he thinks and doesn't speak and kind of mumbles under his breath and goes, I don't think you don't even know. It's all a tree, you see, and it's really confusing for you, I'm sure. You probably wouldn't even understand it. You wouldn't even pass in one of my classes.
Zavrix!
Do you understand the people you hurt are affected by that? And their loved ones?
Yes.
He wasn't even alive. He was a ghost. Ghosts aren't even alive. I hate ghosts. Did I say that?
I hate you. Yeah?
Zavrix, I'd recommend that you start finding where you left Bisk, or you just better find him, alright?
Let me think, alright? Let me think. It was outer plane for sure. Ooh, I got it. Okay, I think I got it. And he picks out a piece of glass and he holds it at you. It reflects a sort of almost square, like a giant blue square.
Where is this?
See, I knew it. I thought I was being funny because he kept talking to me. Where? I need to find my boss. I need to find someone. It's very important we go back to the home. And I thought it would be funny if we went to go spend some time with some rust dragons. You know, see how he does among some dragons. So I sent him to Acheron.
Acheron.
Yes, the plane of cubes.
Zavrix.
Yeah, he's probably fighting all the dragons right now. He said it was very tough where he comes from. We'll see, you know. Lots of squares there. You know, they even have other shapes. I think they have triangles.
Send me there.
What?
Right
Why?
now.
I don't even think I can get it back. He's fine.
What do you mean
he
you
can
can't
just take
get it
another
back?
days there.
No, now, Zavrix.
It's hard to go there.
I don't care.
He looks sort of hurt by what you're saying and sort of looks to the rest of the group for support on this.
Oh God. Sir Orpheus, I want to go after your companion. I don't know if we're prepared to do so now.
I can't leave him there. There's rust dragons and cubes and that's my boy. That's literally the one person I'm in charge of keeping safe no matter what. So I'm going there right now. You don't have to come with me, but you know, if this is how I go, it's how I go because it's what I need to do.
Malaga sort of quietly whispers up to you, Orpheus. Listen, we don't know where that is, alright? We should all go together. Can we take some time to prepare for this? Get some information on it? If you go alone, it's just gonna be you and him fighting. We don't even have a way back yet.
Bisk got sent there because he came here looking to save me, which, you know, shouldn't even be his responsibility.
Also, if he'll just lie to anyone about where he's sending them, who says he won't do that to us now?
Yes, I agree with Hire.
I can't just leave him there.
We don't like this guy, and
But we
clearly
can't
he sort
just
of
follow
screwed
him
over your
there
friend.
either.
What else can we do?
I mean, and Malaga sort of gestures down to himself and then over to Demos. Look, we've already gotten in a scrap today. I mean, what if time moves differently there, huh? Well, let's ask Zavrix. Maybe he's only been there like 20 minutes in his time, and we can still give ourselves a night of rest.
What if he dies on the 21st minute?
You're overcomplicating this. I'm sure that shithead is just over-exaggerating it. Perhaps if we met someone else who knew where... I don't know.
I can't just leave him there. I can't. Zavrix, can you get him back, Bisk, right now?
Zavrix looks at you and looks put out and annoyed, and then all of a sudden you see an idea sort of crest his face, and he smiles and he goes, "Yes, on one condition.
What?
No more Waterdeep. Deal?
Send me to get him. I can't take that from my friends, but...
I don't have to do shit. If you want to go there yourself, be my guest." And he gestures at the mirror. "I barely know how to fucking use it. Did I tell you what happened to the last person who used this, who wasn't me?
Close your mouth.
Plane of elemental acid."
I want to take my cannon off my back. Zavrix, you need to
Go.
stop talking right now so I can discuss things with my friends.
Zavrix sort of turns around and goes, "Alright," and he walks off.
I can't leave Bisk there.
I'll say it. If he's not going to help us use it anyway, and if we don't need him to use it, and that's a way to get to a different plane, what's to stop us from killing him right now?
Malaga sort of goes, "Well, he did take damage. I mean, look at him. He's pretty bloody. He hasn't even healed himself."
This might be our...
No. Listen, can I give a more roguish stance on being a bit roguish myself?
I
We
suppose you
take the
can.
mirror and run?
Listen, so right, clearly this guy sort of holds a key to get in and out of this place, but nobody fucking likes him, so there's no way he's the only way in and out, right? And let's discuss a couple other things. He barely's fucking here. The past 3 times we've come here, this shithead hasn't even been here. He's been off somewhere else. So let's think of the people who work here for him. Red Hands works here, and we're tight with him. And the cat also works here, theoretically, right? And we're tight with the cat.
Right.
So why can't we just have one of them take us to Waterdeep? You
Yeah,
know?
Yeah,
Surely
I agree
they
with
won't
that.
be happy about it, but we can come and go as we please as long as he just come here when Zavrix isn't here. So what if we give up his deal right now and we just go through one of them? Or perhaps Samir has a way too, or hell, we can even go to that fucking guy who sells the maps. I mean, you know, they say con artist can only get so far on fakes. He has to have a real one somewhere.
I haven't heard that said, but your point is valid.
It's the Malagus original.
I'm willing to try Malagus's plan. Not so much the maps, but maybe using the portal ourselves. But I don't want to screw all of you over for my choice. Perhaps I could ask him if he can still send you all to Waterdeep, and I'll just find another way out with Bisk.
Listen, just between us, I've gotten a chance to look at Vinny recently, and he is in no fucking rush to get back to Waterdeep. And let's be real, none of us are from there. We're only going there to talk to more people about potentially getting someone home, but really, at this point, I find that this place is quite nice. In fact, I could even spend a week or so here just getting to know the locals, and I don't know about you all, but we're sort of strapped for cash, and this seems like a fine enough place to gain some gold. I don't know if we should be in such a rush.
We do have some opportunities here for gainful employment.
Yes, and the people here have been quite nice, and in fact, many of them have showed interest in leaving this place also, so if we bide our time for a moment, gainfully employ, gain some equipment, become a bit stronger, then perhaps we can band together a larger group, and this guy's
Kill
no fucking
Zavrix.
problem. Yes.
Yeah.
It would be quite easy, I think. But don't let me push you all on. I understand that killing someone for no reason is sort of dangerous.
It's not
You
no
okay?
reason he deserves to die.
I agree. But, I don't know. Deimos, do you have any thoughts on this?
That's a tough one. I don't know. I think I'm honestly, Deimos is a little surprised. You guys, everyone wants to jump straight to killing him.
This was just my idea. I'm not saying everyone else was in on it. This was very much a Malagus original.
I'm going to kill him in the name of Queen Ridicy.
Oh, okay.
I hate to say it, but I can only just feel this anger, and the only thing that seemed to soothe it so far is the idea that we put him down, at least at some point, even if not tonight.
Sever his head from his shoulders with her holy blade.
So that feels bad for me to think about, but
It'll
yes.
feel good in the moment.
Yeah. If you guys really want to do this, I'm down. I'm ready.
Listen, Dulam, I know you're the most orderly of us all. Is there something against this that's a bad idea?
I think your plan is the most efficient, but killing seems a bit impulsive.
Well, okay, let's step back a bit, right?
We're not
Say
going to
we
kill
make-
him tonight, right?
Say we make close friends with Red Hands, for example, and he's able to sneak us in and out of Waterdeep whenever we want. Why do we even need to kill Zavrix, you know? This was mostly a long-term goal, just because
So that
tonight
he can
he's really been
atone
on
for
my
what he's
bad side.
done.
Yes.
Yes. In death.
Right.
Yes.
So what do we think? Is this a good idea?
Most of
all
it,
in
yes.
favor. Aye.
I
And we can, if perhaps one of us is being irrational in the moment, we'll have time to think on it.
Yeah.
This
like
unit
that.
will help correct it.
see Dulam. We've always got Dulam to take good care of us, right?
Correct.
So let's play it cool, all right? He seems like the hot-headed one, right? If we act the cool one, we always have control of the situation. It's sort of like how the demon tonight was, or devil, I don't know, was very suave, you know? He didn't at all seem concerned. He merely went about business. So what if we do the same? We just go about business with him, and we only do business. We don't get personal with this guy. We just treat him like a shopkeep and perhaps some sort of portal bearer every once in a while. Nothing special.
That is an excellent point, Malagus. The devil also wants to kill him.
Yes, that's true. In fact, the devil
Yes.
tried to kill him tonight, basically, right?
Mm-hmm. With a
And
little
said
help, it could have happened.
That the devil was, and the devil said that he didn't have a problem with us, and especially if we just wait for Zavrix to mess up, I'm sure he'll even get just more mad at him.
I don't want to be too rude, you know, where we go out saying, like, oh, we're gonna kill someone, but perhaps maybe we just treat this guy differently than other people in this town, because so far everyone's been quite kind, at least in my opinion.
He's the only one we have to execute.
I agree with that. Yes.
I don't know why you keep saying execute.
I do.
Put down,
Puts down.
euthanize.
Behead. Yeah, euthanize. I like that one. Alright, so
all right.
we're in agreement that we ask for Bisk back.
I think
I'm
that's
sorry.
all right.
I know this is mostly in my favor, so I appreciate with all.
No, not at
all you
all.
guys for-
Honestly, there was only one person we were going for Waterdeep for, right? It was Vinny.
And the father.
And the father.
Oh, true. But then the father showed interest in hanging out with us recently.
Yeah, he's been really clingy all of a sudden.
Well, I
So,
think he
not
would
good.
still want to go back home.
Probably.
I suppose so. I believe that we're in a good spot with him. So I'm sure if you were to ask him between saving a life and waiting, say, 3 more days to get home, I think he would pick the life.
That I agree.
Right.
I agree.
We're in agreement. All right. Tell Zavrix and sort of be bitchy about it. He deserves it.
Zavrix! Return!
Yes, I'm coming back. Did
Bisk
you decide
back
what
now.
mutation
Yes.
you want?
Quit talking, Bisk. Return Bisk now, and you're freed of our Waterdeep deal.
You agree. All right.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. Let me. And he sort of shakes his hands for a moment. He goes, get that guy back. This might take a moment. But I'm going to play with the mirror a little bit.
Alright?
He jumps over and he says, I'm so glad you agreed to this. And did I tell you I sell items as well? I'd love for you to shop here.
I'm not interested in hearing your voice anymore.
You guys are no fun, you know? I went out of my way to get this nice dinner prepared and everything, and just because some stupid fucking devil got in the way and made it gross. Not my thing.
I was going to purchase a mutation off of you before I learned you'd sent my squire to another plane to die.
Well, it's not even me that gives out the mutations, you know. I can't do it.
Then who does?
Sure.
Well, maybe I'm not going to tell you because you're all a bunch of grumpy petses.
Alright, sounds good. Bring Bisk back.
Wait now! You see him now moving quickly. He's moving hastily, as in Zavrix has sort of a chaotic spinning motion of his body as he sort of whips around, moving back and forth. You see him sort of jump up to different parts of the mirror, jumping sometimes 3-4 feet clear off the ground, grabbing pieces of glass, collecting a little assortment of glass chunks. He sort of grabs them and tears at them and pushes a couple into one another. You see them mold in. He throws others back at the mirror themselves, and they sort of cling back to the sort of almost gluey like backing of the mirror. He grabs some. You see his fingers start to get cut up on the glass, and a little bit of blood inks into the picture on each mirror. He grabs them and runs back and forth and goes, "Listen, I really feel like we all got off on the wrong foot. I'm actually quite a nice guy. You should attend one of my classes." Nothing? Nothing for me?
Not interested in hearing you or speaking to you until Bisk is back.
We could really fucking care less, man.
I watched my friend Deimos. I watched the light go from his eyes because of you tonight.
Oh, he's fine. You're fine, right, Napos?
Yeah, mostly. I think the shards are still coming out though.
Oh, me too. See, we're in the same boat. Can't we just go kill this devil already? Who
Shut
said
the fuck
that?
up, Zavrix.
Ah. He turns around and gets back to the mirror. A couple moments later, you see him pull out chunks of glass, and all of a sudden, one image becomes clear in the mirror. The image moves quickly, sort of bobbing up and down, almost as if it's like first person in a way. Zavrix sort of wrings out his bloodied hands, and he is in fact now bloodied, like the condition. Damaged heavily. He grabs the sort of already wet towel off one of the tables and sort of dries off the blood from his hands. And again, you all notice this blood is coming out of him is not red, it's glittery and white. He gestures to the image and says, "All right, there's your guy. See, he's fine." And you see this figure, again, you're almost first person in this perspective of somebody running quickly
Punching
along
trees.
a long landscape. He seems to be on some sort of long, flat surface, but a sort of odd perspective change happens as he reaches the edge of the surface and jumps, and you see him move and get pulled sideways onto another face of this six-sided square, a cube floating above the ground. He's running along the edge of it.
That's really good.
The head whips behind him, and you see something's chasing him, but you see it just out of the corner of your eye. You're not sure what, and the head whips back forward, and you hear deep breaths now. The breaths are deep and sound somewhat masculine. All right, so you want him back now, or you want to wait and
Now.
watch the show a bit?
Now.
But look, he's being chased. Isn't this exciting?
Zavrix. Now.
All right. And Zavrix makes his way up to the mirror and sort of reach in, and it's odd. You almost see another hand enter this perspective, and it's the figure that is theoretically in person here sort of jumps back a bit, and the hand grabs onto, as if you're the camera itself, and yanks backward. And you see Zavrix reach his hand into the mirror and pull back, pulling a figure along with him. The mirror immediately sort of shatters up into pieces again, forming a bunch of scattered images of distant planes as the connection is severed, and pulling back through the portal, Zavrix pulls a sort of taller female warrior.
Bisk.
The figure slaps the ground hard and pants and sort of grabs at the ground, and then stands up and screams at Zavrix, "You fucking bastard!" and goes to smack him.
Not right now. I want to try to run in her seat.
Okay, you run in the way. The figure is panting and upset, and you notice is almost completely exhausted, like beat tired, likely from running many hours.
Bisk, stand down. Stand down.
She turns to you all and looks and goes, "The fuck do you all want, huh? I owe you nothing, and this fuckhead here sent me not home.
Language, Bisk, language. Stand down.
Who are you? Fucking talk to me." The figure walks towards you, and this is sort of a looming figure in front of you, 6 foot tall at least.
Whoa! You're not allowed to fuck my squire. Any of you.
You can't stop me.
As
Already
she
called
approaches, you see the woman in front of you wears what looks to be almost a like classic, what you would imagine is a barbarian kilt and like chest plate.
Love it.
She has huge fists on the side of her arm, both bloodied with what looks like recent blood. There are bandages wrapped all the way up both of her arms, likely from injury sustained. Same around her feet. You notice she wears no boots at all, and is instead adorned in these sort of like wrappings of bandages around her body. You can't kind of tell what blood comes from her and what likely came from another creature. And the most striking part of this 6 foot woman is her bright, fiery red hair.
Careful, Mason.
So as she sort of stomps over to you, Orpheus, you sort of get this like that gut reaction, fearful impression that someone does when something 2-3 heads larger than them runs over with fists.
I cross my arms and look up at her. When a superior officer tells you to stand down, you stand down.
And who are you pretending to be, huh? Some friend of mine.
Oh, it's me, and I want to jump up and hug her. I've got you now, my boy. It'll be all right. We're gonna get home.
Bisk looks confused, sort of jumping back a bit, and like, this is who are you?
It's Orpheus. Come on, you know me. You know me.
Oh,
Calm
you're not
down.
Orpheus.
Yes, I am. What?
The hulking figure in front of you, she sort of looks you up and down and goes, "Not at all. In fact, where am I?" And
What do you mean, not at all? Oh,
she puts you down on the ground and sort of makes
can I
for the
hold on?
exit. Give me a strength check.
Okay.
You little gremlin.
I would like an opposing strength check, please.
Yeah, got it. I feel like my odds are really good. It's a 7 for me.
Oh yeah, it's a 21.
Oh,
You have a
Ooh.
-1 to strength, Orpheus. That is tough.
It's hard.
Sort of
Toxic.
irresponsive to what you're saying. Bisk goes, No, this is a trick. This is a trick. I have to get outside. And sort of
No.
shoves you aside somewhat
I'm not.
violently and rushes outside now into the rain. The hulking figure looks back and forth and makes for a certain direction.
I sort of turn to my party, embarrassed, and say, I told you, I can't control him. It's not my fault. He's just like this. And I want to run after him.
Do you want
sort
our
of
help?
screams after you. Hey, I did it! Don't I get some sort of thank you, Zavrix? You're a planar master.
Should we help you go after him?
Yes, please. I
Yeah.
don't know if I can restrain him like this.
can I try to cast hold person on him?
Ooh, okay. What kind of saving throw is that?
Let's see.
Please.
If it's wisdom, it's not great.
Yes, it is a wisdom saving throw.
Awesome. Okay, we're at a
DC
-1. Okay, good spell. This might just do it. You reach your hands out and cast it, holding. Oh,
Oh.
the bullet curved.
Holy.
The fucking dice curved. Okay, he got a 14. What was the DC?
No.
14.
Oh shit. Okay, so I think it goes to the defender on that case.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
silvery barbs make him reroll.
Oh, fuck him up. This is fucked up. Old silvery barb. Julem, you're a fucking menace. You know that?
Don't worry, level 3 will also get counterspell. You're gonna have so much fun.
He's just
Next level.
backline. Alright, you hold your hand out once more. Rolling with disadvantage now. Let's see what old Bisky got. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
A
yeah.
0. Yeah, that's great.
And I'll give Orpheus advantage on your next d20 roll.
Oh, thank you.
Deimos, your spell lands true. You hold out your hand and it works perfectly. In fact, it's so perfect. You see the figure, the large woman running out of the door, freeze directly in place. One leg sort of shot out in front of the other. She can't even speak or turn her head back towards you as she seems to be sort of stuck. And Zavrix sort of winces and goes, "Oh, that's an unpleasant spell. Turn that off."
Oh, he's still here?
You're in my shop. Get out of my house.
I want to run up to stand in front of us. It's okay. Calm down. It is me. I don't know why you think it isn't. I know I'm in an unfulfamiliar body, but so are you,
promise
but I know it's sort
this
of
is
different
Orpheus.
for you. It's me, for real. So just calm down, I'm gonna start, I'll take like my water skin and pour some on the corner of my dress and start trying to wipe the blood off his hands. It's going to be okay. I've already had a bad time here, but we have an inn. We're going to take you back. We can all sleep. Have you slept yet? It feels better than you'd think.
The figure in front of you, she is not even moving her eyes to meet you. Deimos' whole person is so perfect. There is not even a reaction.
Oh,
All right,
God.
okay. I want to sort of pat her on the shoulders. Deimos, I think you can take that away now. Bisk, it's okay. It's me, Sir Orpheus, first knight of Queen Ridice. I'm the thumb,
Can you give me a persuasion check?
Oh yeah, with advantage. Thank you, Dula.
Oh,
Atta
yeah.
boy.
Not my best suit.
You know?
Pretty good roll. 14, maybe.
Alright. 14. You
Mhm.
say these words. There's no reaction at all. Deimos, do you want to drop your hold person?
Yeah.
Okay, you drop it. The woman in front of you takes another hulking step forward, finishing the step that she was sort of frozen in just a moment ago. And this sort of like breathes out a stuck breath, sort of looks down at you again and goes, "First Knight of Queen Ridice, Orpheus.
Yes. It's me.
Prove it."
How do you want me? Here, check this out.
Whoa.
I'll open up my notebook and show him the drawing I made a couple nights ago of a dragonfly. I was taking notes on this thing so we could recreate it for her to see when we come back. It sort of glows and it's really pretty.
The woman's eyes meet yours for a moment, and you see a softness come over her, and she speaks. It really is you? And
It's me!
does bring you in for a hug.
I hug her back. Even
God.
though I'm like 3 feet shorter, I want my arms to be on top so I could pat her head, like reassuring me. It's
I've been looking
okay,
for you
miss.
for ages.
How long have you been looking for me?
Days and days.
I'm sorry. I've been very lost, as I'm sure you can tell.
The world out here is so frightening and scary.
I
and
know, I
and-
know.
I have to eat and I have to shit, and what is
Yeah.
this sleeping thing? And there's
I
so
know.
many parts that I'm unfamiliar with, and I
Don't
spent a lot of
think
time
about those.
exploring them all.
No! No, Bisk, that's not our way. There'll be no more of that.
No, I actually got really
No,
into it.
no,
Check it
no,
out.
you
And
need to close your eyes when you pee. It's same as
And-
me.
Bisk points at the thick muscle woven arm on this body
Okay.
and goes, look, I got a tattoo.
Bisk,
like
that's
this?
so fucked! Oh god, it's alright, lad. You didn't know better, but you know,
Look,
we're gonna...
it's like, I think they said it was tribal.
Okay, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Cyber sigilism, that's really current.
Uh-oh. Orpheus,
Yeah, cyber
close your
that's what I
eyes
got.
when you pee?
Of course I close my eyes while I pee.
Okay, good.
I'm not some kind of pervert. Alright, let's get out of this place. Fuck you, Zavrix, you plainer bastard. Let's keep moving.
I agree.
Alright, fuck me too, alright, but I still have your only way out. You'll be back here eventually to see old Zavrix.
I will.
We'll see about that.
Oh, and Deimos, don't forget, the floor. It's a little more hollow than it used to be.
Oh god.
That's too bad.
And Zavrix sort of scoots you all out and slams the door behind him, turning off all the lights in his shop.
I kick his door.
Kick it.
I kick his door. Fuck
Nice.
it.
You guys sort of dent it a
Fuck
little
that
bit.
door.
Scuff it up. You don't see Zavrix inside anymore as it goes sort of pitch dark in there, and you guys are now left outside in the pouring rain.
Well,
that's
at
just
least
sort of-
something
okay.
good came of tonight.
Embracing you and goes, "Oh, I haven't eaten in so long, and my body hurts." Ah!
I know. Let's get you back to the tavern, alright? You said you haven't slept yet?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I haven't. I was. Oh.
I know,
Please,
you're
a
working
bath.
really hard. Yes, come. Well, no, you won't, but that's okay.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's really easy to take all this off.
No. No, it's not. And you won't.
I think he should be able to do what he wants. To be honest.
I look at him. You don't know how hard he was to deal with, even when he was a ghost, okay? This is not the door you want to open.
No, it's all right. I feel quite happy where I am now. Look, I actually kind of like this body. It's stronger than my old one.
Don't talk like that, Bisk.
It's true.
We're going to go home. Don't get attached to any of this.
All right. I won't. But it's not too bad in the meantime, right?
It's super is too bad.
No, I kind of agree. It's not too bad in the meantime.
Higher, Orpheus sends you the most scorching look you've ever seen from him.
It looks like genuinely scared and immediately backs down.
All right, Bisky, let's get you home. Come on.
And Bisk sort of hulks after you. Yes, sir.
You're being much better now that you're here. Never mind. Let's just get you back to the. I want to start walking back towards the smoldering corpse. Excuse me.
Hey, it's still me. Hey, have you seen Diabetes yet? She tried to kill me.
Oh yeah, she tried to kill me too. I think. Well, she tried to lure me into an ambush.
I was ambushed.
Oh yeah. You fell for the old meet in the ghost district trap.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I know.
I don't
Really
know.
odd.
Well, I mean, you know how she is. She's just being careful. She's probably thinking smarter and harder than you and I could.
I just don't get it. Hey, where's your armor, by the way? You're really small.
No, okay, this isn't me. This is, Iceland, so
Who is Iceland?
this person.
Damn, that's a sucky name.
Yeah, I know, right? Iceland. It sounds like a country, not a name.
You want to see something cool, though? You remember how tough I was in Valhalla?
What are you about to do?
Check this out. And
No.
this curls up a fucking python.
It's very
And
nice,
just
Fisk.
gives you a haymaker punch right to the shoulder.
I fall. I hit the ground.
He's not trying to do damage to you, but does a natural 20 hit.
But
Lights out.
As he punches you, you are pushed back. Not fall back, but you are pushed back a full 5 feet. Just sort of blown backwards by the blow. You sort of tensed up your arm for it, so it didn't hurt you, but your entire arm goes slack after the hit, completely numb.
I think you dislocated my shoulder.
It felt like getting hit by a cannonball.
Fisk.
so powerful.
You can't do that to your brother in arms.
Oh, you're right, sire, I'm so sorry. And he goes to pick up your arm and it's limp.
Ah! Don't touch it.
Tingles down the arm. It feels like it just went. It feels like the nerves are dead.
This has never happened to me before. He hurt me so bad.
Oh.
Fisk.
I've seen you in battles. You don't usually cry like this.
I glare at you again and I say, Bisk, the natural consequences of your actions are causing me so much pain.
Oh, sorry, sir. It's just normally you're not this weak.
I know that. Alright, Bisk, 20 push-ups.
Yes, sir. Hops
Good.
down in the rain.
Okay.
So you guys make your way back to the tavern now, having finished your dinner with Zavrix. A little worse for wear, but successfully freeing a friend. As you guys return back now, and Jackknife welcomes you all in. The bar is still somewhat populated. You see Father Luce's right where you guys left him, sitting at a table. He seems to have a group now. It looks like a group of scholars. The scholars you saw earlier. He's talking to them all. He seems to really be socializing.
Oh, is he blasted?
No, he looks completely sober. He still has a drink in front of them, though. You're not sure what it is.
Does it look like the same drink as before?
Roll me a perception check. As you're rolling that, Jackknife waves you all in. Hey, guys, come in. Look at how popular we are. We're killing it tonight. Oh, hey, who's the new friend?
Oh, this is my lad, Bisk. He's my squire.
It is I, Squire Bisk of Sir Orpheus, Knight of First Queen Eurydice. Shit.
No, it's one more time. It'll get you.
It is I, Squire Bisk,
Oh,
First Knight of
no.
Orpheus.
You all do this?
Sorry, this
Of
new
course.
body, I can't think good here.
What does that mean?
I don't know, I'm not as sharp.
Well, I want to shoot the rest of you guys and look like you was never that sharp. It's alright, Bisk. As you grow, your mind will become clearer. You know how it goes. Now, Jackknife, can we get some food for this lad here?
Yes, would you like a room for him as well?
Oh, he can share ours.
We're running out of
as you
beds.
say that, Bisk kind of goes, oh, but sir, I am really quite accustomed to my own space, as you recall from the Candlelight Palace.
Bisk, You don't need to be getting prissy here. And after our conversation earlier, I'm actually never going to leave you alone, even for a second.
How bad can it cost? Barkeep,
You
how
have no
about...
money.
And he reaches in his pocket. I have a couple bones. How about an iron ring? I picked this up.
Does that mean you picked it up?
He shows off a little iron ring. It's like someone's wedding band or some shit.
Where did you pick it up?
From whatever plane Zavrix sent me to.
Oh, right, it was just on the floor somewhere.
I was on a skeleton.
Okay, good find, lad. That's
Where I
nice
got
work.
the bones.
Where you got the bones? Yes.
Yes, well the skeleton was
Finders
moving
keepers.
when I got to it, but I finished it.
All right, good work. Fuck that skeleton. I clap him on the shoulder.
Have you fought a skeleton yet, sir?
No, I have not. Well, no, I haven't fought any that didn't have the meat still on them.
Oh,
Very intelligent, sir.
Thank you, Bisk. Alright, let's get some food in ya, and you can bathe as long as you leave your clothes on, and then straight to bed. It's way past your bedtime.
You guys get some nutrient brick in him and send him off. Good night, sir. I can't wait to see you tomorrow for training.
Okay, good night, Bisk. Don't touch yourself tonight.
Oh my god.
Out of pocket. Yes, sir. Whatever you ask.
Good.
And the hulking figure stomps upstairs. So who's your new friend there, Orpheus?
That's my squire, Bisk.
What did you do to him?
What does that mean?
Well, let's just say if I had a squire, it would definitely be probably about as hot as he is.
Let's just set some boundaries.
Well, I would pay good money for him, and I have.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Alright, Malagus, here's the situation. By Valhalla standards, Bisk is considered young because, he hasn't figured out his memories yet, or even a concrete shape.
How young?
Well, age isn't so chronological there. It's more just about how, it's about your sense of self, how stable it is. And Bisk is unstable. I call him because most recently that's what he requested, but he still hasn't made his mind up about most of those things. But he shifts forms constantly back in Valhalla.
Whoa.
Still sort of figuring it out, So, very young by Valhalla standards. Alright, just to be clear, no one is allowed to approach my squire for sex, or sexual favors, or hand washing, and especially not in exchange for coin.
Listen, I'm sorry, Deimos. I didn't mean it. You're actually quite handsome.
Oh?
No, I mean it. I think in the material plane you would do wonders.
Holy.
Just a thought I'm having.
Malagus, I think you need to go out and hire a prostitute tonight, because this is getting really fucking out of hand.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna go outside, and I'm not gonna hire a prostitute, but I will be out for.
Okay, take care of yourself.
Right. I will. And Malagus gets up to leave, and he sort of looks proud of himself, as if he won something.
He got your ass.
Gross man.
And he goes, by the way, I would just like to say, thank you, Orpheus, for trying to save me from the glass today. That was very kind. I mean that.
Okay.
In hire, you healed me today, and I appreciate that. New Malagus is taking steps to appreciate those around him.
I like New Malagus. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go smoke some dancing lights.
Alright, yeah, that sounds good for you. Orifice puts his head in his hands.
Great.
It's a rough situation.
So you guys sort of pull up to the bar now. Jack and I was sort of giving you all a smile. So how did the night go? Anything to declare?
Everyone wants to fuck my squire.
No, I was kidding.
That was quite a squire you have. More of a bodyguard, I would say.
You'd be wrong.
He doesn't come from here, though. Do you know where that body came from? I assume he's a ghost like you.
He is a ghost. I don't know where the body comes from, and I don't think he does either. But, I guess that's step one.
Right now, I'm just sort of worried. He's had quite the day. He was like running from monsters all day, and he barely even runs back home, and now he's got a physical body to do it in. It's not easy work.
Well, I mean, no offense, but his body looks way more apt for that kind of stuff than yours.
It's all about the mind.
That's true. That's true. Now then, can I get you anything to drink, or perhaps some nutrient brick?
Could I have a drink with alcohol in it?
Aye!
I would
And
also
Jackknife-
like the alcohol.
You notice Jackknife reaches over and pulls out an already made drink and slaps it down right in front of you, Orpheus. Had this one just in mind for you, friend. And then grabs another one and puts it in front of Hire. You as well!
I slam it.
Nice. It is thick and very strong.
I think for a second, Hire's paranoid that he's getting poisoned again or whatever, set up for a trap, and then it's just like, I really want that alcohol, man.
You
Chug it
put
down.
yours down higher. It is also very thick. Yours has almost a fruity tang to it, though. Some sort of watermelon.
She custom
Absolutely
made our drinks.
Epic.
And just as Jackknife goes to speak to you all again, you guys hear a sort of like shout from behind and be like, "Excuse me, gentlemen, if I may have a word." And Father Luces calls to you all. He gestures to you to join his table. You notice now the scholars have left, and replaced by them is a familiar ogre who sort of crushes in a chair that he sits in. The father waves you all over.
Indeed. I'll sit. I don't have a lot. I need to go to bed soon, Father Lucius.
Yes, I know. My apologies for not joining you all tonight. I suppose I lost track of time and lost track of you all. How did it go?
That's good.
It's good you stayed home. Deimos died.
Holy shit.
Shit
Sorry,
night.
my friend. I wish I could have been there to bless you more. I'd love to travel with you more. Are you quite all right? He sort of looks at each of you independently. He spends an extra second looking at Duelam.
He wants you so bad.
He wants to fuck me so bad.
Any thoughts?
Thrilling.
Politely, I don't know if I want to speak about it in Red Hand's company.
I understand. Actually, that is why I invited you over. My new friend here, Red Hands, which is quite an unfortunate name. I'd like to rename him soon. Wishes to have something to say to you all. And he sort of gestures to Red Hands as like a teacher might to a kid who wants to like apologize for hitting on the playground. Well, hey there, y'all. Listen, I needed to put something, get it off my chest, if you would, put it out there. And, I knew I could find you all here, and I heard you were mistreated by my employer tonight. And I just want to be the first to apologize for that. Damn his name for doing such harm.
Thank you, Red Hands.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Listen, I
Yes.
think we got off on the wrong foot when we met in the pools out on Feywild. You see, out there, I was more of a relaxed kind of folk looking out for my friends, Nibbles. And I believe I put on some aggressive faces towards you all that I really... So then, with a new and improved sense of self, I've come to you all, rejuvenated and apologetic.
Well, I appreciate that.
He looks
Yes,
genuine,
thank
or
you.
about as genuine as an ogre can. This figure he's a large creature. He sort of hulks in this room and barely can fit in the chair that he's sort of pulled up. He's squishing it, and you see the wood bending beneath his heavy legs as he has sat around it. But listen, here's the deal, alright? I wanted to offer you something that I usually like to offer to those who are, let's just say, punished by Zavrix's stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, let's just say some information. Which is the fact that shithead, head full of fucking stars, scatterbrained idiot does not dare even know the fucking stuff in his store. And let me keep it real with you right now. He does not run it. I do. So,
What?
may I be the first to welcome you into the Red Hands Private Collective, which is what I like to call my special friends that I actually do the dealings with that fuckhead promises.
I see.
Let me rephrase this, alright? The building might have his name on it, but he's more like a derelict, crazy wizard who lives out the back, casting spells on things and hoping they work. Somebody has to keep to the store, keep the lights on, sell some wares, That's all me, my friends. So, let me be the first to say, fuck that guy, right?
Yes, I would say so.
Yeah,
Right?
fuck that
Okay,
guy.
good, yeah. You see, I'm sort of on a tight leash with him, and he pulls out his necklace as he says this. But that doesn't mean that I can't help out the little guy, right? So, consider everything that he's offering coming from me now. You see what I'm saying?
So, the mutations?
He doesn't know how to do that. That's all me. I run that. I run the
Alright.
store. I run the business. In fact, if I didn't have this necklace running around my neck here, I could probably hostile take it over from him. I've been running that place for nearly 15 years. And what do I have to show for it? Nothing. But I've learned. I've learned how to sell, how to find items. I basically run a store by myself. So if you'd like to, imagine it as Red Hand's establishment. With, of course, a nasty little pest who lives in the basement.
Pest we can take care of together.
Now, I wouldn't go so far as that, just because I don't know what ears are listening right now, but
Understood. I wink.
let me... He winks back and says, listen, I can make it very sure that next time you come by there, it'll be just us, and all those... he was telling you about the mutations today? He doesn't know how to do that. It's all a trick, you see? He likes to pretend to be all fanciful and full of wisdom. I think he's about as dumb as rocks.
I might agree.
I've done some
in his own
studying
way.
of my own into his little fancy mirror, and I can give you exactly what you're looking for. Of course, unfortunately, the price is still the same. Something about order in the universe. I don't quite understand it, but it's the price we have to pay.
The price being?
Well, there are a couple offerings. I can give you a list if you'd like, and he sort of just begins jotting something down.
Cool. When he's done with that, I'll take the list and start looking it over.
Okay, he hands it over to you, and he's like, listen, the finer thing you give up, I would like to say the sort of magic that you receive, you get a little bit more of a choice over. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
My apologies for my employer's state of being tonight. I wish I was there to take after him. He's sort of uncontrollable in that way, and I hope you don't take too ill-kindly to that devil that lives up in the tile tower running the restaurant up there. He's actually quite nice.
I don't believe nice people allow friends of mine to become collateral damage.
I agree, but maybe what I should be saying is he's honest, and there's nothing that beats honesty.
That
I
at
agree
least
with
is workable.
Exactly what I'm saying. It's just because I want to tell you that I'm on your side on this. I'm a prisoner to him, just as you might be here too. In fact, a lot of us are. If he left his gate open all day, I think a lot of us wouldn't be here. So consider me an ally. That's all I have to say. And he stands up.
Hey, stay with us for a moment, Red Hands. I want to sort of flick the menu.
Click the
What?
menu.
As you can tell, a lot of the things these cosmic rules want to take for you for these mutations are strangely social. For example, your first kiss, your memories from yesterday, even something as simple as your dreams. Make sure to be careful about what you pick, it's dangerous. Oh, and as always, be sure to check out r/Runtpack on Reddit. That's where we post all of our content from here, including an Excel spreadsheet listing all of the shops and here the mutations list, all of the different things that the members of the Runtpack can sacrifice for these mutations. So go ahead and give it a check out if you want to sort of peruse yourself and make sure that the Runtpack members made the right decision on what mutations they want. So that, again, that is r/Runtpack.
These mutations, would you recommend them? Zavrix made them sound good, but I don't trust a word out of his crooked mouth.
Then let me offer you something a little more honest. They're random. Purely, cosmically random. It comes from the same energy that makes up the mirror. Jumping around, Brownian, planar magic that is very hard to keep a handle on. So, to be honest with you, a lot of them I would say are good. Some of them I would say are real bad, but the majority of them I would say are just strangely neutral. Does that make any sense?
So why does anyone buy them?
Well, to be honest, it sometimes can grant you a great advantage, and the thing is as you sort of become stronger, these abilities, they become stronger with you, you see? And for example, I myself happen to, well, I haven't gotten this specific one, but I learned that there is this lucky individual out there who, through this magic, increased their intelligence roughly twofold. And for me, that would free me from this curse. And he pulls out the necklace again.
I slam my hand down on the table and look at Deimos. Was it Samir? Did Samir do that? Is that why Samir's good at things?
Oh, whoa.
Whoa, Stray!
Holy.
Listen, I don't want to give out
Twice as smart
customer
as could be smarter
information
than
like
Diamond
that,
Shadow.
alright?
Smarter than Iceland. I want it, Red Hands.
But listen, there can also be ones that are negative. You know, I did get one myself. It was just neutral. And he sort of gestures at his head and he goes, "It just made me bald."
It's not neutral, Red Hands!
What? What?
No, but it's alright, because, you know, I took the risk. And, well, the thing that I sacrificed wasn't that important. See, I sort of wimped out and did something simple, and I think the simpler thing you sacrifice, the worse off it gets.
Alright, well, the way I see it right now, I'm not smart enough, I'm not strong enough, and I'm not fast enough to get myself out of here, so I will take the mutation.
Alright, you want to do it right here?
Who is sitting on either side of me?
Alright, I guess you probably sat down next to the group, so you're surrounded by Dulam and Deimos and Hire.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
What are you doing there, friend?
Hired, can I ask you for a favor?
Sure.
Wait, which one of you, Deimos? Actually,
friend.
Deimos, I think you're less ashamed of yourself. Deimos, can I ask you a favor? I don't know. Hire is more physically affectionate, but Hire also has a stronger virginity. Deimos, can I ask you a favor?
What's the favor, my friend?
I just need you to kiss me.
Oh.
I do feel that as if Malgus already called dibs just now
What?
on Deimos.
Oh, Deimos. Yeah. Okay. Well, Hire, would you kiss me?
Oh god.
I didn't. I slap your shoulder and laugh. I didn't know you wanted it so bad.
It's grim.
I think Hire might go for it because he also wants that.
Yeah.
Gonna.
I
How
lean
about?
in. I go in so fast, it's all teeth. Just clash.
I like jump into it. Because I'm so like short, and yeah, I kind of like jump a little too hard. Little airtime.
So like a sort of jump smooch move?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It hurts. I think it hurts bad.
I think it hurts a little bit, and then Hire's like, "Was that good for you?"
No, it wasn't, but I won't remember for very long.
Oh, thank God! Let's do that as quickly as possible.
Okay, this is good content, you guys.
This is the
great.
inter-party
This
romance our
This
listeners
is the
have been
inter-party romance.
demanding.
So this is not pleasant for either of you. First off,
Mhm.
Hire, is this gonna be your first kiss in your life?
I believe so.
Got it. Okay, good.
I will say, Dulam said that party virginity pact didn't apply to inter-party.
Okay, that is okay. Kissing is not virginity.
No, it's
Virginities
not.
are intact.
Your lips virginity.
It's the lip virginity.
All right, you guys go for it. It is an awkward smooch. Orpheus, from your end, it's just all scales. It's not. It's like dry, scaly. And sort of on the opposite problem for Amir and Hire, it's just so wet and mushy. It's just gross. From either end, it is unpleasant, and you guys didn't enjoy that in any sense.
Yeah.
Come to each other and look at each other and
You
gain
what?
this deeper understanding. Hello. a deeper understanding of each, I'm sure.
All right, Red
And-
Hands, take it away.
Red
Shared
Hands looks
trauma.
at you, eyes wide. The father Luces also has his eyes wide, and he sort of does like a Lee symbol and begins praying. And he's like, sacrilege. That is.
Why is it sacrilege?
You are not married.
Oh,
Oh, Shantea has that too?
That is correct. Shantea does not approve of this at all. I must pray about this.
all right.
And the father sort of stands up and walks off a little bit to sort of pray in quiet. He holds some beads in between his hands.
I'm sorry, Father.
Red Hands opens his eyes wide and goes, "Well, shit. I probably should have said. Listen. I'm sorry, there, fellas. Did you?" And he's exasperated. You clearly stunned him by this move because you did it so fast. Listen,
What?
this magic, it comes from powers beyond us. It's sort of has a little mind of its own, if you would. And I know from personal experience that it oftentimes doesn't give you easy way outs of things.
That wasn't an easy way out. It was my first ever kiss.
My
Take it.
friend, I mean, how many times as a babe did your own mother probably give you a kiss, you know? Those
Never.
aren't
I've
gonna
never
count
had
either.
a mother in my memory.
I don't know how this spell works, but it could perhaps want your first romantic kiss. Now, were your hearts in it?
Hire starts furiously tapping his ring.
I just don't know. You see, it's sort of trickery. Have you ever read up on jinns?
I'm aware of them.
I've done a lot of reading on them. You see, I'm a big reader, and I've learned that supposedly they always take the worse option when given a sort of vague prompt. And the problem is the way these sort of cosmic rules work is that it's very vague, and so if it just says first kiss, I worry it might take something else from you. But I can't be sure. Are you willing to risk it?
So you're saying I'm gonna have to remember that forever?
Listen, I'm sorry, friend. I should have jumped in earlier. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. What? We could still just do it. Maybe it'll work.
Hire, or sorry, that's my name. Orpheus, I do know another way. We could forget jackknife. We might need more alcohol.
Jackknife already has 2 more glasses waiting for you guys, and she's like, "Listen, this is all tonight, all right? I got the copper little fucking child that you gave me that I've been melting away.
Child? What?
I don't know. You see, it sort of had little arms and legs. Anyway,
Weird.
Oh.
Jackknife, how do you make a kiss romantic?
if only I could tell you.
God damn it, Jackknife!
I'm sorry, I've tried before, but all
You've
the
never
people in
had
this
a-
town.
You've tried to kiss all the people in this town and it's never once been romantic for you.
No. It always falls apart. The first one is always magnificent. It's like
Okay, I only need
butterflies
the
in
one.
your stomach, and
I
you
only need
feel
the one.
this- almost a high from it, and it's like
Butterflies
every
high.
ounce of your being is poured into it. And sometimes there's a little tongue.
Okay, could you show me?
Jackknife immediately goes red in the face and says, "Goodness gracious, Sir Orpheus, what are you asking of me?
I just need a first kiss to trade for mutations.
I am not
Jackknife.
that type of bartender.
Okay, well, it didn't have to be weird.
Listen, it is very important to me, alright? I do not take this stuff lightly, so take that business elsewhere."
Yes, ma'am.
And she, like, shoves the glasses into your hand.
I shoot it.
Good.
Better.
Hire, you also shoot yours. You guys are both officially, like, buzzed.
Great.
Who else could we ask?
Well, now, I
if
don't
it-
mean to deign to be rude about this, but you could just fall in love.
Orpheus looks at Hire and then laughs a little too hard.
Hire's ring is out of uses, and he's furious.
Burned through all of them. It helped you for a moment, but it just kept getting worse. Everyone kept saying words. The alcohol is helping a little bit, though.
I will say, it does sound like we do need to fall in love with people organically, and even to attempt to go in with intention of stealing it, I feel like, is against the point. And it might not work. So I believe
That's
we should
just what
try.
I'm worried about.
I think we should try other ways.
We could try it right now if you're interested, friends. I don't mean to take this moment away from you. You know, if it makes any difference, if you really do fall in love with someone and you love them really deeply, that first kiss is really just one of many, right? You could theoretically forget about that one and enjoy another one.
I don't think
And-
I'm ever gonna fall in love with anyone, Red Hands.
Especially if they know about it beforehand and they agree to it. I could see it happening.
I mean, it's not possible for me, so it's not really an option.
I don't mean to thing. I really do like you all. I don't want to. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm overstepping myself here. If this is not something you're interested in, then we don't have to do it.
No, we greatly appreciated all the help you've given us tonight, especially after, the day we've had. Thank you for trying to help.
Yeah, I just hate the way these rules work, you know?
Yeah, me too. I'm mad I kissed higher for no reason.
Do you have tree seeds?
Duel them. Yes, I do. In fact, I always keep them on me for friends. In fact, and he sort of digs in his pouch. You notice he has like a seed pouch.
Holy.
I got one right here. These are peach seeds. I hear that peach plants in the trees, they grow mighty fast. It takes only about 25 years before it bears fruit.
We got time to burn.
I mean, that's not bad, right?
It's a long time.
Well, is there anyone else interested? Perhaps the father back there, or weren't you traveling with some sort of no-good green-headed man?
Oh, Malgus! I can go grab him. He's smoking on the corner.
You step outside. Malagus is, in fact, not smoking on this corner. He seems to be curled up in a ball in the rain.
Hey, are you alright, Malgus?
He sort of jumps up as you come up, and he's like, "Oh, yes, I'm fine. I was just enjoying the rain."
Okay, here. I want to give him a hand up.
You help him up. He is soaking wet.
Okay, I want to hug him.
You pull him in. It's confusing for him. And he
Yeah.
sort of, after a moment or two, pulls you in, and you get soaked as well as his nasty green coat just wraps around you.
Less nasty now.
Well, thank you. Or a face. What's this all about?
Come inside, come inside. Do you want a mutation?
Fuck yes. What can I give?
Have you ever had a romantic first kiss? That's like with someone you cared about?
I believe so, yes.
You could give that up.
No, I care about that.
Oh, gross. Okay, I don't know.
Because-
Find something else.
How about never touch a dead body? I could do that.
Okay.
That's not bad at all. I'll just have one of you do it for me.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds easy. Your ability to dream? Fuck that. I don't need that.
Alright. As long as it means, the things that happen in your brain while you sleep and not like your aspirations for the future.
Well, how about this one? The finger of the next person you meet that has harmed a child. That's easy. That's sort of punishment that fits the crime, right?
Please. I beg
Sure.
of you.
I think I'm
No.
I don't know if one. I guess, yeah, it's the next person you meet. So just as soon as you find out someone's harmed a child, you take their finger. I'll help you with
Exactly,
that, Malagus.
that's simple. Thank you. Would you hold him down while I chop it up?
Oh, yeah.
That's fantastic. All right, deal. Sign me up.
No.
Higher, you
Yes,
seem
Les.
upset by this. What's wrong? You have all 10 fingers and no child's harm.
I'm scared it'll be me. I guess I've
Are you
never
listening
been
to
a
that?
child, but
So just
Are you
don't
listening
hurt
to
any
the
children.
crazy old wizard again?
He was right tonight. Well,
Oh shit,
mostly.
he was right tonight? What did he talk about?
To dodge at the right moment.
Oh, but you did dodge. I watched you. It was so cool.
Yes, on his advice.
Oh, so maybe he is, like, magic.
I feel like you could say that in most days you'd end up being right.
But he knew it would be at dinner.
I guess that's something.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you all, but I've actually been attacked many times during dinner. That was not my first dinner where I was attacked by knives or pieces of glass.
That was
my
mine.
first.
Oh, well, welcome to the club.
That was my
Thank you.
first dinner at a table.
Me too.
Oh.
I rub your head.
And Red Hand sort of pulls you guys all in. So, have you all decided on what you're interested in? Looks like I got myself a 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
I could write a letter every week.
Real.
Well, listen, Duelam, don't you just want to start with one to make sure it looks alright before we go into the second?
Well,
Second?
according to Red Hands, it will take approximately 25 years for this tree to bear fruit.
But you'll be alive by then, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So, what's wrong? I mean, as long as you're alive to give the fruit, then it's basically 25 years of free mutation, right?
Oh, you can do it
Oh.
now for the tree that bears fruit fucking ages from now.
I assume so. Is that how it works? And Red Hands goes, well, seeing as you actually do it, I don't see why not. I mean, a lot of these mutations involve sort of strange quests that you have to go do.
Oh.
Huh.
Then this unit will take it.
See, it's perfect. Now, the problem is, if you don't do it, I don't know what fate might befall you.
So you could sell your first kiss and you never had it.
I believe that, well, that's a good point, though, because it is about the emotional weight of it. I suppose what it is once you eventually get that first kiss, it'll be taken away from you.
Well, but what if you never get it? Like, but it's your first kiss, so, like, you know, the first just never comes.
Well, the first one that feels emotional and to you, I suppose so, yes.
But you'll never have it.
Well, but you might.
All right, but, you know, if I don't ever have it, I won't get in trouble.
I'm not sure how the magic works, but I assume that you could get away scot-free, seeing as I can give you the power now, so long as you fulfill the duty.
Yeah, if I ever have my first kiss, you've got it. Sold. I'm keeping my miss bug.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Yeah, I think it's quite fair.
Didn't understand that. All in.
Are you sure? I mean, it's a pretty important
Oh, yeah.
giveaway.
No, yeah, no, super important. Don't worry. And I sort of roll my eyes at Dylan, like, get a load of this guy.
Well, all right. That's first smooch from this Orpheus. Duelam, you're interested in the tree one?
Yes.
Fantastic. And that leaves your very own letter higher.
It's and I have to give one of these every week.
That's how it works.
Oh, I didn't realize it was every week.
Think of it
No,
like
it's fine.
journaling.
Diamisha
it's a-
says it's good to write things down. It helps you remember better.
Yeah.
It's okay. I do it. I'll be back home soon enough to talk to those.
Yeah, I mean, you can even, I was going to take that letter to your brother this week, but you can even just write your own letter this week and save that nice letter.
You could just write 2 letters. One to your brother, one to, you know, the mutation gods.
But it's about the emotional weight, yes? So,
Yeah,
I'm-
but I think if you put the time into the letter, then it still counts.
okay.
You
For now,
accepting
though,
that one?
I'm able to part with this one. I can deal with one letter.
Well, I mean, 1 letter a week, you can do that for your lifetime.
Yeah, I think so.
You're a brave man, you know that? Brave man.
Thank you.
You know, I think I've been persuaded.
Yeah!
We got him. We got him.
It's just
Well
that
done.
easy.
You know, now that I think about it, are dreams really good for anything?
Well,
That's what I was saying. You could also give up every nightmare. It's like a 50-50, you know? You lose some good, but a lot bad.
True. I think that's what I'll sacrifice.
And Red Hand speaks up now and he goes, if you're sure, I want you to know that every sleep will go by very quickly now. You'll basically close your eyes and then wake up. No dreams.
Sounds quite nice, actually.
Well, if you're sure, I trust you on that one, my friend.
Nice.
Orpheus would sort of wince and shake his head, but not say anything.
Yeah, wait, do you dream Orpheus from Valhalla?
I do now, but not before.
Fair enough. Alright, looks like I've got 5 people in my little circuit here, shall we? And you see him pull out from under his coat a small piece of mirror. This is the same mirror that is in Zavrix's big, enormous cracked mirror. This is a small handheld piece. You notice the Red Hand's likely nabbed this from the majority of it and stashed it in his vest. He pulls it out now and holds it up. You see it mirroring different dimensions inside, and he looks at you all and goes, well, just think really hard about what you're willing to give up and hold it in your head, right? Are you thinking about it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
I imagine Queen Ridice.
Wait, what?
That's the only first kiss I can imagine.
All right.
I fucking knew it.
Think of all of your ideals you're willing to do. All right. Now each of you need to reach your hand around mine, and he holds out his giant mitt of a hand. He's got like a baseball mitt. Each of you extends your hand slowly, joining. As you sort of put your hand on top of his, you feel him hold the piece of mirror in his hand, and he goes, all right, now this part I do not think is that pleasant, so hold on tight, all right? And you feel with almost a certain gargantuan, that of an ogre, he crushes the shard of mirror in his hand. As he does so, a spurt of blood shoots out of either side of his fist, and a blinding white light fills the tavern. The loudness of the rest of the bar sort of draws to a silence. The smoldering corpse himself even becomes sort of a whisper far away as all of you sort of find your mind tunneled into this fist that you're all touching, and you feel your mind explode with colors and lights and sounds, information pouring into your head. Same as when you traveled through the plains, you feel that the energy, the same energy that sort of mutated you merely for a few days or hours, I should say, as you exited all these portals, it floods into your mind now. It finds a place right in the back of your mind to sit permanently, and all of you feel this cosmic, beautiful, tumbling, random joy of chaos sitting right in the back of your mind. The randomness spreads throughout all of your senses, shooting up and down your body, and as you feel it shoot through you, it exits right through your toes into the ground beneath you, and the feeling of chaos in the back of your skull subsides and subsides and subsides until you can't feel it there anymore, but feel something has changed. And that is a good place for us to end tonight.
No! What
Right,
the
we
hell?
are gonna roll mutations starting next time.
What
Oh,
the
boy.
hell?
I will have you guys all roll a D1000
Okay.
on the random mutations table. Old reliable. I have changed it up, ladies and gentlemen. The mutations table is brand new
Wow.
for this campaign. There are only
Holy
a
shit.
couple repetitions from the last one.
Wow, you wrote a
Holy.
new D1000 table?
Oh no, I pulled up
Huge.
most of them from online, but it's tables that we've never used before.
Nice. Okay, sick.
Holy.
I wrote a couple though for the important numbers, 100 and 0, and some of the like whole numbers.
666.
66 did not get one. 50 got one though, and I do think I got one for 69.
Thank fucking God.
42.
All the interesting numbers, all the like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 got an interesting one, and I think 90 through 100 got one too. So pretty good.
Nice.
Huge.
All right, that is a good stopping point, you guys. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Thanks everyone at home for listening. This has been a lot of fun.
Do we need a poll this episode?
Yes, we should do a poll.
Oh,
What's our
sure.
poll this episode, you guys?
Probably
Um,
who's making the worst deal.
I like
That's a great
Yeah.
poll.
That's a good
I
one.
like that a lot. Who's making the worst deal? Please answer in the chat below on our Spotify page who you think is having the worst deal out of their mutations. And comment below what mutation you think each Runtpack member is going to get. This is sort of a consistent thing we do in the Runtpack, is give each other mutations. So look forward to that as everyone becomes a little runtier.
You know what? I say comment below what mutation you think everyone deserves.
The runting begins.
It's a brand new mutations list. All of them I have figured out up through level 5, and once you decide them, I'm going to figure them out all the way up through level 20.
Wow. Okay.
Oh my-
cow.
So it'll be exciting. I'll give you the pitch. For those of you who did the like level 3 sacrifices, I'll give you 2 introductory descriptions of them, and you'll get to pick
Ooh.
between the 2.
Thank
Awesome.
God.
So that'll be fun. So it'll be like, imagining as last campaign, it'll be like, okay, either your body fills with seawater, or you have bugs crawl around you. Pick between those 2. That would be how it works.
Bugs every time.
Seawater
I won't-
every time.
I won't explain the mechanical benefits of them, but we'll get into it. But yeah, thank you guys so much for a good session. That was fun. We have been the Runtpack. Catch us next Monday on everywhere you don't normally look for podcasts.
Oh yeah, baby. And while you're at it, don't forget to check us out our subreddit, r/Runtpack. And follow us on Spotify. Shoot us a rating if you liked it. And just tell us what you think. We want to hear from you. See you on Monday.
Oh yeah.
Signing off.
Hit the bell. Hit the bell.